have a lot to say, and I want to thank you, Bob. I also want to thank friends and respected business leaders for welcoming me back to the storied New York Economic Club. Storied indeed. A very special thanks to Barbara Van Allen. Barbara, thank you very much. And former director of the National Economic Council, Larry Kudlow. What a job he's done. What a job he's done. Former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett. Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, terrific person. Former Secretary Wilbur Ross. Former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. Chairman Jay Clayton. Ambassador Woody Johnson. Senior Advisor Stephen Miller. My friends and respected business leaders all, John Paulson, Jamie Dimon, Steve Witkoff, Steve Schwarzman, Scott Bessent, Jeff Sprecher, Richard Kurtz, former head of the World Bank, David Malpass, and the two co-chairs of my presidential transition team that are being inundated with phone calls and requests, Linda McMahon and Howard Lutnick. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we gather today, we have an economic disaster on our hands. We have an economy in crisis, a failing nation, a nation in serious decline under the radical policies of my former opponent, Joe Biden, and my new opponent, Kamala Harris. 1.3 million workers have become unemployed in the past 12 months. I don't know if anybody knows that. The typical American family has lost over $28,000 due to rampant and record-setting inflation. Credit card debt has reached the highest in history, with more than 1 in 3 Americans reporting they have maxed out their credit cards. They've maxed out. Families now need to earn an estimated $110,000 a year to afford a typical home, meaning 65% of households are locked out of buying just an ordinary house. Gasoline prices, grocery prices, electricity prices, mortgage rates, and virtually everything else are up 30 to 100% since I left office. 8.4 million Americans are now working second jobs, the highest in more than 30 years. The real wages of African American workers are down by over 6%, a short period of time. The real incomes from Hispanic men are down 6.6%, or $3,600 per year. And on top of that, African Americans and Hispanic American jobs are under massive threat from the invasion taking place at our border. They're taking the jobs of Hispanic Americans, African Americans, and nobody talks about it, but I won't let it happen. Yet after presiding over the border, the worst in history for any country, there's never been a border like this. 21 million people, we project. This total economic catastrophe, the border czar, Kamala Harris, has now been slotted in by the Democrats to be reelected. She wants 4 more years to enforce a radical left agenda that poses a fundamental threat to the prosperity of every American family and America itself. And we're talking about America itself. She wants to defund the police, have totally open borders, ban fracking in Pennsylvania and everywhere else, take away your private health insurance, and perhaps most pertinent to the very brilliant people in this room, raise your business and corporate taxes, and unbelievably, she will seek a tax on unrealized capital gains. Most people don't even know what that means. What does it mean? She has been after all of this for years, and as everyone knows, she is a Marxist who destroyed almost single-handedly San Francisco, and when she was the AG, California itself, not the same place. People are leaving. They're fleeing like they are in New York. She'll seek out and she will try and get those things if she's elected, and she may very well succeed in getting them. She recently said her values have not changed, and these have really been her values for her entire career. Her values haven't changed. That's what she wants. So she told the truth. We're not going to let this happen. Communism is the past. Freedom is the future. And it is time to send Comrade Kamala Harris back home to California, where crime is rampant and fleeing is the #1 occupation. I'm here today to lay out my plan to rescue our country from this nightmare and to bring back to its citizens the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. 8 years ago, I came before you as a candidate for president and shared my vision to end the stagnation and return to rapid growth. That's what we did. As president, I am very proud to say that we accomplished something that nobody thought that was even possible. Before the pandemic, real median household income rose by $7,684. And even after the pandemic, annual incomes were up $6,400. The average American household saw a $197,000 increase in real net worth in 48 months. For the bottom 50% of households, average wealth more than doubled, increasing by 121%. Lowest income people benefited the most. After 12 years of decline, we added nearly 7 million new homeowners. Never happened before. And in 3 years, we created 7 million new jobs, 260% more than projected when I took office. When I took office, they said you couldn't hit those projections, and we were 260% higher than what we said we could do. From the day I won to the day I left, the S&P 500 increased by 80%, and we did it all with virtually no inflation. We had virtually no inflation. Think of that. Who could believe that? I delivered the largest tax cuts and reform in American history by far, slashing rates for working families and cutting the business tax from the highest in the world. We had the highest in the world, 35%, and actually, when you add local and state numbers that were getting close to 50, but much, much higher, nobody's ever seen. We brought it all the way down to 21%, which everybody said was impossible to do. And I heard it from everyone. They said, you'll never be able to do that. And I got it down to 21%. I cut a record number of job-killing regulations. In 4 years, we cut more regulation than any president in the history of our country, by far. I'm proud to be the only president in modern history to achieve a net regulatory reduction during my term, and it was a substantial reduction, and for every regulation we added, we cut more than 5.5 regulations. We unleashed American energy, and within 3 years, we had increased domestic oil production by 47%, and we were just getting started. The price of gasoline was $1.87 a gallon. Doesn't that sound good right now? We negotiated and renegotiated more than 50 trade agreements with other countries that were taking advantage of us, as they all do, to protect the American worker and to open foreign markets, and we did a great job. I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country, and replaced it with the USMCA, perhaps the best trade deal ever made in history. That's Mexico and Canada. I stood up to China like no one else before me. No one came even close. and I saved the U.S. auto industry from obliteration with a 27.5% tariff on all Chinese cars that remains in place to this day. They want to take it off, but they can't because, number one, it's too much money, and number two, we would be invaded by Chinese cars on top of the other invasions that are taking place. Without it, our auto industry would be dead. And now I am going further. We will bring our automaking industry to the record levels of 37 years ago. And we'll be able to do it very quickly through tariffs and other smart use of certain things that we have that other countries don't. For 4 straight years, I fought for American workers like I would fight for my own family. I took care of our economy like I would take care of my own company. In every decision I asked, will I create jobs here or will I be sending jobs overseas? Will it make America richer and stronger, or will it make our country weaker and poorer? I always put America first every single time. And when our country was hit by the China virus, we saved the economy. We rescued tens of millions of jobs. And after COVID, I handed Kamala and Joe the fastest and strongest recovery ever recorded, nothing even close. With 1.4% inflation, the 30-year mortgage rate was at 2.4%, and the highest stock market in history. This is despite the pandemic. To date, I handed them back the highest stock market to date, after having just suffered with the rest of the world a pandemic, the likes of which nobody had ever seen before. We did an incredible job, and remember, far more people died of COVID under Biden-Harris than under President Trump. Many, many more people. We delivered an economic miracle, which Kamala and Joe turned into an economic disaster, just like they turned the border and indeed the whole world into a catastrophic surrender. Starting on day one, Kamala launched a war on American energy and orchestrated a nation-wrecking border invasion with illegal aliens pouring in from countries all over the world. They came in from countries that nobody ever heard the name of that country. Those countries, from their prisons and jails, there is a difference, from mental institutions and insane asylums, as well as record numbers of terrorists, human traffickers, and sex traffickers. Numbers that we've never seen before taking place over the last 3.5 years. Then Kamala cast the deciding votes on trillions of dollars in wasteful spending, which together with their terrible energy policies gave us the worst inflation perhaps in the history of our country. Nearly 2/3 of the jobs created under the Harris-Biden administration were bounce-back jobs. Bounce back. They were bounce-back jobs that I handed them from before the pandemic. This happens with pandemics. You have bounce-back jobs. The pandemic comes and it goes, and those people go back to their jobs. And just last week, Joe Biden admitted that on social media. I don't know if he knew what he admitted, but that's what it said. I wonder who drew it. Perhaps that person is no longer employed by the Democrats. But right now, it's even worse than that. Under Kamala Harris's policies, 3 million workers are now missing from the job force compared to 2020. 3 million workers, that's a lot. Over 500,000 fewer people have full-time jobs today than just 1 year ago, and 100% of the net job creation in the past year has gone to illegal migrants. Think of that. 100% of the jobs created under this administration has gone to illegal migrants that came into our country. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris formed the worst presidency and vice presidency by far in the history of our country. This election will decide whether we reward Kamala Harris with re-election and 4 more years of crime, economic calamity, and international humiliation, or whether we change that direction and once again build the greatest economy in the history of the world, which we had during the Trump administration. Kamala Harris is the first major party nominee in American history who fundamentally rejects freedom and embraces Marxism, communism, and fascism. You're learning about this, you'll find out nobody knew who she was. Just a few months ago, they didn't know who she was. She's promising communist price controls, wealth confiscation, energy annihilation, reparations, the largest tax increase ever imposed, and mass amnesty and citizenship for tens of millions of migrants who will consume trillions of dollars in federal benefits and destroy Social Security and Medicare. They will be destroyed. They're already putting them into your Social Security and Medicare rolls. I am promising low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, secure borders, low crime, and surging incomes for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, quickly bring down prices, and reignite explosive economic growth. Kamala Harris will take more money out of American pockets. My plan will leave the typical family with many thousands of dollars more than they have right now. First, I will end Kamala Harris's anti-energy crusade and implement a policy of energy abundance, energy independence, and even energy dominance. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country, including Russia and Saudi Arabia. We'll be using it. My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that within 12 months of taking office. It will be an economic revival of our country like no one has ever seen before. Energy was what caused our problem initially. Energy is going to bring us back. That means we're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon, bring down the price of everything from electricity rates to groceries, airfares, and housing costs. That's why OPEC and the Arab nations, and we're very honored to have some of my friends here with us today from that part of the world, but they're working very hard, despite being here, that I not be your president. They don't like me. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris can't bring down the price of anything because her energy policies are driving up the cost of everything. Everything is up, way up. Starting on day one, Harris and Biden opened up the Russian pipeline called Nord Stream 2, which nobody have ever heard of until I got involved and said, what about Nord Stream 2? And nobody knew what I was talking about. Largest pipeline in the world, Russian pipeline. But I had it closed. It was shut down. Putin was not happy. We shut it down. They came along, and the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down by them. So they shut down the Keystone, and they immediately gave Russia the right to start rebuilding the Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline you've ever seen. We re-entered the horribly unfair to the United States through them when they came back Paris Climate Accord. So unfair to us. We pay trillions of dollars. Other countries pay nothing. As soon as he came back, he went back into it. I got us out of it and reduced the area of the federal lands available for drilling by 80%. I did that. If I was president, oil production today would be 4 times higher than it is right now. Would have been 4 times higher. Right now we'd be doing 4 times as much. And remember, we had ANWR, perhaps the largest drilling site in the world in Alaska, which everybody wanted to get approved. but they were unable to do it. Ronald Reagan fought so hard to get ANWR. He couldn't do it. And it was easier in those days than it is today with all of the environmental concerns. But they came in their first few days in office, they terminated ANWR, amazingly. Biggest drilling site, we think, in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Texas. We got it, and they terminated it. Under the EPA's so-called power plant rule, more than 50 power plants have been shut down since she took office, and virtually all coal-fired power plants will be shuttered in the next couple of years, setting the stage for a catastrophic energy shortfall, which we already have, that will make inflation far worse than it has ever been. They want to close down our power plants, and we don't have power already to address this dire energy crisis that Kamala and Joe have created. I will immediately issue a national emergency declaration to achieve massive increase in domestic energy supply. What you're going to need, electricity is desperately needed for AI. AI, controversial, but we got to be the top of it. And we would need, hard to believe, twice the electricity that we currently have right now for everything in order to be dominant. And China is already building massive electricity producing plants. We haven't even thought about it. We will think about it, and I'll get it done on an emergency basis. So we'll be the leader in AI and every other form of technology. With these sweeping authorities, we will blast through every bureaucratic hurdle to issue rapid approvals for new drilling, new pipelines, new refineries, new power plants, new electric plants, and reactors of all types. Prices will fall immediately in anticipation of this tremendous supply that we can create rather quickly, and we'll be the leader instead of the laggard. Second, to further defeat inflation, my plan will terminate the Green New Deal, which I call the Green New Scam, greatest scam in history probably, a $10 trillion scam that we waste. We throw like throwing money right out the window. It actually sets us back as opposed to moves us forward. And rescind all unspent funds under the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, which the Democrats agreed after it was approved that it wasn't for that purpose, it was for other purposes like giveaways. Kamala spent $7.5 billion to build 8 charging stations. Think of a charging station like a fuel pump with electricity coming out of it. 8 charging stations in the Midwest for electric vehicles cost billions and billions of dollars. 7.5 billion, they think, but the costs are still going, and 3 of them don't work and never will, probably. Other than that, it's worked out quite well. I will end the electric vehicle mandate, stop the appalling waste, and save taxpayers an estimated $1 trillion. Third, I will launch a historic campaign to liberate our economy from crippling regulation. My first term, I pledged to cut 2 old regulations for every 1 new regulation, and we did much better than that, as I've said. Yet over the past 4 years, Kamala has added $6,300 a year in regulatory costs onto the backs of the typical American family. Think of that. To stop this onslaught and lower prices, I'm pledging today that in my second term, we will eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every 1 new regulation. We'll be able to do that quite easily, actually. And instead of attacking industries of the future, we will embrace them, including making America the world capital for crypto and Bitcoin. Fourth, at the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it. But he's agreed to do it. In 2022, fraud and improper payments alone cost taxpayers an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months. This will save trillions of dollars, trillions. It's massive. For the same service that you have right now, trillions of dollars is wasted and gone, and nobody knows where it went. Further taming inflation and bringing prices way down. The fifth pillar of my plan is to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. They are massive tax cuts, biggest ever, permanent. And to cut taxes even more, and we will have no tax on tips, something which they copied 4 weeks after I said it. She got up and said, no tax on tips. I said, I just said that. She is actually copying a lot of my plan. In fact, we're going to send her a MAGA cap sometime in the next week. We're having a special one made. But we also know she doesn't mean it. She's going to stick with what her whole life has been about. And also, no tax on Social Security benefits. People on Social Security have been wiped out by inflation, and now on top of it, we tax their benefits. We're not going to tax their benefits. We have so many different ways of making so much money. This country, the potential is so incredible. We don't have to take it away from people on Social Security. We're not going to do that. We're going to save Social Security. She's going to destroy Social Security. Under the Trump administration, we proved that targeted tax cuts do not increase the deficit. They reduce the deficit by growing the economy and raising revenue. After we gave the massive tax cuts, we took in the following year with a much lower rate, billions and billions of dollars more than we did the previous year with a high rate. Think of that. So with a much lower rate, we took in more money because people were incentivized. Corporate tax revenues are 31% higher today than before my tax law was signed. With all of those cuts, 31% higher. To further support the revival of American manufacturing, my plan calls for expanded R&D tax credits, 100% bonus depreciation, expensing for new manufacturing investments, and a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America. You have to make your product in America. If you outsource, offshore, or replace American workers, you're not eligible for any of these benefits. In fact, you will pay a very substantial tariff when a product comes in from another country that's made in another country and comes in. There'll be a big tariff on that product because we want to make our goods in America, and most of them we can. My message is simple. Make your product here in America, and only in America. We are not going to be taken advantage of anymore, just as we made great inroads and progress 4 years ago. We made tremendous inroads on this subject. We're not going to watch our wealth and jobs get ripped away from us and sent to foreign countries, which is what's been happening for many, many decades with us. China was built on doing exactly what we're going to be doing and what I started doing 4 years ago. What we're putting forward is the most pro-American manufacturing and jobs policy in modern history for any country. This plan will bring jobs and growth into our country at levels never seen before. Every business on earth will flock to America from Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and all over the world. By contrast, Comrade Kamala Harris wants to sacrifice our wealth kill the economy, and drive jobs overseas to punish businesses more. Businesses will leave. They'll leave America. They're international companies. They report to their shareholders, and they will leave America if her plan, even in a small form, comes to the fore. Her tax plan, which includes the promise to end the Trump tax cuts, which again by itself would be a massive tax increase, would increase taxes by over $5 trillion, a record many times over. It would result in the largest small business tax hike in history, massively raising taxes on 25 million small business people and raising small business tax rates to 43% and higher. In other words, 20% higher than communist China. Kamala is also vowing to raise the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. We're bringing it down to 15%. But she really is looking to raise it to 40, 45, or even 50%. You know that. All you have to do is follow her past path. Radically raise the capital gains tax rate, which she wants to do, and they don't even want to give a number. And for the first time ever, impose a 25% tax on unrealized capital gains. So if you happen to have a lot of wealth but no cash, you're in a lot of trouble. This will lead America into a 1929 depression, and it will be a depression and a territory that we have not seen for a long time. There's a gentleman that happens to believe that. Scott. These policies, especially the tax on unrealized capital gains, would decimate the U.S. economy. Companies and innovation would flee from America to other countries. Venture capital markets would disappear, the stock market would be annihilated, and investors assess the tax liabilities of large shareholders. The seniors and senior pensions would totally go up in smoke. They'd be worthless. These are not the policies designed to create a prosperous America. These are policies to turn the United States into Venezuela on steroids. Even if for this reason alone, Kamala Harris must be defeated decisively this November. Has to be defeated. Cannot have her be the President of the United States. Under Kamala, the United States is becoming a third world banana republic. She and her party are censoring speech, weaponizing the justice system, and trying to throw their political opponents, me, in jail. This hasn't happened. I didn't do that to Crooked Hillary. I said that would be a terrible thing, wouldn't it? Putting the wife of the President of the United States in jail. But they view it differently, I guess, nowadays, but that's okay. And they always have to remember that two can play the game. Nobody ever thought this was possible. This is how you create massive capital flight and turn once prosperous nations into absolute ruins. I will have no higher priority as president than to restore the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law in America. We have lost the rule of law. Who would have thought? Number 6, under my leadership, America will encourage domestic production instead of punishing it. As you know, our country's vast manufacturing wealth was created at a time with very little domestic taxation, few regulations, and most revenue came from tariffs from other countries. That was when we were at the wealthiest ever, proportionately. We were the wealthiest country ever during those days. That was before income tax came along. Now we foolishly do the opposite. We impose lower tariffs and no tariffs on foreign producers. We have the lowest tariffs of any nation in the world, and we relentlessly punish our own companies for doing business in America. You do business in America, you're punished tremendously. I had many companies come to me, sir, I can't compete. They're sending kitchen cabinets, washers and dryers, everything. I can tell you, every motorcycles, they're sending them here, sir. We can't compete. And I made it so they could compete and thrive. Every one of those people, we should get them up and talk to you one day, because every one of those people comes up to me, and every time I see them, they hug me, they kiss me, they love me, because I saved their businesses. I intend to reverse this model and once again turn America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We can do that just with being intelligent. The key to this effort will be a pro-American trade policy that uses tariffs to encourage production here and bring trillions and trillions of dollars back home. And you know what? We deserve it. We've been helping other countries get rich at our expense. For the last 50 years, we've been pouring our money into other countries, getting nothing for it. We protect them militarily. We do so much for them. We get nothing. My plan is that if you open your factory in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, anywhere else in our country, you don't pay a tariff tax. You don't pay a tax. You're going to make the product here. But if you move your production outside of the United States and send it back here, which people are doing now, and I stopped it cold, but they've changed that already, then you'll have to pay a very substantial tariff to get your product back into the country. The result will be that everybody in the world will want to be here, and they want to produce here. They're going to want to produce their product in America. It's going to say made in the USA. We will be able to build ships again. We will be able to build planes again. We will be able to build our military again from within, all from within. We will create the biggest, greatest, and strongest middle class in the history of our country. We will have tens of millions of high-paying jobs in manufacturing, transportation, defense, as well as all of the sales and support of export jobs. Our auto industry will be the biggest beneficiary. In short, it will be a national economic renaissance just by using our heads, by being smart, by not letting other countries take advantage of us. They've been doing it for so long. It's so sad to see. And I know them all, and they laugh at us behind our back. They can't believe how stupid our leadership has been for so many years. We will ensure that the United States has a giant steel industry, an aluminum industry, a manufacturing base, and a defense base. We want an industrial base that can take care of our defense needs 100%. And you can call it what you want. Some might say it's economic nationalism. I call it common sense. I call it America first. This is the policy that built this country, and this is the policy that will save our country. In the words of a great but highly underrated president, William McKinley, highly underrated, the protective tariff policy of the Republicans has been made and made the lives of our countrymen sweeter and brighter. It's the best for our citizenship and our civilization, and it opens up a higher and better destiny for our people. We have to take care of our own nation and her industries first. In other words, take care of our country first. This is when we had our greatest wealth. He was assassinated. He left his group of people that followed him. Teddy Roosevelt became a great president, spending the money that was made by McKinley. So McKinley got a bad deal on that one. He built tremendous wealth. They had the Tariff Act of 1887, and they had a committee that studied, what are we going to do? They had a big problem, a problem like I hope to have with this country someday. So much money was coming in from foreign countries that they didn't know how to spend it. They had no idea. So they set up a committee. We'll set one up with the people in this room. How do we distribute the wealth that we have? And Roosevelt built dams and built railroads and did national parks. But he did it with the money that was made with tariffs from McKinley. So you have to remember that. Very highly underrated, a very underrated president. Let's give them both credit. Smart tariffs will not create inflation. They will combat inflation. I had almost no inflation, and I had the highest tariffs that anyone's seen, and they were going a lot higher. Foreign nations will pay us hundreds of billions of dollars, reducing the deficit and driving inflation down. It'll largely reduce our deficit. In my first term, we imposed historic tariffs with no effect on consumer prices or inflation. The anti-tariff people, many of them, I believe, honestly work for these other countries in some form, get tremendous amounts of lobbying money and other money because it doesn't make sense what they're saying. But we had no inflation, and we had protection, and I saved so many industries. I saved the steel industry. But Biden and Harris are letting it go. They're letting it go. It's so easy to keep. A combination of fair trade, tax cuts, regulatory cuts, and energy abundance will allow us to produce more goods better and cheaper right here in the USA than we've ever done before. And foreign nations will respect us again. I got along great with foreign nations, and I taxed the hell out of them. And they liked me. Maybe they respected me. And Viktor Orban, a very strong man, he's the Prime Minister of Hungary. He said the only thing missing from the world right now is President Trump. He kept the world safe because everybody was afraid of him. I don't like that term, but that's the term he used. I would like to say respected him and respected our country, but he didn't say that. He said everybody was afraid of him. He said China was afraid, Russia was afraid. They were all afraid. Kim Jong-un, I got along great with him. And I try to explain to the fake news media that getting along with people, foreign countries, is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a very good thing. It's a smart thing. We will require all essential materials for our national security to be produced here in the United States, creating millions and millions of new manufacturing jobs. You know, when we built the F-35, we have the wings built in one country. We have the tail, rudders, built in another country. We have the seats built in another country. We have the electronics built in 7 different countries. What the hell would we do if there's a war? And we'll end up fighting half of those countries, and we don't want to have a war because right now we're closer to World War III than we've ever been in our lives. With Russia, Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president. With October 7th in Israel, the whole Middle East is blowing up. Would have never happened. They would have never happened. Respectfully, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. It wouldn't have happened. There would be peace in the Middle East, and Iran would be a big beneficiary of that peace. It'd be good. But all of these things that happened, and inflation would have never happened, and Afghanistan would have never happened. The worst withdrawal in history. I believe the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. In fact, that's what caused President Putin to go into Ukraine. When he looked at how incompetently that was handled, he looked at it and he said, man, they're incompetent. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of the United States of America. Airplanes taking off with many people sitting on the wings of the plane and the side of the plane and the wing, and you see them dropping off the planes at 3,000 feet. They thought it was their trip to freedom. There's never been anything like that, and I think there's no greater embarrassment. By the way, we lost 13 incredible soldiers. I got to know the families very well. Spent a lot of time with them 4 days ago in Arlington Cemetery. 3 years ago, they were celebrating 3 years, honoring their children. And yeah, that's right, they call them their children. They still call them, they always will call them their children. They're gone. And many of those people there should have never left from there. They should have left from Bagram, the big air base. But many of those people that were so badly hurt, they don't talk about them. No legs, no arms, obliteration of their face, their entire body, and nobody mentions that. We left Americans behind, large numbers. We left $85 billion worth of equipment behind because we took our military out first. A child would know you don't. You take your military out last. And just remember one final point on that, because it's a little bit different from our subject, but not really, because it's all about our country and common sense. But for 18 months, I spoke to the leader of the Taliban. The press was very upset that I spoke to him. His name is Abdul. I said, Abdul, don't do this, Abdul. Don't do this. But why, he said, do you send me a picture of my home? I said, Abdul, you're going to have to figure that one out for yourself. But don't do this, Abdul, because it's going to end badly for you. And for 18 months, we didn't have one soldier shot at or killed in Afghanistan. And then we took our soldiers out. We had a very, very disgraceful election. And this group came in, and they didn't know what the hell they were doing, and they still don't. They've gotten worse. You know, with experience, you're supposed to get better. They got worse. They're worse now than they ever were. And we're going to turn our country around. We're going to become a major producer of rare earth minerals. We're going to create jobs and making it really, and us, truly self-reliant. Remember the rare earth, where we have to go to China. We have sites that are tied up with more than anybody else has. They're environmentally protected. We have sites that are phenomenal, everything you want in terms of rare earth, and we can't use them because of environmental protection. But we're going to end that very quickly as soon as I get to office. We will make housing much more affordable. As inflation is tamed, interest rates will dramatically fall. They'll be down very, very low. We'll get them down. We had them down to 2.4% and even lower than that for a period of time. Reducing mortgage rates is a big factor. We're going to get them back down to, we think, 3%, maybe even lower than that, saving the average home buyer thousands of dollars per year. They can now go out. Young people will be able to buy a home again and be a part of the American dream. We will eliminate regulations that drive up housing costs with the goal of cutting the cost of a new home in half. We think we can do that. The regulations alone cost 30%. Regulation costs 30% of a new home. And we will open up portions of federal land for large-scale housing construction. These zones will be ultra-low tax and ultra-low regulation. One of the great, really small business job creation programs it will be of all time. We're going to open up our country to building homes inexpensively so young people and other people can buy homes. You can't buy them anymore. Millions of Americans will take part in setting these safe and beautiful communities, reviving the frontier spirit, and really, as I said, reviving the American dream. It's about the American dream. It's all about the American dream. We don't talk about American dream with these people in office. They don't want to talk about the American dream because they're the exact opposite. They're the exact opposite. We also cannot ignore the impact that the flood of 21 million illegal aliens has had on driving up housing costs. That's why my plan will ban mortgages for illegal aliens in California. They're passing a law where they're going to give illegal aliens money to buy a house. But our soldiers, our veterans that are laying on the streets, they can't have them. You have soldiers right now laying on the streets of different cities, all Democrat run. They're laying on the streets in front of hotels, in some cases luxury hotels, and you have illegal immigrants coming in and living in those hotels and laughing at our soldiers as they walk by into a luxury lobby. Is there something wrong with that thinking? Is there something wrong with our country? If Kamala is allowed to continue to let our country be invaded, we will face a fiscal Armageddon. These migrants are consuming hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits. You saw in Colorado this week a group from Venezuela, rough ones, they took over large sections of a town, large sections of an area of Colorado, Aurora. Has anyone been there? I think you'd better stay away for a little while. They had AK-47s, the ultimate guns, AK-47s. They can blow lots of people away real fast. And the sheriff didn't want to touch him. Nobody wants to touch him. Sheriff, there's 18 Venezuelans attacking my building. Would you please come over and straighten out the situation? He's got a deputy. You know what they say? Well, no thanks. Let's call in the military. They're taking over. And I said this 4 years ago when I realized they wanted open borders. And it's happened. It's happening now in Chicago. They're taking over sections of Chicago. What's happening in New York and Los Angeles and many other cities is not even describable. They're tough. They're tough and they're smart and they're vicious. Don't forget, they come from the prisons and they're the bad criminals on the streets. Caracas, Venezuela, has almost no crime. Next year, I'm going to suggest that the Economic Club hold its meeting in Caracas because we'll be safer than we are in our country if they win. We'll be far safer. But crime in Venezuela is down 72% because they've taken all of their criminals off the streets. Not all of them. They still have some left, but they're coming in rapidly by bus and by plane. They're coming into our country, and we're dumping them in our country, and they say, if you come back, we will kill you. And they're not going back. We got them. But they're going back if I'm president, I guarantee you that. They're going back fast. And now Kamala wants to give them food stamps, housing assistance, welfare, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and destroy all of those programs. You will destroy those programs. That is why I will ask Congress to pass legislation barring all taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens. And by the way, when you do that, they won't come. They're coming now because they realize they've never seen wealth like this. They're getting things that they could never get. They're coming for that reason. If you stop that, you'll be dropping the flow by 80%. I think even more than that. They're coming because they're taken care of. Let's put them in a luxury. Let's put them in the Waldorf Astoria. That's a nice place. I will stop the invasion and send criminal illegal aliens back home. And when we do all of this, we will be so successful. We'll create America's own sovereign wealth fund to invest in great national endeavors for the benefit of all of the American people. Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing. We have nothing. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, or we can name it something different. I'll talk about it with Mr. Paulson, who's in the audience, and a lot of other friends of mine. And we'll name it something that's appropriate. Perhaps sovereign wealth fund wouldn't be appropriate, but it's going to be the same thing. We'll put tremendous amounts of money through all this money that will be taken in through tariffs and other intelligent things. And we'll have the greatest sovereign wealth fund of them all, and we should have, and that will be used to do things that will be great for our country, including to invest and wisely invest and build it up bigger and stronger and better than any place on earth. We will build extraordinary national development projects and everything from highways to airports and to transportation infrastructure, all of the future. We'll be able to invest in state-of-the-art manufacturing hubs, advanced defense capabilities, cutting-edge medical research, and help save billions of dollars in preventing disease in the first place. And I'm very honored to have been endorsed last week by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That was a great endorsement, and he's very much into helping people. He's very much into helping people. I've known him a long time. That was a great That was a great thing when he did that. That was not easy for a Kennedy to be endorsing a Republican. That was not easy. But these are not Democrats. These are radical left lunatics, and you can't let them run your country. We will invest in new and modern agricultural techniques so we can have safe, healthy, high-quality foods for our families. That's where Bobby is so interested, foods. He says we're putting a lot of bad foods in our body. You look at other countries which do far less, and they're actually much healthier than we are. This wealth fund will return a gigantic profit, which will help pay down national debt. We're going to work on national debt very strongly, by the way. We're going to have so much money coming in. We're going to work on national debt. We're close to $36 trillion right now. We're going to work on getting it down. And it is many of the people in this room who will be helping to advise and recommend investments for this fund. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala Harris, the worst vice president in the history of our country, and unleash a new era of safety, prosperity, and success for our workers, our families, and our businesses. And I've done it before. We did a great job, and now we really know our job well. I know the smartest, the best people. We have the best people. We have people that many in this room, they know exactly what we want to do. You know, it's interesting having experience, because I won an election. I went to Washington. I was only in Washington 17 times. I never stayed over. That's according to the fake news, but I think they're right. But I got to know Washington well. And I know the smart ones and the dumb ones. I know the ones that can help make us great and the ones that can only take us into bad territory. I got to know a lot of people, probably as many as anybody at that level. And we have incredible talent, and we're going to be using that talent. We had some incredible talent, much of it sitting up here and sitting down here. They did a great job on trade. Bob Lighthizer, so many other people did such a great job. We rebuilt our military. We rebuilt our entire military, did a great job. We have great generals, not the television generals, not the generals that took us out of Afghanistan in 24 hours and left that horrible situation, but we have great generals. We defeated ISIS. It was supposed to take 5 years. It took me 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Our generals did a great job. We have great people in our military, and our military is not woke. Believe me, you couldn't get these guys to be woke. Some of the guys on top are woke, but those aren't the ones that are great. So we're going to do things that we didn't do even the first time. We had a great presidency. There was an article written the other day that the Trump presidency was a great presidency. With victory on November 5th, which will go down as the most important day in the history of our country, inflation will be gone, our energy will be unleashed, our economy will be set free, our sovereignty will be restored, our citizens will thrive, growth will come roaring back, and America's future will be brighter than ever before. So I want to thank you all. This has been a lovely experience. It was years ago that I was here. We talked about what we were going to do, and we did just about everything we said. And if you'd like, we'll take a few questions, Bob.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we're now moving, as promised, to the question and answer portion of the program. Our four very able questioners today are H. Rajan Cohen, the Senior Chair of Sullivan & Cromwell, Sandra Gerber, Founding and Managing Partner, CEO and CIO of Hudson Bay Capital, Mr. John Paulson, founder of Paulson & Company, and Rashma Sanjani, founder and CEO of Girls Who Code and Moms First. We're going to go in alphabetical order, and therefore, Raj, you have the first question.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I would like to ask about the United States economic sanctions programs. These programs have been used, as you well know, to advance our national security interests, our foreign policy objectives, but they also have economic implications. And the most recent was the program against Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine, where for once we got the support of all our allies. So my specific question is, would you strengthen or modify any of these economic sanctions programs, particularly Russia, including the pipeline you mentioned?
Well, it's a great question. The problem with what we have with sanctions, and I was a user of sanctions, but I'd put them on and take them off as quickly as possible, because ultimately it kills your dollar and it kills everything the dollar represents, and we have to continue to have that be the world currency. I think it's important. I think it would be losing a war if we lost the dollar as the world currency. I think that would be the equivalent of losing a war. That would make us a third world country, and we can't let it happen. So I use sanctions very powerfully against countries that deserve it, and then I take them off. Because look, you're losing Iran, you're losing Russia. China is out there trying to get their currency to be the dominant currency, as you know better than anybody. All of these things are happening. You're losing so many countries because there's so much conflict with all of these countries that you're going to lose that, and we can't lose that. So I want to use sanctions as little as possible. One of the things that we have with tariffs is that I'll say to them, you don't honor the dollar as your world currency. Is that right? You're not going to do it? No, we're not. I said, that's okay. I'm going to put tariffs all over your product. And they're going to say, sir, we'd love to honor the dollar as the world currency. You know, tariffs, in addition to monetary and the money that we'll take in, which will be bigger than you've ever seen in this country before, gives you tremendous political power for something like that. As an example, I stopped wars with the threat of tariffs. I stopped wars with two countries that mattered a lot. A lot of people would have been killed. And I threatened tariffs coming into the United States if they don't make peace. And we made a lot of, we didn't have conflicts like you have right now. We had very intelligent people. But the biggest threat you have is you lose that currency, and we have lost something that you'll never get back. And we can keep it if we're smart, but they use it too much, and then they just forget about it. And these countries like Russia, it's going out now and doing its own thing, and you know, they're going out bragging about how they don't need us anymore, et cetera, et cetera. The sad part about Russia is that Ukraine would have never happened if I was president, so we wouldn't really have to be talking about sanctions, but it did happen. And one of the things I'm going to do, a little bit relevant to your question, is if we win, I believe I can settle that war while I'm president-elect. Before I ever get into office, I can get that war settled and get that war stopped, because it's a horrible, horrible war. And far more people are killed in Ukraine, far more people than you're realizing. They'll knock down this massive building, amazing, the size of these buildings, they'll knock it down, they'll say nobody was injured. No, a lot of people were killed. The real numbers are far greater than what people are looking at. So I think it's a very important thing. Sanctions have to be used very judiciously, and you can win. We have things much more powerful, actually, than sanctions. We have trade, but we cannot lose our dollar standard. Very important. Thank you very much.
Great. Sander?
Thank you, Mr. President, for all the details on your economic policy. As you alluded to, tariffs are the other side of sanctions. And given that China is our major trading partner with our largest imbalance and possibly our chief national security threat to the United States, how can we better institutionalize trade policy and national security policy to be coordinated?
So I had a great relationship with President Xi of China, really very close relationship. Now look, he likes China, I like us, so. But I don't want to sound foolish. He was my dear, dear friend. He's a tough guy. He's a fierce person. I say very smart. You know, when you say he's smart, the fake news goes crazy. He said President Xi is smart. And I say, yeah, well, he controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He's smart. But we had a very good relationship with China until COVID. And when that came in, it was a whole different ballgame as far as I was concerned. You know, we made a great China trade deal, maybe better than the USMCA, and I'd never talk about it because what happened with COVID for the whole world, $60 trillion and, you know, deaths, 70 million, 60, nobody even knows how many deaths. And it all came out of Wuhan. So it changed my relationship. But I think I'll have a great relationship with China. I had one before, and they respected us, but they respected us because they no longer thought we were fools. They used to think we were fools because we built China. They would take over $500 billion a year and use it for their military and other things, and we got nothing out of that. We got some cheap product. You can buy 19 pencils instead of 2. Who the hell cares? You can buy 16 dolls for your daughter instead of 2 nice dolls. And we got very little out of that relationship. They got a tremendous military power, and they still have it today. So, but I believe we will have a very good relationship with China and with a lot of other countries that we're not getting along with too well today. And things are going to straighten out. We're going to get them straightened out very quickly. Very important that we get along with the rest of the world. You know, we have things today called nuclear weapons. I rebuilt our whole military, including our nuclear capability. And so I got very familiar with it. And, you know, I say this often because I had an uncle who was the longest serving, I believe the longest serving, I was told that by MIT. But he was there 39, I guess, or 41 years, longest serving professor in the history of MIT, and nuclear was something he knew a lot about. And we used to talk about it. I'd say, Uncle John, there's no way. He was telling me about this incredible power that was being unleashed potentially. And I say, Uncle John, you could never. And you know what? He was very modest because I've seen the destructive capability. And this world is going to have to get along because if that's ever unleashed, we already have too many countries that have at least remnants of it, some of it. But probably 5 countries, if you think. And Kim Jong-un, when I went to the White House after winning in 2016, I sat with President Obama, which is a ritual. And you sit and you talk. And I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea is the biggest problem. I don't think it's solvable. I said, have you tried calling him or talking to him? And actually, the answer was yes, and he wasn't responded to. But I did, and we were very safe. It started off a little rocky, if you remember. Little Rocket Man, I called him, and he called me things too. He's got a red button on his desk. I said, I have a bigger red button, and my red button works. I said, and then it started getting a little nicer, and then one day I got a call that they'd like to meet, and it was a great thing. We had a great meeting. We had 2 meetings, actually 2 great meetings, summits. And we had no problem with them. Now they have a problem because they're not liking this administration. They don't respect this administration at all. So we have to get along. We have to get along. We can't have World War III. You're going to end up in World War III. Just like you should have never had Russia go in. It would have never happened if a competent person led us. It would have never happened. He led them into it. And I'm not blaming Biden. But you know what? What he was saying was exactly the wrong thing. I said, we're going to have an invasion because of a lot of the rhetoric. It was stupid rhetoric, but it would have never happened. Not only for that reason, oil was down low. You know, oil was almost at $100 a barrel. So Putin is one of the only people. I mean, nothing's easy in life, but Putin at $100 a barrel, war works. At $40 a barrel, it didn't work at all. So we're going to get back to a intelligently run place, a place where other countries aren't using the word nuclear. That word was never talked about because I knew the power of it. And I talked to Putin about it. I talked to President Xi about it. I think we were going to do, you remember the talk where we were going to reduce nuclear capability substantially. All 3 of us, we're going to start it. We're going to reduce very substantially. And then we had the election, and after the election, they didn't talk about that or anything else, frankly. But we have to be very, very careful because the destructive capability of nuclear, when people talk about global warming, I say the ocean is going to go down 1/100 of an inch within the next 400 years. That's not our problem. Our problem is nuclear warming, and we better be smart, and we better have smart people at the top that know how to deal, because these people don't know how to deal. Putin came out today, he endorsed Kamala, and I didn't know, was I supposed to call him up and say, thank you very much, I appreciate it. But he endorsed Kamala. I have a feeling, I don't know. I don't know exactly what to say about that. I don't know if I'm insulted or he did me a favor. But we have to get along with the world. We can't have war because the destructive capability, you can be the head of the biggest bank wherever the hell Jamie is sitting. You can be the head of the biggest bank in the world, and a couple of nukes and your bank doesn't mean a thing. You gotta get along. This is such an important job. It's a dangerous job too. Very dangerous job. If you look at statistically, being president is very dangerous. That throbbing feeling I have. Oh, that throbbing feeling. No, it's a very dangerous job, and you have to do it right. And if you don't do it right, bad things will happen to the world. Things like you've never seen before. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Paulson behind me to your right, Mr. President.
Hi, John.
First, let me thank you for your presentation today. President Trump, in the last fiscal year, the fiscal deficit under the Biden administration was approximately $2 trillion. Under the policies you've announced, the deficit would come down from items such as increased revenues from tariffs, as well as eliminating the tax incentives for the Green New Deal. These gains would be mitigated by decreases in revenues from policies such as no tax on tips. Overall, what do you estimate will be the impact of the fiscal deficit from your policies?
Well, we just hit record highs at numbers that nobody ever thought possible. You're right, it's over $2 trillion. Nobody thought that was a number that was, I mean, you could go back 4 years. Nobody thought a number like that would be possible. It's crazy. It's like, it's just horrible, actually. But yeah, we're $2 trillion, and I view it as profit and loss to a certain extent. A lot of people say, oh, it's trade. You know, you have many people say trade deficits don't matter. I think they matter a lot. I think they matter a lot. We're going to have tremendous growth. What I'm talking about is all about growth. The tax is relatively minor compared to the growth. We're going to make our money back on growth. We're going to also, I mean, we're going to grow like nobody's ever grown before. I think if this all works out, you're going to have the auto industry come back to America. Right now, China is building 2 auto factories in Mexico, massive auto factories. And they think they're going to make their cars in Mexico and send them back into the United States with no tax. It's not going to happen. Under this administration, it's going to happen. And they wanted to do that during my administration. I said, if you do it, we're going to put a 200% tariff on every car, and you'll never be able to see it. There will never be one car coming across our border. And if I would have let them do it, we would have had these 2 factories. Well, now they're building massive factories, more than 2, and they're going to kill Detroit. And the head of the union, the United Auto Workers in Detroit, has done a terrible, terrible job, just a terrible job. But we're going to bring tremendous growth back. And remember, we're also taking in a certain percentage. I won't name the percentage today, but it'll be a certain tariff percentage, which will be higher than people had heard in the past. And we will be bringing in billions and billions of dollars, which will directly reduce our deficits. Okay? Thank you very much. Good job you've done, by the way. Very good.
Thank you. And the final question, Resma, is to you.
Thank you. President Trump, you talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that. It's a very important issue, but I think when you talk about that, because childcare is childcare, it's something you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country. Because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you. Very good question. Thank you. Thank you, Bob, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trump. It's great that you accepted our invitation to be with us today. Thank you, Raj, Sander, John, and Reshma, for your questions. The president is now going to be leaving the building, and so we want to all stay seated while he and his team leave. But as he leaves, let's all say thank you one more time for him accepting our invitation to be here today.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
And we were there listening in as former President Donald Trump talking about his economic plan at this event in New York City. He spoke for just about an hour and a half. This is at the Economic Club of New York, invited to speak about his economic platform. This comes as Trump will be debating Vice President Kamala Harris next week, and no doubt the economy top of mind at that debate. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 Pacific. We have a lot of live events to get to after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We were sharing with you live former President Trump's remarks as he spoke at the Economic Club of New York. During that live event, which we aired uninterrupted, the Department of Justice held a briefing about what they call a significant national security matter. So I do want to play that briefing as it did happen moments ago. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano, of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 officers of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU, as well as 1 civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Stigal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine shortly before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. More generally, the indictment alleges conspiracies related to cyber intrusions targeting victims in the United States, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. The Whispergate campaign included the targeting of civilian infrastructure and Ukrainian computer systems wholly unrelated to the military or national defense. That included government agencies responsible for emergency services in Ukraine, the judiciary, food safety, and education. Seeking to sap the morale of the Ukrainian public, the defendants also stole and leaked the personal data of thousands of Ukrainian civilians, including by posting patient health information and other sensitive private data for sale online and then taunting those victims. They attempted to cover their tracks by pretending to be criminals engaged in ransomware attacks, leaving behind ransom notes demanding Bitcoin payments to return data from victim systems, data the perpetrators knew had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. And Stigal's involvement illustrates the Russian government's continued willingness to provide a haven for cyber criminals in exchange for such criminals being, quote, on call to provide support and deniability for its military and intelligence services. These conspirators did not limit their activities to Ukraine. They targeted computers around the world and used computer infrastructures of an unwitting U.S.-based company to conduct the Whispergate attacks. They went on to target computer systems in other nations, supporting Ukraine in its fight for survival. Ultimately, their targets included computer systems in 26 NATO partners, including the United States. Before I turn this over to the U.S. Attorney to discuss the case in a bit more detail, I will note that we are announcing today's charges alongside the concurrent actions of several of our partners. The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information on the defendants. Over a dozen of our domestic and foreign partners have issued a joint cybersecurity advisory regarding this group's activities. And Estonia has announced criminal charges against several individuals involved in the same hacking activity, including 2 of the same defendants charged here today. The Department of Justice stands united with our partners and our allies in supporting the Ukrainian people in the wake of Russia's invasion of their country. The National Security Division, which I lead, will continue to use all of our tools, including our private and international partnerships, in order to identify individuals, take down the infrastructure, and expose the techniques that prop up the Russian government and that it uses to carry out its malicious and destabilizing activities. When it comes to countering Russia's cyber-enabled malicious activities, National Security Division prosecutors are operating as a force multiplier, along with prosecutors and agents throughout the country. Since Russia's invasion, we have conducted multiple court-authorized takedowns of the GRUs and other Russian botnets and malware networks. For example, this includes the April 2022 Cyclops Blink operation to remove GRU malware from infected devices, successfully dismantling the GRU botnet and remediating thousands of infected devices which Russia could have deployed against Ukraine and its allies. In May of 2023, the department executed the court-authorized removal of the FSB's snake malware from hundreds of computer systems in at least 50 countries, undermining the FSB's global espionage program. And just a few months ago, NSD's National Security Cyber Section spearheaded the court-authorized takedown of a network of hundreds of compromised routers that the GRU had set up as a successor to Cyclops Blink. Even as our cyber adversaries evolve and adjust their tactics, we are taking action to counter them every step of the way. We are also bringing this proactive posture to disrupting cyber-enabled foreign malign influence operations. Just yesterday, the Attorney General announced the department's doppelganger takedown. That operation seized 32 internet domains used by the Russian government and its proxies to impersonate legitimate U.S. and foreign media organizations and to perpetrate a covert campaign to interfere in the 2024 presidential election. This followed an action a few months ago to take down an AI-enhanced bot farm that Russian intelligence was also using to disseminate information and sow discord in the U.S. and elsewhere. So today I want to thank the U.S. Attorney Barron, and the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office, the Milwaukee Field Office, and the Boston Field Office. Their dedication and partnership in disrupting this malicious activity illustrates the department's commitment to addressing national security and cybersecurity threats with action. And with that, let me turn it over to the U.S. Attorney.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Olson. My name is Eric Barron. I serve as the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland. Today, we are demonstrating our commitment to protecting national security by any legal means necessary with the unsealing of an indictment against 5 Russian military officers and 1 Russian national for their global malicious cyber operations around the world. On August 7th, the grand jury sitting in Baltimore, Maryland, issued a superseding indictment charging these 6 individuals with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and wire fraud conspiracy. This indictment follows a June 25th indictment that charged Ahmed Stegal, a Russian national, with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion related to the Whispergate attacks on the Ukraine and elsewhere in 2022. The indictment alleges that these officers are a subset of Unit 29155 of the Russian Main Intelligence Directorate, a military intelligence agency responsible for attempted deadly dirty tricks around the world, including committing cyber operations beginning in at least 2020. The indictment alleges that these individuals used U.S.-based companies as their infrastructure, but adding insult to injury, these individuals not only used tools to scan for vulnerability 63 times on a Maryland U.S.-based government agency, but they also scanned our allies throughout the world, including Ukrainian servers and servers in various other countries. Then they used the Whispergate malware, deploying destructive computer intrusions against Ukraine and other allies. These compromised systems have no military-related role, including agriculture, education, science, emergency services, and they stole sensitive data, as you've heard, including health records. So we are acting because if you violate our laws, we will seek accountability. The public needs to know about the threat posed by cyber criminals, and these criminals need to know that their actions will not be ignored. We're accepting any and all information that protects the lives and furthers our national security interests. Rewards for Justice is a State Department program that now maintains a $10 million award related to each of these individuals. I want to thank the National Security Division and the FBI's Baltimore field office for its consistent and outstanding partnership. And I want to thank the FBI's Milwaukee and Boston field offices for their support, along with many of our international law enforcement partners. I also want to thank our team here at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, including our Criminal Division Chief Alicia Washington and Assistant United States Attorneys Aaron Zielinski and Bobby Golderis. Next, you'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge Bill D'Abagno. Thank you.
So we're listening in there as the Department of Justice is talking about indicting 5 Russian agents as well as 1 Russian national. We do need to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue that coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we are following some breaking news as the Department of Justice has announced that it is indicting 5 Russian agents as well as 1 Russian national in a cyber security campaign they said that was aimed at targeting Ukrainian organizations. We're hearing more from the various agents and organizations, and I do want to continue playing that out right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Barron, for hosting us today. We thank you and Assistant Attorney General Olson for the collaboration, expertise, and hard work that brought us here. I'm Bill D'Abagno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Baltimore field office. Today is about partnerships, commitment, and accountability. We are here, yes, to announce this indictment, but we're also equally here to highlight the international coordination and robust partnerships with our allies around the world. This type of cyber warfare will not be tolerated. The scope of Russia's crimes cannot be ignored. Ukraine, the United States, and 26 NATO countries were all targeted by this group of Russian military. We are aligned in our unified response, and we will collectively defend against Russia's aggressive and illegal actions. The FBI and our partners call this investigation Operation Toy Soldier. Through strokes on a keyboard, these criminals crossed over borders into countries, hunting to find weaknesses and seeking to harm. the Whispergate malware attack in January of 2022 could be considered the first shot of the war. The cyber criminals sent a message with their malware, telling Ukrainians to, quote, be afraid and expect the worst. A month later, Russia physically invaded the country. These 6 criminals aimed to cripple Ukraine's government and critical infrastructure by targeting their finances, agriculture, emergency services, healthcare, and schools. These same criminals are accused of repeatedly targeting U.S. computer networks, including a government agency here in Maryland, scanning it more than 60 times for vulnerabilities. They committed fraud in the U.S. by illegally accessing bank accounts and using U.S. company to carry out their criminal acts. The FBI, along with our law enforcement partners and allies, will relentlessly hunt down and counter these threats. We have worked closely to thwart additional targeting by this group. The 6 Russians in this indictment are not advanced cyber masterminds, but are adept at exploiting vulnerabilities that countries and companies can guard against with simple steps. In conjunction with this indictment, the FBI and more than a dozen government partners and countries are issuing a joint cybersecurity advisory. It details exactly how these malicious cyber criminals carried out this attack and what can be done to prevent it. This indictment is the result of years of collaborating with our partners in dozens of different countries and law enforcement in Europe. We thank each of them for their diligence and dedication that led to today. As you've heard, there's a combined $60 million reward for information on these criminals' locations and their cyber crimes. To the Russian criminals, the world is watching. You do not carry out misdeeds in the dark. We are united in identifying, prosecuting, and protecting against future crimes. Thank you. And I'll now open it up for questions. And if you have questions that are directed to any one of us, please let us know.
So they are now just opening it up to questions, but we do have to take another break. We're going to get right back to that Q&A after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we do want to head back to that Department of Justice briefing as they have announced indictments against 5 Russian agents and 1 Russian national, and what they're calling a cyber campaign called Whispergate, which they target organizations from Ukraine, but they also now mention organizations that are affiliated with NATO, saying that there is a $60 million reward for the arrests of these 6 individuals. And we were hearing just moments ago from an agent saying, quote, "The world is watching." So now they've opened it up to the question and answer period. We're going to head back to that right now.
Okay, if you could just state your name and your outlet before you ask the question, that'd be great. Any questions?
Jessica Bad with Fox 45. I had 3 questions. The first one, you just said $60 million. Is it $10 million reward for each of them?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that they are in the country or out of the country? Do you know where they would be?
No, not to believe to be in the country. There are steps that are going to be taken, though, in order to bring this indictment to fruition. And we will partner with Interpol in order to serve red notices and ensure that if they are in a location that can be affected, that we'll take those on.
Do you have an idea which country they are in?
These are Russian military, and I'll leave it, at that. But to say that wherever they are, the important thing is that we are working with all our partners, our NATO partners, to protect against this type of action, but also to have the impact that we want to have with this indictment.
And then my very last question, can you say which U.S. companies or agencies had their computer systems implicated in this?
No, we wouldn't cover any victims in this announcement. It's important that we, maintain their privacy in that.
You said that, Phil Yakumovsky from WBA on the radio. You said that the U.S. government agency located they tried to get through 63 times. Were they able to get any information, or was it stopped? Was that part of how you sort of figured out who these folks were?
So, not necessarily getting into the investigative side, but scanning for vulnerabilities to try to identify ways to get into those companies or agencies is a manner in which overseas adversaries attempt to compromise the U.S. And what we do is we partner very closely with all our partner agencies and with all our partner countries in order to protect against those type of vulnerabilities. And in the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory, those steps are laid out as to how to best handle those type of vulnerabilities, but also the potential for those type of scannings as well.
And you said that Ukrainians had their personal information taken or stolen. Do you have any reason to believe that Americans might be affected by this, the average citizen?
I don't have reason to believe that. As you mentioned, this malware attack, Whispergate attack, on the Ukrainians, while was meant to pose as a ransomware that was meant to make them believe that they could recover their data, was in fact just destroying the computers. It was taking the data and erasing it, making those computers inoperable. They did extract that information from the Ukrainians, and that presents vulnerabilities. And that's why this is important for all of us to include, from Maryland's to Americans across the U.S., to our NATO allies, to understand that these vulnerabilities need to be protected, and that the potential of your personal information is the job of the FBI and our partners to help protect that.
Jeff Hager with WMAR-TV. If these weren't really cyber masterminds, even if you scooped up all 6 and paid the reward, what's to keep Russia from just pushing another 6 people into their place and filling that void? What keeps Russia from doing this?
Well, part of the indictment is also to impose risk and consequences to the actions that are being taken. And really, if there's a message that could also be delivered, it's to those that would potentially backfill those individuals. This isn't a place where they should seek to use their skills. It's not a place that we want them to be employed, and they should consider elsewhere, because this indictment, while it goes to Interpol, as I mentioned, if nothing else, landlocks these individuals into Russia, where they may be, or has them looking over their shoulders at any given time. So perhaps those that are considering this as a future employment or ways to have their cyber skill set, perhaps it discourages them from doing that.
Yes. That's right. If I may, to answer your question in a little bit, totally agree with the special agent in charge and as to why we bring this case and why we bring cases like this. First and foremost, it is to hold these individuals accountable. As Bill said, they are marked people now. We know who they are. There's a reward on their head, and we're going to pursue them relentlessly. So that's reason one. Reason two is to expose the techniques they've used, because when we put these techniques and tools that they've used into our indictment and we say we're going to back this up with evidence in a courtroom, that shows not only the Russians, but it shows our private sector partners on how to protect themselves. And then finally, the message is clear to the GRU and to the Russians. We are on to you. We penetrated your systems. The FBI, the Department of Justice will be relentless in pursuing you. And so you better pay attention to the fact that we have gotten to you and we are in your system. So that sends a very strong deterrent message, and we've seen that message take hold in other cases like this. So that's why we bring these cases.
I have a question. Kate Amara from WVAL-TV from the Can't Hurt to Ask file. I know you said you weren't going to talk specifically about victims, but the sheer number of federal agencies in our state begs the question: should people be worried that their, Social Security information, health information? We have Walter Reed, we have NIH, we have the FDA, and yes, we have the NSA. Should people be worried that their private information was part of this? And my second question: the private company that unknowingly had their servers used, did they report it to the feds, or did you tell that company that they were being used? And what's the lesson there for every other company out there?
I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney on the specifics of the case. I will just say before I do so that every federal agency, every private sector entity, is at some risk in this current environment where cybersecurity just has to be a paramount concern, and that's why we work so hard to be good partners to the private sector in understanding the threats they face, sharing threat information with them, and again, when we have a case like this, bringing the case to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Sure, just to follow up, and we can't get into investigative techniques. I can stay within the four corners of the indictment and tell you that there were dozens of scans for vulnerabilities through this Maryland-based U.S. government agency and others throughout the world. It's something that our partners, our private sector partners, the public in general should know. Whether or not personally identifiable information was exposed, that's not a part of this indictment, but certainly as a general matter, the message here is prevention and intervention. And the message by this announcement is that there are many cyber criminals out there, some sponsored by states, some state and country sponsored cyber criminals who are out to expose and get at either a government or company's information or our own individual information. And so that we should all be very vigilant in taking the necessary steps, recommended steps, best practices, so to speak, to protect our information.
And quickly, are you able to say did the private company alert you, or did you alert them that they were being scanned?
Right. Again, that's kind of outside the indictment and part of our investigation. But again, part of this announcement is that is one way that we as law enforcement are able to connect the dots, so to speak, in an investigation when we have those public-private sector partnerships. We need businesses out there, companies out there to report when things happen. We need them to be vigilant about their cybersecurity infrastructure and collaborate with us and with one another. And that way we can gather evidence and bring an indictment such as this.
Thanks, everybody. If you didn't get to ask a question, you can just direct them to me and Angie over there. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
So that was a briefing by the Department of Justice as they were talking about indicting 5 Russian agents and 1 Russian national as it relates to a cyber campaign they've called Whispergate, where these criminals, they said these suspects, targeted organizations affiliated with Ukraine, but also NATO members, now offering a $60 million reward for the arrest of these 6 individuals. We were hearing from one agent who said, criminals, if you're listening, the world is watching. So we did want to share the very latest with you on that breaking news. We are also now going to transition to another major development right here, and this takes us out to Los Angeles, California. This is a live look at the federal courthouse where we are anticipating Hunter Biden to plead guilty to the federal tax evasion charges. Now, he originally pleaded not guilty, but we do understand that he intends to change his not guilty plea to avoid going to trial. And we were watching and listening in right here outside the federal courthouse because jury selection did begin today. And so in order to avoid a trial, we do know that Hunter Biden plans to change his not guilty plea to avoid going to trial. Now, the defense attorney told the judge that the evidence against Hunter Biden is, quote, overwhelming, and that the president's son wants to resolve the case with a plea instead of going to trial for a second time just months after he was convicted of felony gun charges in a separate case. Hunter Biden is proposing to enter what's referred to as an Alford plea, which is an unusual plea under which a defendant does not admit guilt, but acknowledges prosecutors have enough evidence to secure a conviction. So we were hearing from a number of those attorneys right here. The Justice Department charged Hunter Biden with misdemeanor and felony charges over what prosecutors say was a 4-year scheme to avoid paying at least $1.4 million in taxes while pulling in millions of dollars from foreign business entities. He is already confronting potential prison time after a Delaware jury convicted him in June of lying on a 2018 federal form to purchase a gun that he owned for 11 days. And so a last-minute plea would allow Hunter Biden to avoid a trial that was expected to put a spotlight on his foreign business dealings, which Republicans have spent years scrutinizing to accuse his father of corruption in connection with his son's work overseas. So that's a live look outside the federal courthouse. As it is a federal courthouse, no cameras are allowed inside. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to follow this breaking news after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:08 Eastern, 11:08 Pacific, and we do continue to follow some breaking news as we have learned that Hunter Biden does plan to change his not guilty plea to a guilty plea in his federal tax case. And I do want to take you there live right now as you are taking a live look on the left-hand side of your screen of the federal courthouse where Hunter Biden's trial was set to begin today with jury selection. No cameras are allowed inside that federal courthouse, and so this is the exterior shot as we are anticipating that Hunter Biden will change his not guilty plea to a guilty plea in his federal tax case. That is according to his defense attorneys right there. My colleague Mike Page spoke earlier with attorney Jeremy Rosenthal about the very latest developments, and I do want to play that out for you right now.
Back here to Live Now from Fox. So we come to you with breaking news that we are continuing to follow out of Los Angeles. This seems like it was unexpected. It even caught the DOJ off guard right now. But Hunter Biden is set to change his plea to guilty in his tax case. And Fox News continues to report that the DOJ didn't see it coming about his plan to change the deals, his plea here. So let's continue to talk about it right here on Live Now from Fox. Bring in our guest friend here of the program, Jeremy Rosenthal, trial attorney. Thanks so much for being with us on Live Now. And Jeremy, first off, how common or uncommon is this to have a defendant go in and on the day of jury selection say, I'm going guilty?
It's pretty uncommon, and it's very uncommon to do so without a plea bargain. Most times you do get a lot of deals made on the courthouse steps. That happens all the time when the parties are burning the midnight oil. Each side kind of sees sort of the future and likes it or doesn't like it, and they make a deal at the last second. That doesn't sound like what's happening here. What's happening here is Hunter Biden may have always intended to just plead guilty, and what he's doing is throwing himself on the mercy of the court. It's a very, that in itself, Mike, is very unique, and it puts us in a very tricky place. It puts Hunter Biden in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, totally. It really does. And Jeremy, I also want to get your take here. If Hunter Biden is saying, okay, look, I know my father only has several more months in the White House. President Biden said he is not going to pardon his son. But, President Biden said he wasn't going to drop out back in May, and this is where we're at right now. So tell me what is going on for the next steps in this lull that is happening in Los Angeles as they took a break, and right now, what are they discussing?
Well, first thing is that the judge actually has to accept this plea, and the judge is not legally bound to accept Hunter Biden's guilty plea. The default plea in a legal proceeding, in a criminal proceeding, is not guilty. If the judge has questions about, say, the person's competency or the factual basis, or whether or not the plea is what we call voluntary, in those instances, the judge can reject the plea, and the judge can say, I'm going to enter in a default plea of not guilty, bring in the jury. That can happen. I don't know that it will. So the first thing that's going to happen is the judge is going to talk to Hunter Biden directly with counsel there, I'm assuming. And I think what you're going to see is you're going to see the judge kind of drill Hunter Biden, make sure that this is exactly what he wants. Make sure that you know that you have the right to a jury trial, that we have a bunch of people here for you. You're the guest of honor today. And it's not a real big deal for us to have a trial for you, to make sure that this is absolutely what Hunter Biden wants. Also, what's a little unique about this is he's doing so without a plea bargain or a plea deal. And what it sounds like is the government has not promised Hunter Biden any type of recommendation for the judge. So basically, Hunter Biden would be throwing himself on the mercy of the judge, who has very, very wide discretion to sentence Hunter Biden in this case. So Hunter Biden is hoping that by doing this, he's going to score points on what are called the federal sentencing guidelines, which are sort of this matrix. He's hoping for a lower sentence by saying, look, I didn't put the government to a jury trial. And he may say, look, I never wanted to. I tried plea bargaining this thing a year ago. You guys wouldn't let me. And now I'm coming here again today. I never intended to evade responsibility here. hoping that that scores him some points. As far as pardons go, much trickier topic.
And what's the timeline look? Okay, so if they do, just say they accept this guilty plea, what does the timeline look like for sentencing as far as when we could possibly see that?
What would typically happen is if the judge accepts the guilty plea, what I think will happen is the judge will set this off for sentencing the same way they have done in the gun trial back in Delaware, which is they're going to complete what's called a pre-sentence report, pre-sentence investigation that will calculate the approximate guidelines that they're going to look at. And then the judge is going to take that into consideration, and then they'll have a separate sentencing date. At this point, in all likelihood, it would probably be after the presidential election. So that is likely what happens. It would be extremely unlikely for the judge to move straight into sentencing. And one other note here, too, that I should also kind of add. Hunter Biden may also be playing for an appeal here because the judge made a very big ruling. Mark Garagos, Hunter Biden's lawyer, made it clear that, look, our strategy is to point to the addiction. The standard in a tax fraud case is willfulness, which is a very high level of intent. And Hunter Biden's legal position is, look, because of my addiction, I did not know that I was defrauding the government. Whether you like it, whether I like it, whether you believe it, whether I believe it, that's his argument. That's what courts are for. But the judge said, we're not going to let you make that argument. And it could be that Hunter Biden and his lawyer said, look, without that argument, we're just going to lose. And instead of doing this, let's just plead guilty, take our medicine. And then what we can do is appeal this case to the Ninth Circuit in California and say, look, we were denied our ability to defend this case. We thought that we should be able to bring up addiction. Once we knew we couldn't bring that up, why even bother? So they may be angling that way. I don't know that that's the case, but that's a possible thought.
You know, that's a really good point, and I'm glad that you brought that up. And lastly, Jeremy, my question to you is, as for a defendant, what does this mean as far as just for the person, for Hunter Biden going in there? Is there any sense of relief that he will get just by putting that guilty plea out there and not having this trial go forward if the judge accepts that? Is that sort of what happens for a defendant, kind of just maybe relaxed a little bit more?
If you have a plea deal, yes, a lot of times. I mean, trial is fun for me. It's no fun for my client. But he has jumped off the edge of the cliff with no bottom in sight. That's kind of what happened here. I think Hunter Biden will feel better about this after he is sentenced, if that sentence is something that he is kind of envisioned in his mind about where he's going to go. The guideline calculations in this case, from what I'm told, are between 15 and 21 months. So, and there's only so angry you can be as the trial judge in this case when Hunter Biden's already paid back all the taxes that he owed. And he's saying, look, I don't want to bring in a jury here. I don't want to waste everybody's time for 2 to 4 weeks. So you would think that he would do a touch better. And you would also make the argument, as Mark Garagos, as Hunter Biden's lawyers, to say, look, taking responsibility is a contract. The contract is we will take responsibility. And on the government side, if their version of responsibility in this case is that Hunter Biden is given, the death sentence, well, that's not fair for a tax evasion case. We're not bound to take whatever the government says. Judge, we think you're more fair than the government's going to be in this case. The government is not living up to that contract of reasonableness when it comes to punishment. That's the argument that I think you can expect. But this is a very stressful position for Hunter Biden and his team to be in, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Jeremy Rosenthal, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox and breaking down this big switcheroo by Hunter Biden today. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You as well.
All right, and we do thank Mike Page for that interview with attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. We are showing you another live look outside the federal courthouse there in Los Angeles, California, where Hunter Biden is expected to plead guilty to federal tax charges. And we do now see a podium now there. So it is likely that we will be hearing from perhaps attorneys following that guilty plea. Originally, Hunter Biden having and entering a not guilty plea. However, he does intend to change that to avoid going to trial on these federal tax evasion charges. That is according to what his defense attorney said earlier today. That appeared to surprise prosecutors and the judge as jury selection was set to begin this morning. Hunter Biden proposing to enter what's referred to as an Alford plea, which is a rare plea under which a defendant does not admit guilt, but does acknowledge prosecutors have enough evidence to secure a conviction. And so we are continuing to follow this breaking news story as we are expecting Hunter Biden to plead guilty to federal tax charges. In the meantime, we also have another breaking news story that we do want to get to right here. This is going to take us out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and you can see that the photographer there on the move. We did want to share this with you. You can see the live heavy police presence right there, as well as the red crime scene tape. This after a shooting. We're being told by our Fox 6 Milwaukee team that there is significant police presence, and we can see it live with our own eyes through this live video stream. If you're familiar with Milwaukee's northwest side, this is near 91st and Custer on Milwaukee's north side. All of this happening really in just the matter of moments. The Milwaukee Fire Department confirming this is a shooting incident, but beyond that, it's unclear as to exactly who was shot, how many people were shot, and what happened that led to this gunfire. Witnesses who spoke with Fox 6 News said officers are focused on these apartments right here, and in fact, that is where the camera is also focused. As you can see, a large number of police officers just staring right around the corner of what appears to be this apartment complex. Fox 6 News has also learned that a nearby school, Elgenberg, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, but they're on a soft lockdown, meaning students are not allowed on the playground. So you can see that there's also a police officer with a canine right there, and the officers are in bulletproof vests, and you can see that they're standing by as there continues to be a very heavy police presence. Fox 6 News does have a crew on the scene. We are continuing to follow all of the details as we receive them, as the camera right there on the move, panning out, really giving you a better perspective. As you can see, this residential area, it does appear that these are apartment complexes. As you can see, the one of the authorities is walking around with a canine, and it's unclear as to perhaps what the canine might be on the search for. In fact, you can see a number of canine units there as they are walking around the grounds of this apartment complex. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are following some breaking news out of Milwaukee, and specifically Milwaukee's northwest side. This is near 91st and Custer, as there is a very heavy police presence out there right now. And so we did want to share that with you as we continue to follow this breaking news story. As soon as we are going to get more information, we will bring that to you. Our producer, Taylor Anderson, sharing with us just now that there is going to be a press conference on this. So, of course, as soon as we get any more information, we will let you know. A lot of questions as this is a breaking news story. You can see a live look right there out of Milwaukee. This is the northwest side. We do see the very heavy police presence. We can see the crime scene tape preventing folks from moving beyond this perimeter right here as this remains an active scene. We do know that there was a shooting. We do not know how many people were shot, who was involved, what led to the shooting, but we did want to share this breaking news with you as we do receive this live look. Time right now is 2:22 Eastern, 11:22 Pacific. We're going to continue to follow this breaking news situation out of Milwaukee, along with a number of other major events. More in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue to follow breaking news out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, the live video stream has now ended as there is very heavy police presence on the northwest side of Milwaukee. If you're familiar with that area, according to Fox 6 Milwaukee, that is near 91st and Custer, we do know that there was a shooting, but details right now are very brief. All we know is that there's a very heavy police presence around an apartment complex in that area of Milwaukee. We do know that there was a shooting, and we do understand that there will be a press update on this shooting at around 3 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 35 minutes or so, I did want to share that live look with you. Unfortunately, that live feed did cut out, so we cannot bring that to you. But as soon as we do get that live feed back up, we're going to pivot back to that and take that briefing once that does happen. We continue to follow a number of breaking news stories as well. This one taking us out to Los Angeles, California. As you can see, a podium right there. This is outside the LA federal courthouse as we are expecting Hunter Biden, the son of President Biden, to plead guilty to federal tax charges. His trial set to begin today with jury selection, and so many surprised when his attorney said that he would change his not guilty plea to a guilty one. All of that happening inside the courthouse right now. No cameras allowed inside, but we do have a live look outside, and we see that a podium is set up. So we are expecting at some point in time to have a briefing. It is unclear as to whether Hunter Biden's attorneys will be providing comment, but we will bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox as they happen. We also have another live event that we are anticipating. This is a live look at the Pentagon briefing room as we are expecting that to get underway in just a matter of moments. As we do await all of these live events, we do want to head to another live event happening right now in Las Vegas. And this is the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit. This is an annual event taking place in Las Vegas, and we've learned that former President Trump is going to join this summit via Zoom. And so we do want to raise the audio as we anticipate that he will be speaking to this coalition virtually. Let's listen in.
Do you want to survive? Want to be able to go to synagogue? Do you want to be able to send your kids to whatever college you want? Because right now, those things are up in the air. One other quick thing, then I'll get off the stage here, which is this. I want to thank, that means get the hell off the stage. All right. I want to thank all the Gentiles, Christians, non-Christians, who support us, who support this country. And I want to thank you, and I want to get off the stage because the greatest president in my lifetime is standing by to talk to you. God bless you.
Please welcome the head coach of Auburn University men's basketball team, Bruce Pearl.
I'm speaking after Mark Levin, the great one. That's like coaching after John Wooden at UCLA, right? You know, in coaching, sometimes we actually provide some advice to other coaches. Well, I've got some advice for an assistant coach up in Minnesota that would like to be our next vice president. Next time a reporter asks you your reaction to 6 Israelis being executed, don't walk away from them because you're afraid you're going to piss off some voters and lose the state of Michigan. As a coach, what we would do is we would tell them we were horrified, we were disgusted, and we're going to go hunt down those terrorists, and we're going to hold the people that are responsible for them, like Hamas, responsible. Dr. Walsh, you had an opportunity to do that, and you passed. And like many people here in this room, I'm concerned if you're vice president, you will do it again and you will not stand with Israel. I'm concerned about that. Boker Tov, everybody. Boker Tov, RJC. Thank you, Matt Brooks. Thank you, Norm Coleman. Thank you for the leadership, for asking me to be here. I am not a politician. I'm not a reporter. I'm not in the media. I'm just a Jewish basketball coach from Auburn, Alabama. We live in the greatest country in the world when a Jewish basketball coach can be a basketball coach at Auburn, Alabama. Anybody can be anything. There are roadblocks and there are obstacles, but I am so incredibly grateful. I'd like to deliver my message to the young people this morning. The young people that are on these college campuses right now, scared, afraid of their identity, incapable of being able to defend Israel right now at this most challenging time. I'd like to speak to you. Look, war is hell. The death and the killing on both sides is horrific. Understand that. But here are some truths, and here are some reality about the people that hate us. They've hated.
All right, so unfortunately, we did lose that feed momentarily. I do see that it's back now, so we're going to repivot as we listen in. We are expecting former President Trump to be speaking at the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit. He will be joining virtually as this summit is in Las Vegas, and we were just airing his live remarks out of New York City. So once again, now that we do have that feedback, or that feedback up, I should say, let's listen in.
Undecided, the uninformed, and American Jewry. We've got a decision to make, a very, very important decision. So young people, here's your defense. Ask somebody that doesn't really know. A couple questions. How many Jews and how many Arabs are there in the state of Israel right now? And the answer, about 6 million Jews and about 3 million Arabs. Ask them if they realize that over 50% of the healthcare workers in the state of Israel are Arab, not Jewish. Now that breaks down a few stereotypes, doesn't it, about the Jewish doctors in the room, right? Over 50%. Ask them if they understand that. There are Arab leaders in government, in the judicial system, in the IDF that give their lives to be able to protect their country, the state of Israel right now. And these Israeli Arabs are living some of the best lives of Arabs anywhere around the world, and they do not want to leave. Don't tell me about apartheid. I don't want to hear it. When 12 Muslim Arab children were murdered on the playground playing soccer, it took that for the Israeli government to go to Hezbollah and knock off their leader and take out the guy that was responsible for it. I don't want to hear about apartheid. Those were Israeli children that were murdered and were killed. It didn't matter what their faith was. And we demonstrated that. Let's talk about genocide. Okay? Ask them, somebody that's undecided, about how many Jews were in Israel in 1948 when she was born. The answer is about 700,000. And then ask them about how many Arabs were living in the same area. And the answer is about 160,000, about 20%. Today, there are 6 million Jews. I don't want to hear about genocide. It's just not true. The math does not add up. How many Jews are there in Lebanon? How many Jews are there in Syria? How many Jews are there in Gaza? How many Jews in Libya or Iran anymore or Iraq? And the answer is either none or not many, because what? They'd be dead. That's genocide. That is genocide. Not in Israel. I want to talk to you about Judea and Samaria for a second. It's pretty near and dear to my heart. I'm going to ask you a favor, RJC. For those of you that are still calling that area the West Bank, I'm going to ask you to stop. I'm going to ask you to call it by its biblical name, Judea and Samaria. About 80% of our Bible was right there in Judea and Samaria. In Genesis 23, Abraham says, sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. He paid 400 shekels of silver for the cave of the patriarchs. By the way, he overpaid, and Jews don't like to overpay. He overpaid so that nobody would dispute the fact that he owned that land. That was the beginning of the permanent occupation of the land of Canaan for God's chosen people. And of course, Jacob asked Joshua to take it. It was Genesis 47. Please take me to the land where my father's buried. And he made Joshua swear that he would, and Joshua swore that he would. Are you willing to swear that you will protect the cave of the patriarchs where Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Leah, Rachel are all buried? Do you swear to it? I swear to it. Real quickly, can we talk about two states for a second? If there was a Palestinian state, the capital of Palestine would be East Jerusalem. In East Jerusalem is the Wailing Wall. In East Jerusalem is the city of David. How many Jews would be able to live there, pray there, visit there? The answer would be none, an option. The Garden of Gethsemane, where Christians are able to go all the time and walk where Jesus walked, would be off limits. Look, this is not an option, okay? We tried two states. In 2005, the United States government pressured Israel and Ariel Sharon to give up land for peace. How did that work out? They created a Palestinian state in Gaza, and rather than creating another sort of Tel Aviv, they created a launching pad for terror and for hate. It didn't work then. It won't work now. The United States got to stop talking about two-state solutions every time they said Israel's got a right to defend itself. Stop it. And right now, Israel is under pressure. Right now, Israel is under pressure, to be able to have a permanent ceasefire, which means Hamas gets to live. Mark talked about it. The time is right now. There is an opportunity to be able to stand up and be able to actually win this war, to defeat Hamas, to create a situation where new Palestinian leadership. There are Arabs. The Abraham Accords demonstrated this. There are Arabs that love their children more than they hate the Jews. They've demonstrated that through the Abraham Accords. We need to defeat Hamas. We need to set up a situation where other Palestinian leadership can emerge through saying, look, when we defeated Germany and we defeated Japan, did we leave? We're still there right now. And both of those countries are better off from our presence. That's the only way that we have an opportunity to be able to move forward. Two more things are telling me I got to get off the stage. President Trump is waiting. President Trump, just wait a few more minutes, okay? My career is at stake here. This is not helping me a very popular basketball coach, okay? Two more things. Being a basketball coach in the South, I worked in the evangelical Christian community. Thank God for our evangelical Christian friends. Hug them, love them, they stand with Israel. And just so you know who the two most popular Jews in Auburn, Alabama are? Me and Jesus. I also work in the African American community, and I've been blessed to be able to coach and teach, and I've been blessed to be able to be trusted by African American moms and families with their sons. I hold them accountable, we discipline them, we do unbelievable things together. I'm grateful for that. I'm proud of our country for having a President, Barack Obama. I did vote for him twice, and I'm proud of our country for having a woman of color being a candidate for President of the United States. I'm proud of that. However, based on her policies, based on the things that she has said, the things that she has done, I was in the chamber when Bibi Netanyahu delivered that speech. She chose not to. I wish she felt different about Israel, but her actions and her words say that she doesn't. I care about a lot of issues in this country. I don't agree with hardly any of her policies, but I'm worried about is that she will not stand with Israel. And I tell you who will stand with Israel. Donald J. Trump will stand with Israel. And I am going to vote for Donald J. Trump, States of America. I'm Yisrael Chai, and God bless America.
Please welcome Dr. Miriam Adelson.
All right, so we are expecting that President Trump and former President Trump will be speaking at the Republican Jewish National Summit. We were anticipating that he might even be introduced by the basketball coach that we just heard from. However, there is going to be another speaker. So what we're going to do is, because we are going to bring former President Trump's remarks in its entirety, we're going to step away for another 2-minute break. So we are able to do just that. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:41 Eastern, 11:41 Pacific, and we do continue to follow some breaking news out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is some video taken just a short time ago right here. We do have an update. We now understand that 3 Milwaukee police officers were shot and wounded near 91st and Custer on Milwaukee's northwest side a short time ago. This is according to our Fox 6 team. We also have learned that a suspect has been wounded. So this is video of that very heavy police presence that we brought you live. This is in a residential area. These are apartment complexes, and you can see the very heavy police presence right there. We do now know that 3 police officers were shot and wounded, and a suspect also injured. Right now, the details as to what led up to this are scarce, but sources confirm for Fox 6 News 1 officer was shot in the hand, 2 others suffered graze wounds, and the suspect was shot in the shoulder. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office has not been dispatched to this scene. Witnesses who spoke to Fox 6 News say officers are focused specifically in this area. So this is an apartment complex just north of a thrift store in this area. And we also understand that U.S. Marshals are also on that scene. Now, a nearby school is on soft lockdown, meaning students are not allowed on the playgrounds. And we continue to follow our Fox 6 News as they do have a crew right there on the scene. We do hear that there will be a news conference in just about 20 minutes or so. So we wanted to let you know about that. And of course, we're going to bring you the very latest information from that press conference as it unfolds. This is video from just a short time ago, moments ago, really, as we are looking at where there is heavy police presence there in Milwaukee. It's a little unclear as to where exactly this shooting took place, whether it was inside an apartment, whether it was outside this complex. We do know that there is heavy police presence in this residential area, that 3 police officers were shot and wounded, and a suspect was also injured. We do hope to learn more at that 3 p.m. Eastern time briefing as to what happened, what led up to this shooting, what unfolded, what was the motive. We do understand that the officers suffered some wounds. 1 officer shot in the hand, 2 others suffered graze wounds, and the suspect was shot in the shoulder. So we do hope to learn more about this breaking news information as we are expecting a briefing to get underway. And you can see some officers right there letting people into their apartments and actually following them inside. So perhaps they are questioning people who are living there to learn more about exactly what unfolded. As soon as that briefing gets underway, we of course will bring you the very latest. In the meantime, we do have another live event that we do want to get to, and this takes us out to Las Vegas, Nevada, as we are expecting former President Trump to speak at the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit in Las Vegas. He's going to be joining virtually as he was just in New York City. So as we listen to this speaker, we're going to raise the audio and listen in as we are expecting former President Trump to join shortly.
Of leaving Egypt, from being a slave to be released, and to walk 40 years in the desert till we enter the land of Israel. In Passover, and every year since I remember myself, my family in Israel, and later on my family in the States, we are celebrating the Passover. And one of the most famous songs in Passover, I'll say it in Hebrew, I may sing it, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם. Every generation they're trying to kill us. So we are already warned each year, every generation they're trying to kill us. And God is saving us. Listen, during King David time, there were around 10, I have to be shorter, so I will be more shorter. So just, I want in one sentence, everything is clear, it's known for all the time. We have to fight for our life. We were 9 million during King David. The Chinese were also the same number. Look how many the Chinese are. Look how we are. So we have, first of all, we were born. We are all the time in danger. Okay? And what I suggest you, register in Google, find it. The alert in Israel is warning you where is the alarm. Alarm is going in near Oz, alarm is going in Nahal Oz, and alarm is going in Metula. This red alert tells you rockets are being thrown on this area. So every day, and the world doesn't, one rocket in New York, you know what would be? We had thousands of rockets all the time. Even when I was in Israel, I had to go to the shelter. So our fate is so dangerous. And here we have a president that have already proved that he is committed to Israel, that already proved us that whatever he is promising, he will do. And he sees it deeper. He sees what I see. The world is against us, and we need a good friend. He promised Jerusalem and gave Jerusalem. He promised Golan Heights. He kept. I like to say promise kept. Okay? He gave us the peace agreement with the Arab, and he gave us the, I say Golan, Jerusalem, peace agreement, and he withdrew from the Iran deal. He is our best friend. He will save us. And I'm eagerly waiting for him to enter the White House and to save the Jewish people. They will try to save themselves, but we need America, and we need President Trump, that I am honored to call my friend, and maybe he is honored that I am his friend. So we'll see, Mr. President. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
The bond between the United States and Israel is a special one. More than just an alliance, it's an unbreakable partnership rooted in shared values, strategic strength, and spiritual kinship. No president has defended Israel and Jewish Americans more than President Donald J. Trump. He declared Jerusalem the undivided, eternal capital of Israel and moved our embassy there.
On December 6, 2017, at my direction, the United States finally and officially recognized Jerusalem as the true capital of Israel. Today, we follow through on this recognition and open our embassy in the historic and sacred land of Jerusalem.
Trump tore up the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, a deal that funneled billions into the coffers of the Iranian regime, legitimized their nuclear ambitions, and destabilized the entire region. Instead, Trump imposed crippling economic sanctions on Iran, aimed to curb their nuclear ambition. The Abraham Accords, reshaping relations between Israel and much of the Arab world.
After decades of division and conflict, we mark the dawn of a new Middle East. Thanks to the great courage of the leaders of these three countries, we take a major stride toward a future in which people
All right, so we did lose that feed for just a brief second as it is back. So we did want to share this with you. We are getting this live feed from Reuters, and unfortunately, from time to time, that live feed does cut out. So we did want to let you know about that. If you do see those moments of black, that is why. We are expecting former President Trump to possibly be speaking after this brief video. So we're going to once again raise the audio as we do expect former President Trump to join virtually at the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit after this short video. Let's once again listen in.
Donald Trump stands as the most pro-Israel president in U.S. history. Someone the Jewish community can count on.
When I'm back in the White House, the United States will stand with Israel all the way without hesitation, without any apology. We're not going to be apologizing.
Stand up and vote for security. We have a choice. Donald Trump kept our nation and the Jewish community secure and forged a new era of peace. But Kamala Harris, far-left liberal who sides with terrorists, embraces the squad, encourages campus hate, and endangers Israel's very existence. The stakes have never been higher. America for peace, for president. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump will be able to see and hear us. Feel free to cheer and clap throughout. Let's make some noise!
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget.
All right, and so you can see this live look inside this Las Vegas, Nevada, really just a conference room. We do see that Trump is about to speak. Let's listen in.
No doubt I love
Hello to everyone at the Republican Jewish Coalition. And I'm sorry I couldn't be in person today, but I look forward to being back with you next year as your 47th President of the United States. Thank you very much. I especially want to thank my friend Miriam. She's an incredible woman. I've gotten to know her very well over the years, but person. And also your chairman, former Senator Norm Coleman, your CEO, Matt Brooks, and all of the members, staff, and distinguished guests at the RJC. Thank you very much. Thank you. As we speak today, we're all devastated by the horrific death of our fellow American, Hirsch Goldberg, and this is so sad to even say, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. I've been watching the parents, I've been watching everybody talking about it for so long, and it's just so sad to see. And the 5 other innocent hostages slaughtered late last week at the hands of Hamas terrorists. Hirsch was a brother, a son, and an American citizen. After being held captive for nearly a year following the monstrous October 7th attack on Israel, Hirsch was barbarically executed with a bullet to the back of his head. To Hirsch's family and everyone touched by these atrocities, we pray that God will grant you comfort, healing, and peace. And as for the evil savages responsible for these murders, may they never know peace or comfort ever again. Cannot know it. Unbelievably, thank you. Unbelievably, the arrests, and you'll take a look at what's happening with that whole group. Harris-Biden administration has sought to cast blame for these deaths on Israel. They have not been your friends. I don't understand how anybody can support them. And I say it constantly. If you had them to support and you were Jewish, you have to have your head examined. They've been very bad to you. Let me state this very clearly. The blame for these wicked murders lies with Hamas and Hamas alone. Only an evil and inhuman, really inhuman ideology kidnaps, tortures, and murders innocent men, women, and children. And likewise, only a deeply sick political party here in America would make common cause with those who sympathize with such evil. And there's nobody been closer than this group of people, radical left people running for office right now. And they're not going to win because they can't win, because we wouldn't have a country any longer, and then Israel would not have an ally. That I can tell you. And only a morally rotten president and vice president would seek to blame Israel for heinous acts of terror committed against its own citizens. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are a disgrace to your nation and to my nation. If Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden are looking for another cause of this crisis, they should do nothing more than look in the mirror. They are the cause. They gave you no support. They gave Israel no support. The October 7th attack on Israel would never have happened if I was president. Zero chance. It was not going to happen. Just like the disaster in Afghanistan would never have happened. And frankly, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia would not have happened. This November, we're going to replace weakness with strength, cowardice with courage and clarity, and war with peace. We're going to tell Comrade Kamala Harris, you're fired. Thank you. No, we have no choice in doing so. You'll never survive if they get in. And our country, America, will never survive if they left office. America will never survive if they get in. When I left office, America was safe, Israel was safe, the Jewish people were safe, and the whole world was at peace. Under my leadership, we obliterated the ISIS caliphate, 100% done. We did it in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks, and it was done, over. I withdrew from the horrendous Iran nuclear deal and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the regime. Iran was weak. Iran was broke. They had no money, and they wanted to make a deal. As president, I withdrew from the anti-Semitic United Nations Human Rights Council, which is terrible, absolutely terrible. I defunded the Palestinian Authority and choked off the money to Hamas. And we actually defunded. We were paying them a fortune every year. The United States was paying a fortune. And I said, we're not going to pay. They're not our friends and not the friend of Israel. I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, something which every president said they were going to do, and they never did it. I got it done, and I also got the embassy built. Somebody else would have never gotten it built. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights was a big thing. We were talking to a lot of people. I got it done in 15 minutes. They've been negotiating it for 52 years. Nothing was ever going to happen without me. With the historic Abraham Middle East, we had wonderful support. And had I been president for the time that we're talking about, this 4-year period, every country virtually would have been signed into the Abraham Accords, whereas Biden and Harris have done nothing. Nobody signed. So here at home, American Jews felt safe on our streets and college campuses when I was president, and we kept radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. They were out. They weren't allowed to come in. But all of that changed with Comrade Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden in the White House. Harris restored funding to the Palestinian Authority and even much more money than they were being paid before, and the UN Relief and Works Agency, which both funnel money now to Hamas, and they funnel a lot of money to Hamas, and nobody knows that better than you. She supported removing the Houthis to a list. We had a terror list that was really very important for them to be on that terror list, and she took them off the terror list, a group whose motto includes the words, death to America, death to Israel, and curse on the Jews. This is their motto. And they don't want them on a terror list. Kamala Harris helped deliver over $100 billion in sanctions relief to Iran. Gave them all the money. They gave them $6 billion for hostages. They gave them money that Iran never expected, never could have made. And now, because of them, in 3.5 years, they've got $350 billion. When I was there, they had no money. They wanted to make a deal. And we would have had a deal very easily if the election turned out the way it should have turned out, frankly. But the regime used to expand its terror brigades and to fund Hamas. Iran was doing that and funding them at a level that nobody thought even possible. Kamala Harris is the candidate of the forces who want to destroy Western civilization and Israel. I am the candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, defend Israel, and defend, of course, the United States of America. When I'm president, the United States will once again stand shoulder to shoulder with the state of Israel. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror, and we will win fast. You have to win, and you have to win fast. We will restore stability and peace in the Middle East, and we will be using a phrase that's been used by some very great leaders over the years, including Ronald Reagan, peace through strength. You will have peace through strength. If Kamala Harris wins, terrorist armies will wage an unceasing war to drive Jews out of the Holy Land, and you know it. And we've had a great relationship with Israel, but I can say honestly that we got 25% of the vote. We got 26% after 4 years, after I did more for Israel than any other president by far. And this year we're probably around a 50% mark, but I only ask you, who are the 50% of Jewish people that are voting for these people that hate Israel and don't like the Jewish people? Why are they? Why are they voting? Why? How do they exist? Iran and its proxies will spread bloodshed and death all around the globe. And as she continues to set the world on fire, Kamala Harris will support unlimited migration from terrorist hotbeds into the United States and will totally abandon Israel. You're going to be abandoned if she becomes president. And I think you have to explain that to your people because they don't know it. They have no idea what they're getting into. You're not going to have an Israel if she becomes president. Israel will no longer exist. When I'm president, we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our midst. We don't want them in our midst. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you hate America, if you want to eliminate Israel, then we don't want you in our country. I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip. We will arrest the pro-Hamas thugs who vandalize federal property, and I will put every single college president on notice. The American taxpayer will not subsidize the creation of terrorist sympathizers on American soil. Colleges will and must end the anti-Semitic propaganda or they will lose their accreditation support. No money will go to them if they don't. The Republican Party, we know that militant anti-Semitism and support for terror have no place in a civilized society. They have no place. We must reject anti-Semitism in our schools. rejected in our immigration system and rejected at the ballot box this November. You must get Jewish people or people that love Israel. You must get them to vote for Republican. You must get them to vote for Trump. And if you don't, you're not going to have a country. I am telling you, I've been very good at predicting things. You will not have a country. This is a radical left Marxist that we have running. You will not have a country. With your vote, we will defend our citizens, we will defend our values, and we will defend our country. America and Israel will be respected again. We will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield like you have, slightly larger, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and keep men out of women's sports in our country. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. In everything we do, I will put America first. I will keep America safe, and I will work with you to make sure that Israel is with us for thousands of years. We're not going to let go of it. If they win, Israel is gone. Just remember that. If they win, Israel is gone. You can forget about Israel. That's what's going to happen. So they have to get out on November 5th, and they have to vote for Trump. If they don't, I think it's going to be a very terrible situation. We're going to make America great again. We're going to, frankly, help Israel become great again. Right now, what you're going through is horrible, that you have to go through that with all the death, destruction, and waste, and ruining a civilization. You have to partner. You can never have that partner if these radical Marxists win the election. So I thank you, and God bless Israel. God bless America. I'll see you soon. Thank you very much.
Let's make some noise.
So that was former President Trump appearing virtually at the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit being held live in Las Vegas. You can see a live look right there in that convention room as they were listening to former President Trump. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 3:11 Eastern, 12:11 Pacific, and I do want to bring you out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is video from just a short time ago as we continue to follow some breaking news, as we have learned that 3 officers have been shot and wounded and a suspect also injured right there. The very latest is that the officers were shot and wounded near 91st and Custer on Milwaukee's northwest side just a short time ago. We also have learned, according to our Fox 6 team in Milwaukee, that a suspect has also been wounded. You're taking a look at some video that they brought us live just a short time ago, and you can see just how much police they are at this scene. This is really near an apartment complex near a thrift store, and you can see the large number of police officers. We were also seeing some canine units walking around the perimeter of this crime scene right here. Sources confirm for Fox 6 News that 1 officer was shot in the hand, 2 others suffered graze wounds, and the suspect was shot in the shoulder. So we do know that officers are focusing on these apartment complexes just north of a thrift store in the area. We also know that U.S. Marshals are on scene and that a nearby school was on a soft lockdown, and that means students are not allowed on the playgrounds. So we were hearing that there was going to be a press conference that was set to be held at around 3 p.m. Eastern time. We are monitoring that. We do not see a live stream of that press conference. There's no live look at a podium, but this is a very active, ongoing investigation. And as there are some very fluid details happening right now, oftentimes these briefings do get delayed so that authorities can gather all of the accurate information before they provide that to the public. So we do know at this point in time that 3 police officers were shot and wounded and a suspect also injured. It's unclear, though, as to exactly what led up to the shooting, who the suspect is, how all of this unfolded, and we are hoping to learn more once police do provide us with additional information. We are also following another breaking story, and this one brings us out to Los Angeles, California, as this is a live look outside the federal courthouse right here. We are expecting Hunter Biden to change his not guilty plea to a guilty plea to federal tax charges. And this was day 1 of his federal trial. Jury selection set to get underway today. So this change in pleas catching a lot of people off guard, but his defense attorney sharing that news to the public. Biden planning to change his not guilty plea to avoid going to trial on federal tax evasion charges. That is what his defense attorney said earlier. So he is proposing to enter what's referred to as an Alford plea, which is not common, but it's a plea under which a defendant does not admit guilt, but does acknowledge prosecutors have enough evidence to secure a conviction. That is a live look outside the federal courthouse. No cameras allowed inside. We do see a podium getting set up, so we are anticipating that perhaps attorneys are going to be making some sort of statement as we do await this. And so we are covering a number of breaking news stories on this Thursday afternoon for you. Any updates, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring them to you. In the meantime, just a short time ago, as we were sharing all of those breaking news stories and also former President Trump speaking virtually, the Pentagon briefing got underway. So we are going to play some of that out for you right now.
All right. Good afternoon. Just a few things at the top, and then happy to take your questions. This morning, Secretary Austin departed for Ramstein Air Base in Germany to host the 24th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which convenes tomorrow, September 6th. At Ramstein, Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown, will bring together ministers of defense and senior military officials from some 50 nations to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend its people from Russian aggression. Some key focus areas of this UDCG will include bolstering Ukraine's air defense capabilities, updates on the UDCG's capability coalitions, to include the Air Force Coalition, and the energizing of the defense industrial bases of coalition nations to enable support to Ukraine for the long haul. As Secretary Austin has said, Ukraine matters to U.S. and international security, and the efforts of the UDCG continue to play a vital role in Ukraine's fight for freedom and their sovereignty. Turning to our humanitarian efforts in Gaza, the MV Cape Trinity completed its offload of approximately 6 million pounds of humanitarian aid in Ashdod. Over the next couple days, the Cape Trinity will prepare for its trip back to the port of Beaumont in Texas. The 6 million pounds of aid delivered this week brings the total aid delivered to the people of Gaza through the maritime and air corridors to more than 38 million pounds. This effort represents the highest volume of humanitarian assistance the U.S. military has ever delivered in the Middle East. Switching gears, yesterday, Secretary Austin spoke by phone to his Philippine counterpart, Secretary of National Defense Teodoro. The two leaders discussed U.S.-Philippine defense ties following the productive U.S.-Philippines 2+2 ministerial dialogue in July. Secretary Austin also reaffirmed the ironclad U.S. commitment to the Philippines following recent dangerous and escalatory actions by the People's Republic of China against lawful Philippine maritime operations in the South China Sea. Both officials discussed the importance of preserving the rights of all nations to fly, sail, and operate safely and responsibly wherever international law allows. And a readout of the call has been posted to defense.gov. And finally, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the recent and untimely passing of Tom Scutieri, a former member of the Pentagon Press Corps family and a dedicated journalist. Press colleagues will remember him for his birthday wishes, breakfast and lunchtime morsels, and press briefing bingo. On behalf of the Department of Defense and OSD Public Affairs, I'd like to extend our deepest condolences to his family and his 2 children, his friends, his press colleagues, and his loved ones. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I believe we have AP joining us via phone, so I'll start with Lita Baldor. AP.
Thanks, Sabrina. Question on Secretary Del Toro. The Office of Special Counsel has found that he violated the Hatch Act. Does the Secretary or do you all have a comment on that, particularly since the Secretary has often talked about U.S., about how troops should not get involved in politics? And then secondly, do you have an update on the sailor that's been detained in Venezuela? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Lita. I'll take your first questions first. In terms of the Office of Special Counsel report that you just referenced, we just were made aware of the report, so it's currently being reviewed. But what I can say on this issue, or broadly speaking, is earlier this year, Deputy Secretary Hicks signed out a memo that was sent to senior leadership in the department, and it stressed the importance of complying with federal law and DoD policy that addresses participation when it comes to the political process by DoD military and civilian personnel. And in the memo, it talks about the right and the right to exercise our right to vote and participate in government, but it also highlights that as public servants, we uphold DoD's longstanding tradition of remaining apolitical as we carry out our responsibilities. And so just to emphasize on that, it's important that we maintain the trust and confidence of the American people, which requires us to avoid any action that could imply the support of any political party, candidate, or campaign. So I'll leave it at that. In terms of your second question on the U.S. sailor in Venezuela, I don't have more other than to confirm that a U.S. sailor was detained in Venezuela around August 30th by Venezuelan enforcement authorities while on personal travel. The U.S. Navy is looking into this. We're working with the State Department, but at this time, I just don't have more for you. All right, I'll come back in the room here. Idris.
Do you have an update on how many forces are currently in the Middle East? I know there's 40,000 or so.
Yeah.
And just following on to that, how long do you think you can keep the additional squadron that was sent there sort of in an efficient and sustainable manner? Is that something you just plan on having there for the foreseeable future, or is there an end date sort of thing?
So in terms of the actual numbers, I don't have more to provide than the 40,000 that I think we had provided maybe a week or two ago. In terms of any force posture movements, I don't have anything to announce at this time. But as you know, and as General Ryder, I think, briefed a few weeks ago, the TR was extended. Eventually, as we do with all carriers or rotations, there will be, she will eventually leave the AOR. But nothing to announce at this time. There's still 2 carriers that remain in the Central Command area of responsibility. And of course, we have the ARG-MU in the Eastern Med, along with a company of destroyers as well.
And just switching topics,
Sure.
the ship that's on fire that was attacked by the Houthis, is there any plan for the U.S. military to help salvage it, given that I know you've talked about sort of the potential environmental disaster if the oil that it's carrying starts leaking?
So my understanding is that you're referring to the MV Soyunion that's still on fire. So for an update, she still sits completely immobilized within the Red Sea, still posing an environmental, potentially catastrophic environmental disaster and a navigational hazard. She still remains on fire. My understanding is that the company of the Soyunion has contracted tugboats to go out there and to conduct, fire operations and to try and salvage the vessel itself.
You are listening in to the Pentagon briefing amid the ongoing Middle East conflict. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After the break, my colleague Mike Pacia is going to be your host to guide you through a number of hours of live events, top stories and headlines. We are following 2 breaking news stories. One out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we have learned that 3 police officers were shot and wounded and a suspect also shot. We are anticipating a news briefing to provide more information as to exactly what happened. And once that live stream does pop up, we will bring that to you. We are also following some breaking news out of Los Angeles, California, as we are expecting Hunter Biden to plead guilty to his federal tax charges. So we continue to follow some breaking news, much more in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time. Taking a look here at the Dow with about a little bit more than 30 minutes to go in the trading day, and it has been down for most of the day, almost 300 points in the red. So we'll continue to look at it for the next 30 minutes, and we'll see if there's any rebound in store tomorrow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. We are expecting, coming up in just moments, everyone, we'll be taking you out to Milwaukee, getting an update where 3 officers were injured in a shooting. Suspect was also injured in the shooting. So as soon as we see police come to the podium there, we'll be bringing that to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye out in Los Angeles, right outside of the courthouse, where earlier today, Hunter Biden really shocked the courtroom when he said, along with his attorney, that he is pleading guilty to those tax charges. We are still waiting for specifics to come out of that case, and waiting to see if anybody will be coming up to the podium. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll have a legal analyst on to join us and break down the news of the day out there in Los Angeles. So a lot of moving parts, and coming up in about a half an hour as well, we'll be taking you out to Wisconsin, where President Joe Biden will be talking about the economy and inflation as well, and talking about what his administration has been doing to try to get that inflation number continuing to come down. So as you can see, there are a lot coming up here on Live Now from Fox. That's the way we like to have it. But in the meantime, do want to take you out just for a little bit out to Polk County, Florida. This is where the sheriff, Grady Judd, talking about a big grand theft auto arrest where the suspect accused of stealing a vehicle over $100,000. Let's listen on Live Now.
He was going to hurt himself and shoot the school. So this conversation goes on for about an hour, and they have a lengthy conversation, and they're trying to find out where he is, and he gives street names in Jacksonville, and then he talks about Church's Chicken, and he talks about an eye clinic. And so as this is occurring, the helpline notifies the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, who took the call very seriously immediately. And when they took the call very seriously immediately and got their intel group involved in it, they ultimately were able to find out who owned the phone and start pinging the phone line, thinking we had an emergency. He was given descriptions such as, well, I'm by an elementary school and there's woods, and I'm going to shoot up my school. And here's what we found. We found Orion Burtz. He's 16. When we found him today at George Jenkins High School, he was in class. He's very social. He's highly intelligent. And he was on the football team. We saw no evidence of mental health issues at all from our observation or our communication with him. But interestingly enough, what really set everyone into a emergency response was as they were pinging his phone from Jacksonville. Now keep in mind that it's not involved with Polk County at all yet. All of a sudden, while this is pinging randomly in Lakeland, the ping that they received when they dialed us immediately was, oh my gosh, this phone has pinged at George Jenkins High School. He described the firearm, a Draco AK-47, that he had that he was going to shoot the school with. Our deputies on campus had an immediate response, as well as support staff, support deputies and law enforcement throughout the community. We were prepared for an active shooter event. Obviously, it doesn't fall on deaf ears or blind eyes that we had a horrible active shooter yesterday at a school in Georgia. We feared this might be a copycat. When we found him, He's lifting weights in this class. He doesn't know what we're talking about. We ask, can we see your phone? And there is the phone call where he has called this helpline. We interview him. He doesn't have any problems. He doesn't understand. He didn't do anything. Well, our investigation tells us clearly and unequivocally that, yes, you made this phone call, and he's been arrested with significant felony and misdemeanor charges. We take this very serious. Words matter. This kid went from a football player to in a lockup. He's no longer a football player because he's going to be, if he gets out of lockup, he's going to be over at another school for folks that create issues. This outrages me because we panicked all these high school folks, kids, and their parents. The great news today is there was not an active shooter. We saw no evidence of a gun. We find no evidence of a gun. We talked to the parents. The parents lawyered him up, but they were cooperative. You know what upsets me about this? What upsets me about this is that he thought this is a childish prank. This is a felonious act to threaten to shoot a school. And it's got to be that way. We take every one of these threats as if it's an actual event until we determine to the contrary. But why were we able to actively pursue this, figure out who this person was from Jacksonville, and arrest him? It's because of forward-facing or public data. Now, I want to share something with you. There was an act in Congress called the Fourth Amendment's Not for Sale, where they wanted us, law enforcement, not to be able to have access to this data. If you were in private business, you could have it. If you were a retailer selling product, you could have it. If you were an individual, you could have it. But law enforcement, not only could we not subscribe to these services to get this public data, but we couldn't use it if someone else gave it to us. They've refiled this bill. Now it's called Reform Intelligence Secure America Act. We wouldn't have been able to find this threat and potentially neutralize it. Had this been for real, we would have been able to have been there before the shooting occurred because of technology that the government's trying to take away from law enforcement, allow everybody else to use it, but not law enforcement. And I don't want to go down the political street, but the truth is the truth and the truth hurts. In 2019, Kamala said, we don't want cops on campuses. Go research it. Don't believe me. What is going on? Because of the outstanding work by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, because we had the technology and were able to do an emergency ping, we had the ability to get on this event very rapidly. He's going to have to answer for his issues. And the court system will deal with him. And then we have systems and processes through the schools. As you know, we're the director of Safe Schools and the police agency for the schools, the public schools in Polk County. And we will also have protocols to monitor him and work with his parents to make sure that all this was an idle threat, that nothing would have occurred later in the day. So we don't know what we do know, but what we do know is he made this incredible threat that people scrambled around throughout Florida in order to protect children. Thank God for our work. Thank God for our access to technology so we could keep people safe. But when the politicians start talking about everybody can have this public-facing data, but law enforcement, it stops us from keeping you safe if they ever pass such a law. We should think through that. The next topic I'm going to talk with you about is not new. It's already been in the paper. But I can tell you on July the 25th and then on July the 29th, we received the first 2 complaints about an attorney. This attorney lives in Winter Haven. However, he has a law firm with 3 offices, appropriately named Family and Elder Law Firm. And this is the attorney. His name is Jason Penrod. He's 47 years of age. The 2 complaints that we received on July the 25th and July the 29th are still under investigation. We are waiting for bank records to come back. On August 2nd, there was a complaint filed with the Pennsylvania State Police that Jason Penrod had ripped off some folks. And the folks that he ripped off, the victims, was a brother and a sister who had a trust from their now deceased father. In fact, Jason Penrod flew to Pennsylvania to look the trustees in the eye and say, I took your money. Not only did I take your money, I took $1.7 million. I wiped out the trust. But I'm going to pay it back. You see, I had a problem. I had this raging addiction. It was at the Hard Rock. I was a gambler. Then he said, you know, I just gambled and gambled and gambled. He said, this compulsion overcame me. He says, I self-justified it that, you know, I'm going to pay it back with interest. I'm just borrowing it as a short-term loan, a temporary loan. And then he went with his excuses. I have these repressed memories. I have PTSD. I have trauma. I have numbness. I have stress. You know, he had it all. He had it all. So he went to an attorney, and then he ran to Marion County to hide out in a facility. As the investigation's going on, we're working hand in glove with the state attorney's office, and we find out that, potentially there's at least 2 more victims, okay, up to 4, and another $2 million that's missing. So we're up to $4 million. We've charged him today only with 1 count. It's an F1, it's a 30-year felony. This guy actually agreed to give up his law license, and then he refiled and said, hey, you know, if I give up my law license, you know, then I can't make money to pay back, but I'll pay him back. This guy's delusional among all of his other excuses. Well, I can tell him what's going to happen. We are going to do our very best to send him to state prison for a very long time. He's not going to work it out. He not only drained their account, he drained his personal accounts. He's taken money away from his own family and children. The last we checked, he's got $36 left. But he's hiding in Marion County. Imagine his surprise when we told him, we've got a first-degree felony warrant for you, and you're going to the Marion County jail. He said, well, my lawyer was working that out with the state attorney. Newsflash, this is how we're working it out with the state attorney. More investigation is needed to get to the bottom of this. But I want to focus for just a second. Among the things he tells the people, and you'll get a copy of the letter if you don't have it already, that he sent to the victims in Pennsylvania, was he considered suing the Hard Rock for letting him gamble there. Now, you tell me that guy doesn't have a hitch in his giddy-up? He's got about 5 brain cells, and 3 of them he left at the Hard Rock. And now he's locked up, and he's going to prison. That's our goal. But I want to focus on him for just a minute. I want you to look at this guy. This is the guy. One of the cases that's under investigation. The lady's 93 years of age. In 7 months, her husband died and 2 of her sons died. One of the sons who died left his mama a trust to help take care of her. Guess where that money is? Hard Rock. Jason stole the money, and by his own confession, he was spending the money at the Hard Rock. In this case that we're talking about now, that we've charged, the victim, one of the victims who...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was the Polk County Sheriff there, Grady Judd, giving an update on a Florida attorney there accused of stealing over $4 million in a gambling addiction binge. So we'll continue to hear about that case as it goes through the process of the courts. But I do want to show you some breaking news that we are following for you out of Los Angeles right now. Fire crews are on scene at a construction site where we have a construction worker that is trapped at the site right now. They are working to try to rescue this construction worker who is trapped in an 8-foot deep trench at the back of a home that they have been working on here. So we have seen these in the past, these trench rescues, which are very, very difficult for crews because you're working in such a tight and confined space. And we are hoping for the very best for that worker that had an accident and became trapped. You could see they're right in the backyard. There's a pool in the area. Looked like they were doing some construction on the site there for this backyard, and something terribly went wrong. It looks like, oh, look at this. I think they have him hoisted right now. Yeah, you could see a great shot there by Sky Fox showing, looks like he's able to be talking with his crews and talking to the fire officials, but we are seeing this live rescue happening right now on Live Now from Fox, and you could see as they are trying to lift this construction worker out of this trench that was trapped about 8 feet down there, and you could just see how narrow it is in such a confined space. Again, we try to bring in as many different live feeds as we can. Sometimes you just don't know what's going to happen next year, and that's why a lot of people really, really enjoy to watch Live Now to see what the next shot will be or what the next event will be, and we don't even know what it will be. But as you can see, we have the crews that continue to showcase this right now. Sky Fox doing a great job of really pinpointing where this is happening now, where that worker is, center of your screen, as trying to hold on to the fire crews. You can see that worker getting some much needed water right now as well here. But yeah, you got about 30 personnel of fire team that are with the Los Angeles Fire Department on scene right now in the backyard of this home that was getting worked on by the crews, and something terribly went wrong. And now they are just waiting to see how they'll be able to hoist this person up here. You can see all the gear that they have as well. It's very hot that they're working on in these conditions. Really goes to show you just how with fire crews, they don't know what kind of call they'll be going on at any particular day as well. From a rescue to fire to an accident on the roadways there, they handle it all. And again, we're again tracking this here for you on Live Now from Fox, showcasing the brave men and women of the fire department here again on scene of this 8-foot rescue in this tight space of this trench. And now trying to dislodge that person from that area. They got him hoisted in there, and now just waiting to see what the next best move for the officials is going to be to get this person out of here. The good news, though, is that the construction worker is conscious, talking, and able to take water in. So those are all very, very good signs. And you can see we got some more plywood coming to the area to maybe help out in the aid of this worker as well. And yeah, you can see they're trying to put it right in between the worker there to maybe get a better grip for that worker that is trapped right now. Sky Fox again showcasing this all right now, and we're bringing it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here, where this worker, again, something terribly happened on the construction site, and then the crews coming to the scene. This has been going on for the last 35 minutes or so that we are being told. We just got the shot recently and wanted to bring that to you here, but still very, very tense moments here where the crews trying their best to work this out. And you can see just very tight, and they're using that wood now to maybe get a better handle so that the worker could sort of try to get a gripping here. They have that harnessed on them, and we're seeing just how, you know, it's only about 3 feet wide that you're looking at, with about 8 feet down. So very, very tense right now. We'll continue to be looking at this here for you on Live Now from Fox, as the best case scenario here is at least they already have this person secure. Now it's just a way of getting him out, as like you can see the worker looking up, seeing Sky Fox as well and the other crews here, and getting closer, though. You can see he's definitely getting closer up and out of the trench from what we just saw about 5 minutes ago. And as you can see, they're continuing to meticulously work on this worker right now. For those of you locally in the Los Angeles area, this is happening at a hillside home in the 2300 block of North Catalina Street. Firefighters said the man remains conscious and alert as he is trapped up to a point or above his waist there, and that's what we were seeing just moments ago. Firefighters and paramedics have stabilized the trench walls, the patient, and overall construction site to allow the responders, specially trained and equipped in confined space operations, to swiftly commence the high-risk rescue within the trench. And it looks like that maybe that shot did freeze up on us. So we'll keep an eye on this here for you. A lot of moving parts right there. And of course, with these live feeds, they could go in and out so frequently. But what I want to do, let's take a 2-minute break. And then when we come back, I want to talk about Hunter Biden and the big news that came from him. It was supposed to be jury selection today, and then, well, everything changed. So we'll have it for you coming up next on Live Now from Fox. We'll break down Hunter Biden in court in Los Angeles. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as always, and we want to continue to update you here on these stories. Hunter Biden right now still in court after offering up his guilty plea. Really shocking the court system here today. Fox News even reporting that the DOJ did not see this coming. A live look right now outside of the courthouse in Los Angeles. There is a podium set up to see if anybody will come after the day and speak, but we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. But I do want to bring in our next guest here of this hour, Nima Romani. Thanks so much for joining us, former federal prosecutor, to talk about the big day out in Los Angeles and the shock that happened with Hunter Biden doing a switcheroo.
Mike, shocker, I'm sitting here a mile away from the courthouse, and no one thought that Hunter Biden would plead pursuant to an Alford plea and really plead open. So an Alford plea is named after a pretty famous Supreme Court case, and some states it's called a no contest plea. But essentially, the defendant pleads no contest, or what they're saying is, I'm not admitting guilt, but I am admitting that the government has enough evidence to convict me beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm not really contesting the charges or the evidence. For all intents and purposes, it's the same. The defendant is going to be sentenced. In some states, it might not be able to be used against the defendant in a civil case. On the federal side, it can. So really surprising turn of events, really, as the 120 potential jurors were in the courthouse waiting to be called in to hear this case. Jury selection was supposed to start today.
Yeah, I mean, it's so abrupt there. And tell me, Nima, is there any advantage to Hunter Biden to waiting until this period to issue and want to plead guilty on the day of jury selection? Or did it really not matter if he did it today or even last week?
Mike, the only advantage is time, because 99% of defendants, when they plead guilty, they plead pursuant to a plea agreement. They get a reduced sentence. They get some of the charges dropped. They get a different recommendation from the government. Rarely does a defendant plead open or plead to the sheet or the indictment, which is happening here, which means Hunter Biden can't pick and choose. He has to plead guilty to 9 felony tax counts because the government isn't offering him any type of deal. In fact, they're opposing this Alford plea. The Department of Justice has a pretty long-standing internal policy that says that if defendants want to plead guilty, they can, but they have to admit the elements of the charge. They have to admit their guilt, and they can't maintain their innocence while doing so.
Now, some people would want to know, if Hunter Biden wasn't the son of a president, would someone do this going into court there as jury selection is about to start and you plead guilty?
The answer is probably not, Mike. And what likely is happening behind the scenes, and my prediction is Hunter Biden has a pardon locked up, because normally someone wouldn't just plead to 9 counts when they can negotiate some sort of deal with the government. Let's not forget, the original deal on the table was for Hunter Biden to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax counts. And that would resolve both cases in Delaware and in California, the gun case and the tax case. So now we know, of course, Hunter was convicted of multiple felony counts in Delaware, but now we're eating 9 tax counts here in California. And the only reason someone would do something like this is the very real possibility that Joe Biden is going to pardon his son Hunter on his way out. He has no reason not to do so. He's a lame duck president. My prediction is that he's going to wait until after the November election, of course, so there's no more political fallout. But I fully expect Hunter Biden to get a pardon in this case.
And what is the timeline look here just on the sentencing? So when they leave the courtroom today, will they know, okay, we have a sentencing date? And what does that look like? Will it be before or after the election?
It's going to be after the election, but just barely. So the way it works is obviously the government is going to object to this Alford plea. So it's up to the judge, Mark Scarzi, here in Los Angeles, actually used to work with him, and he's going to have to decide whether he's going to accept this Alford plea or not. If he does, the next date that is going to be scheduled is going to be a sentencing, but the sentencing doesn't occur right away for one very important reason. U.S. probation, which is an arm of the court, they have to prepare a pre-sentence report, and it usually takes them about 2 to 3 months to do so. So that's probably going to put us out close to December, if not December. And a pre-sentence report discusses the defendant, his history, his characteristics, criminal history, health, all this sort of information. So at sentencing, there's actually 3 sets of recommendations. The government, the Department of Justice is going to make their recommendation, probably going to argue for jail time. The defense is going to make their recommendation. I'm sure they're going to argue for probation. And probation, aptly named, is going to make its own recommendation. And to do so, they do need some time.
Yes, definitely a lot of moving parts here, and really a shocker that came earlier this morning in Los Angeles with the guilty plea there. But Nima Rahmani, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox and giving us some great insight here into this matter. We really appreciate it, as always.
Thanks, Mike.
You take care. And we are continuing to bring you live feeds from all over the country. Let's now go out to Wisconsin. That is where we have President Joe Biden speaking on the economy. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Integrity. And sitting next to him is a former governor, not far from here, from Iowa, named Tom Vilsack, who's and his wife, Christy, you're there. Yeah, there you are. She's smarter than he is, just like Jill's smarter than I am. But Tom's doing a hell of a job as Secretary of Agriculture. And thanks to all the local elected labor and community leaders that are here. And a special thanks to Brent Ridge, CEO of Dairyland Power Cooperative, for hosting us today. You know, I come from the state of Delaware. Everybody thinks it's an eastern industrial state. Our largest industry in Delaware, and I served as senator there for 36 years. I know I don't look that old, but I am. For 36 years, is agriculture. It's a $4 billion enterprise in the Delmarva Peninsula. And its co-ops made it happen. But millions of Americans rely on co-ops like yours for electricity every single day, and it matters. In June of 2021, 5 months after I came to office, I went to nearby La Crosse, Wisconsin. It was the 65th anniversary of President Eisenhower signing the bill that created the interstate highway system. I talked about my vision to do something just as historic, to invest in infrastructure and clean energy and so much more in rural America, to invest in all America and all Americans, to propel us into the future, creating millions, and I mean millions of good-paying jobs, and positioning America to win the economic competition of the 21st century. And I'm back again today to begin a series of trips and events showing that progress we've made together by our Investing in America agenda, an agenda that has come to fruition over the last decade. Invest in America, invest in American workers. Here in Westby, you know, I'm proud to announce that my investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever. And by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called the, we should have named it what it was, but at any rate, the Department of Agriculture is able, from that legislation, to announce $7.3 billion in grants to 16 electrical co-ops nationwide to help rural communities transition to clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's the most significant transformative investment in electrification and clean energy for rural America since FDR's New Deal nearly 90 years ago. And that's not hype, that's a fact. And it includes Dairyland Power Cooperative that will receive $580 million to develop and purchase solar power, wind power, energy storage right here in Wisconsin and all across the Midwest. And here's why it's a game changer. Before the New Deal, private companies refused to provide affordable electricity to rural communities. As a result, 1 in 10 rural households, only 1 in 10, had electricity before FDR came to power. So farmers had to organize electric co-ops to distribute electricity to their families and their communities. With help from the New Deal, there are now more than 800 rural electric co-ops to provide electricity for 40 million Americans in 48 states. But key challenges, they've overcome them, but the co-ops are still nonprofits. They don't have the same resources that private utility companies have to modernize their energy infrastructure. And for decades, they couldn't access tax credits and make clean energy more affordable. That's why Camel and I ensured that for the first time in American history, that these nonprofit co-ops can benefit from clean energy tax credits, just like for-profit utilities have for decades. We also created new tools for co-ops to refinance prior debts so they can go out there and not be held back from investing in their future. Today's historic announcement of $7.3 billion for rural electric co-ops builds on those steps. It means clean, affordable electricity for over 5 million rural households and businesses across 23 states. It means 20,000 jobs, good-paying, high-quality jobs, including union jobs, so rural America is empowered to lead our clean energy future. It means covering the upfront cost of clean energy so rural families can save on their energy bills and get just a little more breathing room at the end of the month. And it means rural entrepreneurs and manufacturers who are so fundamental to our economy are powered with reliable, affordable energy, and they can create more job opportunities in their communities. And guess what? It's also good for the environment as well. Because of our historic actions, we're going to reduce by 43 million tons greenhouse gas pollution every single year as a consequence of these investments. That is the equivalent of removing pollution from more than 10 million gas-powered vehicles. 10 million. It's going to save $265 billion in healthcare costs because of better, cleaner quality of air. People aren't breathing polluted air and getting sick. That comes from the NIH. It matters, folks. You know it. And folks, I've kept my commitment to be president for all America and all Americans, including rural America. Your communities are the backbone, and that's not hyper, you're the backbone of this country. You deserve the same resources as folks in our cities and our suburbs. And that's what today's announcement is all about. Generating rural power for rural America. But that's not all. Last year, I was next door with your good neighbor, Governor Walz of Minnesota. I think the guy's gone places. I talked about we're making the most fundamental and significant investment ever in rural America, creating new and better markets, new income streams that are generators of rural America that can grow and thrive. For example, we're taking on big corporations and doing everything from increasing competition in the meat markets to boosting domestic fertilizer production. In fact, here in Wisconsin, that means $12 million to lower fertilizer costs for farmers across the state, which also creates jobs and grows new businesses. Here in Wisconsin, we also invested $47 million to lower energy costs, install renewable and energy-efficient technologies like solar panels behind me on farms and rural small businesses. Darren just shared how that's cut his family electricity bill in half. We're helping farmers and ranchers and entrepreneurs tackle the climate crisis. Climate-smart agriculture, such as cover crops, nutrient management, storing carbon in the soil. These practices reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and improve our overall health of the soil and the water. They put us on a path to continuing to grow the food, the fuel, the fiber that will power our nation for decades to come. Through our bipartisan infrastructure law, it's a fancy way of saying that $366 billion for environment, most significant investment in America's infrastructure. And what the infrastructure bill, by the way, the bipartisan bill, That was $1.2 trillion. And guess what? We're still lowering the deficit. Anyway, most significant investment in America since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. We've invested $4 billion so far in 350 projects to modernize Wisconsin transportation. Just in Wisconsin, that's been invested. Infrastructure, only 3 roundabouts on Route 14, US 14, and a new bridge on County Highway M. Folks, look, just like we're making the most significant investment in rural electrification as FDR, we're also making the most significant investment ever in affordable high-speed internet. Because affordable high-speed internet is just as essential today as electricity was a century ago. In order to be able to do business, and when things are shut down, the kid doesn't have to sit outside of McDonald's. And anyway, that's why we've invested $1.6 billion just in Wisconsin to connect everyone to affordable high-speed internet in Wisconsin. And since I took office, 72,000 more Wisconsin homes and small businesses have access to high-speed internet for the first time ever. We're going to keep it going. We've also invested $200 million to replace lead pipes across the state so a kid can drink clean water without worrying about brain damage, and changing the schools as well. We've launched the Rural Partners Network, putting new federal staff on the ground to help communities access federal resources. Let them know what they are, where to go, how to get it, because it's complicated. So I want people on site being able to tell people how they qualify, how they apply, how they get it done. And after years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips, which I might add, America invented, we invented the computer chip. It's needed for everything from automobile engines to weapons. We passed the Chips and Science Act, has led private companies from around the world to come back. We used to have 40% of the market not too many years ago. And now we've got down to basically zero. So around from countries around, I travel from everywhere from North Korea, anyway, South Korea to across the world to get these computer chip factories to come. I asked when we convinced one of the companies in South Korea to invest building these chips in America, I said, why would you do it? They're investing several $1 billion. He said, because you have the most advanced workers in the world, and it's the safest place in the world to invest. Well, our Chips and Science Act has led private companies from around the world to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in new chips and battery factories, and more of them right here in America. With the leadership of your governor, you've already added 200,000 new jobs and attracted over $5 billion in Wisconsin in private sector investment in clean energy and advanced manufacturing. In fact, this spring, I was with your governor in Racine, where Microsoft announced a $3 billion investment, $3 billion investment to build a data center to help operate one of the most powerful artificial intelligence systems in the entire world. It's going to create thousands of good-paying jobs on site and across the state, creating even more opportunities in rural communities. Let's remember, my predecessor promised you that he would redevelop Foxconn factory in Racine. You been there lately? He didn't do a damn thing. Nothing. Folks, all these investments means family farms can stay in the family. Rural entrepreneurs can build their dreams. Your children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. I don't know how many of you have been confronted growing up where everything's going well and the son or daughter comes to mom or dad and said, I can't stay. There's not work for me here. I got to leave. That's stopping now. Because we're spreading opportunities to benefit everyone. Building a future where no one is left behind. Growing an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when you do that, everybody does well. Everybody does well. My dad used to have an expression, Joey, a job's about, my dad was a hard-working guy. Didn't go to college, a well-read guy because of World War II. Anyway, he worked like hell. He always come home to dinner before he go back and close the shop. And my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being treated with respect. And it's about knowing you can look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. You're not going to have to leave home to get a job. That's in stark contrast to my predecessor. When he was in office, he enacted a $2 trillion tax cut. $2 trillion tax cut that overwhelmingly benefited the very wealthy of the biggest corporations and drove up federal deficit every single year of his presidency. He left office with the largest annual deficit in American history, $3 trillion. And by the way, I made a commitment when I got elected, and my vice president made a similar commitment. No one making under $400,000 will see a single penny in their taxes raised, not a single penny. Neighborhood I come from in Claymont, Delaware, and Scranton, Pennsylvania, they say, well, that's too damn much. But the point is to make sure that we know this isn't an attack on the wealthy. He left us with a pandemic raging, an economy reeling. His allies in Congress, with all due respect, I've had this conversation with your Senator Ron Johnson, voted against every one of the things I talked about today. Every single thing I talked about in terms of rural economy. He voted against it. Voted against it. It's hard to imagine your senator voting against interest in a rural state was so large and so consequential as the state of Wisconsin. Meanwhile, your other senator, Tammy Baldwin, has done everything to take care of the state so she can be devoted to it. Vice President Kamala Harris fought like hell for all of you and for the future worthy of your aspirations. Look, just think about how far we've come. We have more to go. We have more to go. Too many people are still in trouble. But nearly 4 years that we've been president and vice president, with one of the most extraordinary periods of progress in American history. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from an economic crisis to the strongest economy in the world. Let me say it again. We have the strongest economy in the world, and no one challenged it. We got more to do. We're seeing something else. In thousands of cities and towns across the country and across Wisconsin, we're seeing the great American comeback story. The way I see it, and I talk to the other team, talks about how bad off we are and how America's enjoy. The way I see it, today's announcement is about far more than just giving rural America the power to turn on the lights. It's about giving the power to shape our own future. In fact, Wisconsin has a strong, strong history of neighbor helping neighbor and forming cooperatives, which are literally owned and powered by the people of Wisconsin. Because of you, we're planting seeds today that grow and blossom for generations to come. That's what we're seeing here in Wisconsin, a state with a proud tradition of rural communities leading our nation forward. And again, that's not an exaggeration. You've been a leader in the nation. Let me close with this. As I travel this state and the country, hope you feel what I feel. Pride. Pride in our hometowns. Pride in making a comeback. Pride in America. Pride in knowing we can get big things done when we work together. Folks, I've never been more optimistic about our nation's future. Just have to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are, not a joke. We're the only nation in the world that's come through every crisis stronger than we went into that crisis. Because we're a hard-working, optimistic people, decent people. We know from experience that there's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. And again, that's not an exaggeration. We work together. I remember the days when I first got started, when a lot of Republican senators, my close friends, we worked together, we compromised. We didn't talk about things as if it was a dire moment, that democracy was at stake. We actually worked together. We fought like hell, but we worked together. We got to return that for our children, because our democracy depends on it. I'm keeping you too long in the sun, so let me just say, God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President Joe Biden making those remarks in Wisconsin and talking about the economy. And he says that he will be taking his messages on the road and talking about his administration and what they did the last 4 years when it comes to the economy, as well as trying to combat inflation and other measures that he will be talking about across the country as well in the coming weeks. All right, everyone, let's take a quick 2-minute break. It'll be our first one of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments with more live events from all over the country. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as we continue to talk about some of the biggest top stories, live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered. Coming up in the next hour, we'll be continuing to talk about the horrible high school shooting in Georgia from yesterday. We'll be getting some new updates as well, and we'll have a reporter there on the ground to give us the latest. In the meantime, do want to go out to another live feed that we are getting right now at the Republican Jewish Coalition out in Las Vegas. Republican Forum discussing the road to victory in November for Republicans. Let's listen on Live Now.
Your leadership, by the way, and helping ensure that we have good Republican candidates who can importantly win tough general elections. And for all of you who've come here to Las Vegas, many year in and year out, thank you for coming here. We love to be able to host RJC annually, and I hope to see you again next year as a senator. But look, there's three of us up here now that know what it's like to be in combat situations, know what it's like to be under fire. And let me tell you, yesterday was actually the 16th anniversary of what I call my Alive Day. I was blown up in Afghanistan by an IED that the DoD tech said part of the components were built in Iran. So yesterday was an important day for me. But I'm going to share with you the greatest lesson I've ever learned. And it didn't come from a general. Didn't come from a former president. It came from a young 21-year-old E-4 soldier from South Texas. And in that moment, as I was burning alive in the desert, at 24 years old, a West Point graduate, a Ranger School graduate, professionally at the top of my career, I got to a place where the last thing I could think was, how long is it going to take to burn to death? What's the transition from this life to the next going to be like? And to escape that pain and that hell, I gave up the will to live. The miracle came in that next moment. As I heard a voice of one of my soldiers, and he screamed out, "Sir, I've got you." And it gave me a spark. It gave me a spark of hope. But that was not the end of the miracle. That words alone don't save lives. It was his action, rushing to me and scooping dirt over my body to extinguish those flames. And the reason I'm talking about this right now is because we have too many people in this country, too many people who are elected officials, too many people who represent us, who all they will offer in a time of crisis is words. I've got you. But they will not put their action into the fray. And I'm sick of politicians, many of them as Democrats, who band together and all they will offer us are their words. They will not stand when it's important. They will not get involved when it's important. The real problem was before October 7th. As this administration sent billions of dollars to Iran that was nearly broke by President Trump, nearly broken. And then this administration sent that money, lifted sanctions, allowed them to become rich with money again and ascend it to places like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran itself has now directly attacked Israel. We must take action. We must not let it stand. I know the horrors of war, but I also know, most importantly, the miracle of finding hope when someone else is willing to enter into the fray with you. I stand with Israel. I also stand with Jews here in America because they are not only fighting and trying to destroy us overseas, they will do it here. Know that you have an ally and someone who's not afraid to be in the fight.
Sam, thank you. And just proud of the fact that the stage we have 3 graduates of our service academies. We've got West Point, and the Naval Academy here. You'll hear more about that. That I put the Iranians on notice right there, if nothing else. So, all right, Dave McCormick, West Point grad, 82nd Airborne, Iraq veteran as well.
You're going to make me go after Sam?
What's that?
You're going to make me go after Sam?
Yeah, well, somebody's got to go after Sam, Dave, you know. So, but Dave, you've had an incredible career, both in the military and in private sector, and also a son of Pennsylvania. But give us your thoughts on October 7th, anti-Semitism in Israel.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for being here, and thanks to Matt Brooks for orchestrating an incredible event. And Senator, thank you for. You don't get to decide when you're going to get a test or what that test is going to be. But October 7th is a test. And that tests everything about your courage or your values, your willingness to lead. And, what happened on October 7th is very personal to me and to my wife. We live in Squirrel Hill, right around the corner from the Tree of Life, where just 5 years ago was a terrible tragedy that our community is still recovering from. My wife had the great honor of working in the Trump administration on the Abraham Accords, which October 7th was designed to disrupt. And my wife and I went to Israel soon after. And we saw firsthand the horror. We went to Kfar Aza. We walked through that community, 800 residents, 100 butchered on that day. We met with hostage families. We met with Hirsch's parents. And I can hardly think about it and watch his mom and what she said at his funeral. So this test tests what it means to be an ally. What does it mean to be an ally of Israel? Every politician. This is, and by the way, this test isn't a Republican test or a Democrat. This is a bigger than party. This is a test about our moral. So what's it mean to be an ally? And under the Biden administration, we've seen the Taliban get more support in U.S. weapons than Israel's gotten since October 7th, with the disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan and all that was left at Bagram Air Force Base. What's it mean to fight against anti-Semitism? Does it mean that you stand up against these college presidents who have no moral clarity or leadership? That's what it means to Elise Stefanik. That's not what it means to Chuck Schumer. That's not what it means to leaders in the Democratic Party. There's a lack of moral clarity, a lack of leadership. What's it mean to fight against anti-Semitism and stand with Israel, even if it's people in your own party? Like Summer Lee, who's my congresswoman, who's an avowed anti-Semite, but again and again and again, Bob Casey and other politicians stand behind her. So this was a test. And you can't go back now. This is a test, and it's a challenge, a call on all of us on the stage, but all of you as well. What do we believe in, and what are we going to fight for? And we need to fight for people that pass the test. There's a lot of people who failed the test. We need to fight for people who pass this test. And sadly, I fear it's a dangerous world right now. We're going to get tested more and more in the coming months, in the coming years. I'm sad to say, but I think more big tests are coming. And we need leaders in the Senate, and I'm honored to be with this great group of leaders, many in this audience, leaders who will stand. At the moment, you can't study for the test. The test is about more than studying. The test is about a core of what you believe in. We need people who are going to stand for Israel, fight against anti-Semitism, are going to do the hard thing over and over, not based on political calculus, but based on what's right or wrong. And that's what this election's all about. It's about it within the context of Israel and anti-Semitism and supporting Jewish Americans, but it's also about supporting the exceptional America we all love. And if we don't fight for it and put leaders in place who can pass the test, we're not going to recognize the America we love so much. So thank you all for being here.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. I did Fox News this morning with Bill Hemmer and Dana Perino, the American Newsroom, and they led off the interview with a poll that just came out in Pennsylvania that's got Dave McCormick tied now with Bob Casey. A CNN poll, 46-46 in Pennsylvania right now. Well, I've got my fellow Montanan here, Tim Sheehy, Naval Academy grad, 200 combat missions as a Navy SEAL. Right here with a Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and he's married to a U.S. Marine who was also at the Naval Academy. That's one tough guy right there. So anyway, Tim, I'll never forget when you and I met with President Trump in Bedminster, and you had a chance to express your thoughts to the President of the United States about Soleimani. And it was an amazing moment for me. It was quite a moment, I think, for all of us. But you've been on the battlefield, stared the terrorists eyeball to eyeball. As you think about October 7th, you think about Iran, Israel. You've got a lot to say, I know, on these issues. Share with these folks here where your heart and your head are.
Well, thank you. Yes, so my crowning achievement is having a wife who's a Marine, and she's way tougher than I am, by the way. But what I see right now is a greater array of threats against our country than we've ever seen before from a foreign policy perspective. And but I think the greatest threat of all isn't China or Russia or fentanyl. It's apathy. It's that most Americans kind of think they don't care anymore. You know, they feel like we're over it. It's too far gone. And I think what this group right here shows is we have to get people engaged again. We have to make sure people realize that we're so lucky to be Americans. But this country isn't just going to perpetuate itself. We have to get involved. And for me, I was never involved in politics. I've never run for student council, never run for Congress or a city commission. This is the first time I've run for anything. And for me, it was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I fought there. My wife fought there. I lost friends there. I'm a water bomber pilot. I fight wildfires. So I was flying water bombers by day in Chico, California. And then by night, 3 years ago, last week was the anniversary, I was on the phone with my interpreter. And if you're a SEAL team leader or a unit leader in Afghanistan, as Sam knows, your interpreter, you develop a very close bond with your interpreter because you go nowhere without him. You got to be able to speak Dari, Farsi, Pashto. They've got to be able to interpret what's happening, and they become an attachment to you. And when him and his 5 young children were trying to get out of Afghanistan, if we abandoned them there, 5 young kids, toddlers, and I'm on the phone with him and his family, and they're begging me, Captain Tim, don't leave us behind. I hear the gunfire in the background. I hear the planes taking off in the background, and trying to get those people out who I had personally made a promise to, we are not going to leave you behind. Because he asked me in 2012, Captain Tim, what are we going to do when you leave? When you leave, not if you leave. When you leave us behind, what are we supposed to do? And I said, we're not going to leave you behind. America doesn't do that. We're not going to abandon you. You're siding with us. You're on the right side of this fight. You know, 9 years later, they turned me into a liar. And I had a personal obligation to get him and his family out. And I'm proud to say a large group of veterans with our own money and our own time, working against the efforts of this administration. We got hundreds of families out of Afghanistan on donkeys, under the floorboards of vans. And this particular family, to this day, his wife and 2 children got on a Canadian C-17, ended up in Canada. Him and 2 children came here. They're in Michigan in the United States. To this day, 3 years later, they are still divided, half in Canada, half in the U.S., because we cannot get them legally reunited in this country while we have 12 million people coming across our border illegally, getting free food, free hotel rooms, free health care, and we can't take people that fought for this country and get them here. So the withdrawal from Afghanistan for me was just a visceral moment for both my wife and I and all of our community who served. And it was in the back end of that I got involved in politics. I'd known Senator Daines and others, and I said, hey, whatever I can do to help the party, I'll donate, I'll host fundraisers, I'll be a surrogate speaker, but let me help get this country back on track. Because I realized then I was a war fighter, but fighting in a war when you have politicians making decisions that will wipe away your sacrifice, it's all in vain. And I realized if I wanted to have an impact on how this country was going to move forward for the next generation, I was going to have to get involved and do something about it. And that's why I'm here today. And October 7th, unfortunately, I was not surprised at all what happened on October 7th. I'm very sad to say that, but I was not. In fact, just a few weeks prior to that, I was on Fox News Live in New York City on 9/11 of 2023, almost a year ago. And Brian Kilmeade asked me, you know, hey, today, President Biden just released $6 billion of aid, of money back to Iran. What's going to happen? I said, very simple. Dead Americans and dead Israelis. That's what's going to happen. That's what Iran does when we give them billions of dollars. And unfortunately, 3 weeks later, that's exactly what happened. But what did surprise me about October 7th is what happened in this country afterwards. The disgusting, morally bankrupt anti-Semitic movement that was been unleashed on our streets and on our campuses, and of course all over the world and within our government. And when I met with President Trump about a year ago, as we were getting into this race, I said, listen, you may endorse me or not. We've never met before. We don't know each other. But I'll tell you one thing, you'll always have my loyalty for this one reason. You were the first president in generations to stand up to Iran when you dropped a bomb and killed that bastard Soleimani. You took vengeance for so many of us. So many of us, like Sam, like many of my friends who were wounded or killed by Iranian IEDs. Iran has been murdering Americans and Israelis and Westerners systematically for 43 years. And functionally been doing so without consequences. And for the first time, an American president stood up and made a very, very clear statement. We are not going to stand by and let you kill our people anymore. And when we killed that guy, it sent a strong message around the world. And what we've seen in the last 3.5 years is complete and utter weakness. And that has led to the war in Ukraine. That's led to the attacks on Israel. That's led to the foreign policy failures all over the world that we're now seeing. And that's why it's so important that we get a new generation of leaders here, and we have to take the Senate. And as I run our race in Montana, I launched last year with 0% name ID, and I'm proud to say as of today, we're up 8 points in Montana to flip the U.S. Senate. And unfortunately, the race in Montana is not about Israel, but what it is about is common sense, bringing common sense back to this country and back to our government. And in Montana, common sense is pretty simple. Montanans want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. Pretty simple stuff.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate that, and thanks again for your service on behalf of our great country. So there's a couple of border states here with Arizona and Nevada. Carrie, talk about the border and what that means to the folks in Arizona there as well as the country. You've been a very outspoken leader on the crisis of the southern border. As they say now, every state is now a border state. Tell us more about your thoughts and what we need to do.
By the way, Tim, I love that. That is common sense. I think all 50 states believe what Tim said on that. It's real basic stuff. The border is completely out of control. We don't have operational control of our border anymore. We've known this for a while. I covered Arizona as a fair and honest journalist for 27 years until I couldn't take it during COVID. I said, this is pure propaganda, and I walked away from my job. I walked away from a 7-figure contract and said, I'm not going to lend my heart, my voice, my reputation to putting out falsities and half-truths. And that was when it came to COVID. But when it came to the border, during that time covering Arizona, we'd had an out-of-control border for so many of those years, except for a short little 3-4 year period when President Trump came into office. And he said, our border's out of control, and I know how to fix it. And he did fix it. And then on day one, Joe Biden came in and tore back an incredibly effective border policy, told the whole world to come on over. And you can argue if we've got 12 million people who've poured across in this invasion or 16 million, but a lot of really bad people. We talked about October 7th. I don't for 1 second doubt that we have Hamas terrorists inside of our own country right now. And they're just waiting for a phone call or a text message to activate and attack us here on our own soil. And Ruben Gallego went in front of a bunch of fundraisers recently, donors, and he said, the border's not that big of a deal for us in Arizona. And I thought, what planet is this guy living on? The border's not that big of a deal for people in Arizona? We are truly at ground zero. Governor Greg Abbott has started to clamp down on his border, and that means more people are pouring across our border than ever. We are truly, Arizona's the fentanyl pipeline. How many in this room have a loved one or know somebody who's lost a loved one to fentanyl poisoning? In Arizona, when you ask that question, almost every single hand goes up. We're losing a young generation. It is the #1 killer for the group of 18 to 49-year-olds, fentanyl poisoning. These aren't drug addicts. These are people who take a single pill that came across our border, and they're gone. And to hear the pain of a mother whose 19-year-old son or 20-year-old daughter is gone because he or she took a pill, and they'll never be able to realize what that legacy of that child would have been. It's incredibly painful. We don't have to have this happening in our country. We've got to clamp down. I know President Trump has a plan starting, I would say hour one, but I know President Trump, it'll be minute one. We're going to secure that border. We're going to finish the wall. We're going to go after the cartels, and we're going to go after the CCP, who is providing the ingredients for this weapon of mass destruction that's coming across our border. I want to say one more thing about the border. As a mother, I've got 2 kids, a 19 and 21-year-old. To hear that we have lost track of 320,000 children who've been trafficked across our border, that Kamala Harris and Ruben Gallego and the Democrats primarily are okay with children being trafficked across our border, and then that they've lost these children. I don't sleep at night thinking about what happened to these children, wondering if they're alive, and if they are alive, what kind of a world they're living in. This is all self-inflicted. We don't have to have these problems. And when we win, when the men on this stage, and when I win, we will stop this. We will work day in and day out with President Trump to secure that border, put the cartels at bay, and squash the cartels, frankly, and secure that border for once and for all. We want to be known, frankly, as the Grand Canyon state once again. I don't want to be known as the fentanyl pipeline state anymore. My opponent is for and has supported sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Ask a New York how that's going. I'm sure there's a few New Yorkers in this crowd. Ask somebody in places like Chicago, in California, how being a sanctuary state and city is going. We're looking at crime on our streets caused by people here illegally, attacking people in the subways, attacking people on the streets, taking over apartment complexes in Colorado, shooting police officers. This is not working out, and we don't have to live this way. So we're going to bring down the crime. Much of it is coming from the wide open border. My opponent is pro-sanctuary city. He said he would never, ever, ever support what he calls a dumb, stupid border wall. He has done nothing to stop this wide open border, and we must vote these people out of office.
Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate it.
Right, Carrie Lake and other U.S. Senate Republican candidates speaking in Las Vegas right now. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We also do have a shot up soon. J.D. Vance will be campaigning out in Arizona. We'll have that and so much more coming up a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. Back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us. Well, the former President Donald Trump was out in New York City today talking about his economic agenda and what he would do if elected for 4 more years. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
We have an economy in crisis, a failing nation, a nation in serious decline.
In a speech to the New York Economic Club, former President Donald Trump laid out a long list of plans for if he's elected. Trump says he wants to cut taxes for corporations, bring manufacturing back to the U.S., cut regulations, boost energy production, and impose more tariffs on foreign goods. But the most surprising might have been his offer for billionaire Elon Musk to head a commission to audit government waste and fraud.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms.
Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says current policies are working.
Inflation has also significantly declined. That said, our administration knows that prices for key household expenses, things like health care, housing, energy, they're still too high.
Vice President Kamala Harris's plans released Wednesday focused on helping people start businesses and include raising taxes for wealthy Americans.
Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000. It's essentially a tax cut for starting a small business.
Recent polls have shown more voters trust former President Trump to handle the economy. The two candidates will have their first debate on Tuesday night. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Right, and we will continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Arizona, where soon J.D. Vance will be speaking. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's take you out live right now to Phoenix, Arizona, and that is where we will soon hear from J.D. Vance speaking at a campaign event. Let's listen on Live Now.
Bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, J.D. Vance will be making remarks in a little bit, talking about border security and immigration as he is once again in Arizona, and we'll be making those remarks we have seen in the past there, where there's speakers ahead of the senator, and we will continue to see that as we have another speaker coming to the stage right now.
Amen. I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to amazing Sergeant Arms Carrie Hughes for that beautiful rendition for the greatest country that the world has ever known. And I'm proud to be here. Thank you. So, you know how I like to talk real. I'm not going to be the generation that lost the country. Are you? No. I'm not going to be the generation that fought amongst ourselves so much that we lost our eyes on the prize and the gift that God gave us. Are you? No. I'm not going to sit at home and not get the work done and wonder why nobody came knocking on my door asking me to do the work. Are you? No. So here's what we need, okay? We're in the final stretch. I need everybody to go to azgop.com/observer. Come with me and watch. Keep your eyes on the prize. You can go to protectthevote.com. You can go to TrumpForce47.com. You can go to SwampTheVote.com. There's all the .coms. There's everybody here that wants to sign you up. We have multiple groups that are working on the ground, but there's nothing that's going to be done without the people. Am I right? That's right. Are you going to answer the call of God to take this country and put it back in the right direction? Yes. Is everybody here understand what's at stake? Yes. I know you do. So we have to restore the constitutional republic. Are we living under the Constitution right now? No. Is Kamala Harris going to restore the constitutional republic? Anyone behind me think that Kamala Harris or the other interesting individual are going to protect our religious liberty? Okay, so the First Amendment's gone, the Fourth Amendment is suspended, we don't have rule of law, and there's two gentlemen that are going to give up their life. One has literally given up everything and almost lost the breath out of his body for us, and that is Donald J. Trump. And J.D. Vance, who's already gone out on the battlefield for this country. We can't do anything without God. It starts with God, it ends with God. Remember to pray every night for this country, for your fellow man and woman as we're on the path. We're gonna win. God bless you. I love you. Thank you.
everyone. We are going to continue to look at this rally here that'll be coming up in the next hour, where J.D. Vance is slated to speak at about 6 p.m. Eastern. So we'll have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break of the hour. When we come back, we'll be getting the latest updates out of Georgia, a day after the horrific school shooting that killed 4 people. We'll have another update regarding the suspect as well, just getting his mugshot in, and we'll bring it to you on the other side of the break on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us here. We do have some breaking news that we do want to bring to you regarding the horrific Georgia high school shooting that happened yesterday. We want to give you a live look right now at the grounds, a memorial site right there by the flag on the campus, really as family, friends, really all coming together, and the community as a whole really putting a big outreach there for the ones that lost their lives, of 4 people, 2 students, 2 teachers. But we are now getting our first look of the suspect here. The mugshot just released here from Barrow County Sheriff's Office. This is the 14-year-old Colt Gray, suspect there in the shooting, accused of killing 4 people and injuring 9 others. Tomorrow will be his first court appearance, and again, we will be providing you updates really throughout the day tomorrow on that as well. This is from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the latest updates that we could provide to you here. Gray has been charged with 4 counts of felony murder in connection to the shooting at Appalachia High School yesterday. He was taken to the Gainesville Corrections. Additional charges are expected. Gray's first appearance will be tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. local time. The autopsies of the 4 victims were performed today at the GBI Medical Examiner's Office, and the investigation into the shooting at Appalachia High School is still active and ongoing. This is day 2 of a very complex investigation, and the integrity of the case is paramount. We ask for the public's patience as we work to ensure a successful prosecution for injustice for the victims here. There is no additional news conferences planned for today there. And again, they are advising everybody to check on social media as well. But I do want to give you another live look here of the look of the mugshot that was just released here by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office here. Gray was moved to that Gainesville Regional Youth Detention Center overnight. He will be tried and arraigned as an adult tomorrow. He will be charged with 4 counts of felony murder, and there could be also pending charges as well. Gray was interviewed by law enforcement immediately after the shooting. A motive for that shooting has not been released at this time there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, wanted to bring that information to you. Coming up in just a little bit, we will also be getting some additional updates from the ground as well there in Georgia. Coming up in just moments, we'll be getting the latest update on the campaign trail as well. So a lot of different moving parts here as we welcome all of our new viewers here. It is a new hour, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast, 2 o'clock out on the West Coast. Do want to show you a live look right now in Phoenix, Arizona, as we get you ready for a J.D. Vance rally. And we just want to listen to a little bit of the speaker right now, and we'll have more as we are seeing the campaigns go into the final 60-day stretch. And we'll be bringing you the latest from Kamala Harris as well, going to be out in Pennsylvania tomorrow. We'll have a little bit more on that in just moments on Live Now from Fox.
I first got to know JD a couple years back when I showed up in a conference and he was up on the stage. He had just published his autobiography, Hillbilly Elegy. While I was sitting there listening to him, I went online and I ordered his book. I read it and I was hooked. This is a man who has lived the American dream. He is the American story. A boy who was raised with struggle. He overcame those struggles to be a success. And we are proud, very proud, to have him here in Arizona today. And beyond that, he'll be a huge upgrade from our current vice president. This is a woman who couldn't get 1 vote for president 4 years ago when she ran for governor, and she now thinks she can convince all of us that she's prepared to be the president? Give me a break. She will be a disaster. For me, Vice President Harris, and this story of her negligence is personal. A couple years ago, after President Biden famously made her, of all people, in charge of our immigration crisis, I invited her to come to the border to visit. Come see the human trafficking, the drug mules, the squalor, the hopelessness. Come see our southern Arizona border communities.
All right, so coming up in the next hour, we will be hearing from Senator J.D. Vance out in Arizona. He is campaigning, of course, on border security and immigration. So again, we'll be bringing that to you when that does happen in the next hour here. But we're looking at the 60-day stretch now. From now until the election, we will see candidates really all over the country, and really one that is going to be zeroed in on a lot is Pennsylvania, huge battleground state. And we know that Kamala Harris is already there, will be there tomorrow again to campaign. So we want to go out to Pittsburgh right now. That is where we find Fox News' Chelsea Torres joining us here on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris.
Hey, good evening, Mike. Well, I'll tell you this, at least for the debate, the rules itself are going to be pretty similar to the Biden and Trump debate back in June. So here are the rules that are now official with that 90-minute presidential debate. So each candidate, when one candidate is speaking, the other's mic will be completely muted. There will be no live audience, and each candidate will only have pen, paper, and water on stage. They also cannot bring any notes ahead of time. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign advisor did not offer insight on what specifically the vice president is doing to prepare, but says muting the mics is unfortunate for this debate format. That's because Harris's campaign had hoped she could question Trump to, quote, hold him accountable. When Harris was asked how was debate prep, she kept it short after a campaign rally yesterday. And former President Trump's advisor says all the rallies, events, and interviews are the debate prep itself, and he will focus on 2 points. Quote, so those are 2 things that we need to make sure that stay pinned on her leftist record, and the fact that she is the Harris in the Biden-Harris administration. And if President Trump tags her with those things, I think he's going to have a good night, end quote. Now, Trump heads to North Carolina tomorrow to speak to a national police group, and Harris will stay right here in Pittsburgh up until the debate day, which is next Tuesday. And we're told by her campaign she's going to be here that entire time to prep. Mike?
Oh, it's definitely something that the voters are going to be wanting to watch and pay attention to, because for the most part, for Kamala Harris, we just haven't really seen her answer questions too much from a media perspective and also from a voter's perspective. So it should be very interesting, and to have that go on there in Philadelphia will be huge for the debate.
Yeah, Mike, no, you're absolutely right. Even one voter told me yesterday she doesn't think it's too long that they're finally debating, but she is eager to hear what Kamala Harris has to say on her policies.
All right, Chelsea Torres, live in Pittsburgh. Thanks so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. More live feeds, top stories, and, of course, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as we bring you the day's biggest top stories, live feeds, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered here as well. All right. I do want to show you just how the markets ended for the day. 220 points in the red right there. In the meantime, we want to continue to bring you the live feeds that we are getting right now. Soon, J.D. Vance will be speaking out in Arizona. More to come on that in moments on Live Now.
You know, one of the beauties of working under President Trump as a sheriff, because I've had the luxury of working under President Trump as a sheriff, and I've had the awful experience of working as a sheriff under President Biden. And it is a night and day difference. President Trump understood the crisis and understood that it took everybody to fix this problem. Border Patrol, take the handcuffs off of Border Patrol. Let them do their job. He understood what it meant to have local law enforcement support. As a sheriff, I went to the White House 10 times. Do you know how many sheriffs have been to see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? 0. Not just Republican sheriffs, Democrat sheriffs. And because of that, because of their weakness, which, by the way, weakness arouses evil. Their weakness has aroused evil, and it is coming through our southern border. I'm not saying that everybody that comes across is bad. We don't all believe that. But to be naive enough to think that every one of them has good intentions is not the truth. We have a problem. And I hear this all the time. Well, the humane thing is an open border. Well, first of all, let me tell you what is not humane. Leaving people for dead. We pulled a woman out a few months ago, dead, out of the desert, left behind by the cartels. Men being extorted, men being left behind, women being left behind in the deserts, children being used as pawns. Our federal government doesn't know we're over 100,000. They don't even want to tell you what the real number is. Over 100,000, maybe as high as 300,000 children, unaccompanied minors. They don't know where they're at. That's not acceptable as Americans. The amount of rape that's going on at the southern border, they estimate 8 out of 10 women that come across the border have been raped. We caught a woman a few years ago that was in the desert. She had a baggie full of pills, like 50 pills. We said, do you know what these pills are for? Because we thought maybe they were fentanyl. She said, when I knew I was going to cross the border, I knew I'd be raped multiple times. These are morning after pills. Where did we get as a country where we put politics in front of people? And then we get into the cost of it. I just saw an article, if you follow me on Instagram, you saw that I did a post about this. The DHS, Department of Homeland Security, is now allocating $380 million of your hard-earned tax dollars to go towards the support of migrants or people who came into this country illegally. 4 months ago, they gave $259 million. This money's coming from the Shelter and Services Program. It's a little fund that they got that they can pass it on to NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and other states, so that we, the taxpayer, don't realize how much we're funding it. As a matter of fact, this year, $640 million, and for the fiscal year, we're at over $700 million of your tax dollars going to help non-Americans. We have homeless Americans, homeless veterans. We have people that are struggling in this country. We need people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance that will put America first and Americans first. I don't think any of you in this room are naive enough to think this. I don't know how any American could. Kamala Harris is not going to fix the border. You know, I posted a meme the other day, and it was a wolf standing like I am. Ironically, I'm a lamb, but it was a wolf, and everybody in the crowd was sheep. And the wolf was saying, as soon as you elect me, I'll stop eating sheep. Future vegetarian. You know, Dr. Phil had a great quote. He says, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And her past behavior has been abysmal, not just when it comes to the border, but to securing the Constitution, your freedoms, and anything that America stands for. Now, I'm going to tell you, we're here to support sending good men, good patriots back to Washington, D.C. We've got to take back the presidency. We need Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House again. We need to take back the Senate. We need to take that Senate here in the state level. And we need to make sure that we hold our state legislature and our state Senate here on a state level. I know I'm probably speaking too long, so I'm going to wrap it up for the guys in the back who are waiting. I want to tell you one story, though, because the reason I tell you that is Washington, or this country, will not be saved in Washington. It's going to be saved by enlightened men and women like you, who love and cherish freedom, who are willing to make the sacrifices that it took to build this country. You're willing to make the same sacrifices to save this country. I'll tell you a story of a man named Abraham Clark. Abraham Clark was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. He was from New Jersey. He was a common man. He didn't wear, when I think of a J.D. Vance, I think of this. Somebody who's smart, really good at what they do, but a common man. Didn't wear the wigs, didn't wear the frills. He was a lawyer. He represented the common people. And he was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. He had 10 children. He's one of the guys that insisted the word liberty be on our money and insisted that the Bill of Rights be part of the Constitution. Abraham Clark, when he signed the Declaration of Independence, unbeknownst to the other founding fathers, the English captured 2 of his sons. They took those 2 sons in captivity and they tortured them mercilessly. At one point, the only food that one of his sons would get was what they could shove through the keyhole of the door. The English came to him one day, unbeknownst to the other founding fathers, and said to Abraham Clark, if you will recant your signature on the Declaration of Independence, we will give you safe passage to the Tories, and we will return your 2 sons. As any parent would imagine the dilemma that you would have to whether you wanted to get your 2 sons back or you would continue to sacrifice and fight for what was at that point only an idea of freedom, a hope of freedom. Without hesitation, Abraham Clark said, I will not recant my signature on the Declaration of Independence. Fortunately, many years later, we won the war. He got his 2 sons back. Unfortunately, one of them died shortly after because of the damage he sustained from the torture while in captivity. When you think of the voting and putting people in office, I want you to think of the sacrifices of the men and women like Abraham Clark, who built this country, who gave us the freedoms we have, that we unfortunately are handling so carelessly. I will not, absolutely will not vote for anybody who cannot understand the greatness of America, who continually tries to change history, who says that America is not the greatest country in the world, that it needs to be changed. And that is what the people behind Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris believe. They don't believe in enforcing the rule of law. They certainly don't believe in protecting our borders. They believe in using your tax dollars to build government and lessen your freedoms. I don't think you believe the same thing. So folks, today, and I hope as we move forward that you will let your voice be heard, not just for God, but for your families and for freedom, but for good men who are willing to sacrifice like President Donald Trump and soon to be Vice President J.D. Vance. It is my honor to be here. It is an honor to be in Arizona alongside of you guys. I know I wasn't victorious, but I will tell you, my fight has only just begun for this country and the border. So God bless you, God bless this state of Arizona, and God bless America.
It was Pinell County Sheriff Mark Lamb talking to the crowd ahead of Senator J.D. Vance out in Arizona to talk immigration and border security. We are going to take a 2-minute break, everyone. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us, bringing you all the day's biggest top stories, live feeds, and, of course, breaking news as it happens. And we are waiting to see moments here of when Hunter Biden will be leaving the L.A. courtroom after pleading guilty to 9 federal tax charges there. So that was the big moment that happened out in Los Angeles earlier today, and again, we'll be waiting for more updates on all of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to be with us as we bring you the day's biggest top stories and headlines from across the country. We have Senator J.D. Vance coming up in about 40 minutes out of Phoenix, Arizona. He'll be talking about border security and immigration. We do want to, again, take another 2-minute break here while we have the opportunity, while we wait to see a sighting of Hunter Biden in Los Angeles.
Or we can do it with like a function.
And welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time as a court appearance is scheduled for the suspect in a high school shooting that left 4 people dead and 9 injured. And we're taking a look for the first time, the mugshot of 14-year-old Colt Gray. And this is the mugshot that was released by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office just a little bit ago, and we are learning new information, such as the FBI has revealed that the teenager was on their radar for more than a year. And we want to go out right now to Georgia for the very latest. That is where we find Fox News' Oliviana Colnese joining us with the latest. Oliviana, what can you tell us here?
Hi, Mike. Colt Gray will be charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He's 14 years old. The prosecutors say they are going to try him as an adult. And today, hundreds of students are feeling the sadness in just this tragedy. Hundreds met at a local high school nearby to pray, while others have visited the school here today where it happened to put flowers down and stuffed animals and pay their respects. We know the names now of all the victims that were involved, which included 2 14-year-old students, Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelo, along with math teachers Christina Irami and Ricky Aspinwall, who was also a football coach. 9 other people were hurt but are expected to survive. And all this happened just a month into the school year.
I did pray. I prayed with the teacher as well. And with the other classmates that were there, of course. And the teacher was trying to calm us down. We all went to the corner of the room. And yeah, and someone did receive a message that he did die, and you know, he was a very sweet kid. He did not deserve this. Neither did the coach or everyone else. Yeah, you know, very unfortunate, but you know, I just hope that the shooter finds God and that God forgives what they did.
Police say the 14-year-old suspect used an AR platform-style weapon to open fire, sending students and staff rushing to get out of the school building. School resource officers found the teen within minutes, who surrendered and then was taken into custody. And that suspect was apparently known to law enforcement. The FBI says local investigators questioned the suspect over a year ago over threats of a possible school shooting after they got anonymous tips about posts involving a threat to shoot up an unknown school.
They conducted an investigation at that time, and there was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action. This is not recent. This is in the past. We are pursuing that, working with the FBI on that, and any connection to that incident that could be connected to today's incident as well.
Well, Appalachian High School was closed today and tomorrow. Of course, they're offering grief counseling to anyone who needs that. And we know that Cole Gray will be having his first court appearance tomorrow morning. Mike?
Yeah, Liviana, we'll definitely be following that. Thanks so much for all of the updates there on the ground in Georgia this evening. We appreciate it as always. All right, everyone. We do want to continue on with other live feeds that we are getting for you on the campaign trail. This one, J.D. Vance expected to speak in about 30 minutes out in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be definitely keeping an eye on that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. But we want to continue now to talk about the debate that will soon have everyone's attention next week between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. It is finally happening out in Philadelphia next week, and we are learning that security is already being beefed up ahead of that debate. So let's go out right now to Philadelphia. That is where we find Fox 29's Kelly Rule joining us with the latest in Philly.
Good evening, Mike. So a lot of planning certainly happening today. The city's Office of Emergency Management is expected to release some concrete details tomorrow about timing and what some of those closures will be and will look like. But I am told from law enforcement that this entire area will be completely gated off, no public access. There will be no ability to gather outside the Constitution Center during the debate. As we know, that debate is closed off from the public. There will not be a live audience. But how long these closures will be in place is still unclear right now.
It's cool. It's cool that we're host to a convention like this.
Decades living in Old City, Lenny Cohen is excited for all eyes to be on Philadelphia next week, but you won't catch him anywhere near Independence Mall.
Kind of staying away from here.
And he most likely won't have a choice. Law enforcement sources telling Fox 29 they expect to have a perimeter around the National Constitution Center and Independence Hall blocked off to any public access. With no live audience allowed in the debate, there won't be an area for people to gather right outside instead either. The center, already closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, will also close Sunday and Wednesday.
As we get closer to the day, it's going to be a little bit more challenging in the district, and then once things are over, we'll be back open for regular business. We're working with all of the local and federal law enforcement agencies, the National Park Service, to make sure that it's a safe event and that people have their ability to demonstrate in a safe manner.
Today, Park Service staff could be seen moving fencing and a meeting outside the center that included Philadelphia police. Several factors will contribute to the security plans, including what day and time candidates will arrive in Philadelphia. But the city plans to announce the major travel and transit impacts as soon as Friday. It's not the first time the Constitution Center is hosting presidential candidates, but they say it's impactful for many reasons.
General election, debate, eyes of the world on Philadelphia. It's just a great way to showcase our city and our institution.
Again, the concrete plans still being finalized at this hour, but the advice we heard today is if you plan to be in Old City, to avoid this area. If you don't need to be in Old City, just to not come down at all. And certainly if you wanted to be here for the debate, it's best just to watch from home. There will be really no public access over here whatsoever.
Yeah, it'll be definitely something to watch on TV, no doubt about that. So, Kelly Rule, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox Philadelphia. We appreciate it, as always, on Live Now. All right, we want to continue to move around here, giving you the latest different live shots and feeds. Do want to go out to Los Angeles right now, keeping an eye. We are waiting to see, and yes, we are seeing right now Hunter Biden coming out of the courthouse in Los Angeles after pleading guilty to 9 tax charges. And let's see if we'll be able to hear anything as he is walking out right now. We're going to put up the, just in case we have any questions. Right now, well, that's a very chaotic moment here as Hunter Biden really doing a switcheroo today and saying he is pleading guilty to those 9 charges against him. Again, we were just bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox and waiting that moment for when Hunter would be coming out. And again, we will wait and see what the sentencing will be. That will be on a different time. And right now, the judge said that he will take in that guilty plea and decide on it on a later date. So that is where we are on that one. But again, we wanted to show you it as it was happening. You just don't know what's going to happen next here on Live Now from Fox. And that's exactly the way that we try to bring you these different live feeds. All right. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we will have Senator J.D. Vance out in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be bringing that to you. In the meantime, do you want to go out to the Department of Justice earlier today talking about the indictments of 6 Russian hackers? Let's listen on Live Now.
The United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 officers of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU, as well as 1 civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Stagal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine to protect. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 officers of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU, as well as 1 civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Stagal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine shortly before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. More generally, the indictment alleges conspiracies related to cyber intrusions targeting victims in the United States, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. The Whispergate campaign included the targeting of civilian infrastructure and Ukrainian computer systems wholly unrelated to the military or national defense. That included government agencies responsible for emergency services in Ukraine, the judiciary, food safety, and education. Seeking to sap the morale of the Ukrainian public, the defendants also stole and leaked the personal data of thousands of Ukrainian civilians, including by posting patient health information and other sensitive private data for sale online and then taunting those victims. They attempted to cover their tracks by pretending to be criminals engaged in ransomware attacks, leaving behind ransom notes demanding Bitcoin payments to return data from victim systems, data the perpetrators knew had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. And Stigal's involvement illustrates the Russian government's continued willingness to provide a haven for cyber criminals in exchange for such criminals being, quote, on call to provide support and deniability for its military.
We do want to go ahead and bring you as well to the latest now. We do know that Hunter Biden, as you just saw, left the courthouse after pleading guilty. We've also now seen his attorney speak up and step at the mic. Want to bring that to you right here on Live Now.
Hunter put his family first today. And it was a brave and loving thing for him to do. Does he want a pardon? Why did he wait till this morning? He paid reparations on slavery. His dad paid reparations.
As you see, we just caught the dead end of those comments there, but thankfully we will be able to bring them to you in full from his attorney outside of that courthouse there in LA after Hunter Biden did plead guilty. Again, thank you for being with us here this afternoon on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. I'll be with you here for the next hour and a half, walking you through the latest live events as they happen. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As I just teased before the break, we were able to hear just a few comments from Hunter Biden's attorney. This is breaking because, of course, we know that he just pleaded guilty to 9 different charges. Let's listen in now to see what his attorney had to say after court.
Guys, I got to do this and get on, so if you're not ready.
You can sit everybody down. Can I ask you a question?
So I have a brief statement to make, and I'm not going to answer any questions. After watching prosecutors exploit his family's pain during the Delaware trial and realizing that they were planning to do it again here in California, Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase, while keeping open the options to raise the many clear issues with this case on appeal. There's no doubt This case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to bring. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties, years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
Why did he wait till this morning? President, it's hard to contact.
And as you see there, those were those final remarks from Hunter Biden's attorney as he steps away from the mic there in L.A. He was just giving an update again to those 9 charges, pleading guilty. The only statements that we did have, we were able to see Hunter Biden walk away from the podium and exit court just a little bit earlier today. But of course, we will continue to bring you the latest news up to date with Hunter Biden as we learn more. I do want to step away for another 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us on LiveNOW. Welcome back in here to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Got a lot to get to this afternoon, and I want to bring up a shot here. Of course, we know that we've been keeping a close eye on everything that's happening there in Winder, Georgia, after 4 people were killed yesterday in a shooting at Appalachia High School. We were able to hear just a little bit earlier today from one of those students who attended the school. I want to bring up her remarks. They were able to do an interview with her. Let's listen in to some of those things she had to say.
He was here at the beginning of class, and then he left, but we didn't know he left. And then admin came looking for him, administration, and then we were working in groups, so we had to move tables, and I was the closest to the door. He knocked on the door like it was normal, and then I went up to the door, but I always look out the door before I open it. That's just like something my mom taught me. And I looked out the door, and all I seen him was just pulling out the gun. And then I jumped back from the door, and I said no to myself, and I just froze there, and he was still pulling it out. And then my teacher, she didn't know, and then she was like, what are you doing? Open the door. And she was walking up to open the door. I was like, no, he has a gun. And then Isaac, who was in like behind me, he was like, he has a gun. And then he looked up, the shooter, he looked up, and then whoever was in the hallway, he turned his head quick. And then we had ran back to the class, but over the intercom, they were saying to my teacher, check your email. But the last time they did, that's when he was knocking. That's when I went over there. And then she said, he has a gun. But before they heard her, they went off the intercom. And then whoever's in the hall, he just turned his head and just started shooting. We all ran to the back of the class. My teacher, she ran, turned the lights off, and then she hit the floor. And all we heard was just, it was just gunshot after gunshot. Like, it was going on for so long. And then after a while, they stopped. And then the police came in. They were asking us, does anyone have any weapons on them? The police left. They came back. When they came back, that's when we had put our hands up, and that's when we had walked out to school.
Tell me that moment where the shooter is literally on the other side of the door. What's going through your head? You immediately said, stop, no, you're not coming in. Walk me through that moment as you are literally across from the shooter.
In my head, I was thinking, like, is he really finna do this? But, like, I was froze, like, I couldn't move or nothing. But, like, my mind went blank, but that was the only thing I was thinking. Like, I didn't know if he was really finna hurt everybody or not, but that's what I was thinking.
But you were adamant that he wasn't gonna get in. Tell me, you know, in that situation, it's fight or flight. You decided to stand there. Walk me through what's going through your mind as you're just like, no, you're not getting in.
I knew if I let him in, then he would have hurt every single one of us in there, but, like, I just didn't want to. I didn't want me or anyone else in my class to get hurt. And I know, like, if they seen it, they would do the same thing.
Heartbreaking to hear some of those remarks from the student who says she was actually at the door when the shooter came knocking, and she did not allow him to step into the room. I do want to bring up now a mugshot of the shooter. This is Colt Gray. This mugshot was just released this afternoon by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. He was now charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was taken into custody in Gainesville, Georgia. An autopsy of those 4 victims has been performed as well today. His first court appearance is scheduled for tomorrow morning, where he will be tried as an adult. Of course, just heartbreaking to hear some of these stories, but unfortunately, this is not the only time this has happened here in our country. I do want to now bring in Lori Alhadeff. She is now an activist for gun violence after losing her own daughter, Alyssa, in the Parkland shooting back at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. Lori, thank you for being with us this afternoon. Again, I know this is a very tough situation that never gets easier.
Thank you for having me today.
So can you kind of walk me through what this day is like for a lot of those families? Again, 2 students were killed there on campus at Appalachia High School. The families are now having to wake up and realize this is our new reality. Can you speak to what that means for them and how maybe they're even going to attempt to get through this day?
It's so painful, so difficult, so traumatizing. The most horrific thing that can ever happen to you as a mother, to find out that your child was shot in school. It's just the worst possible thing ever in the moment of your life.
And like I said, I know that your daughter, Alyssa, she was just 14 years old, the same age as this shooter here in Appalachia High School. You have become an activist now in the community. You've changed a lot of things, founding Make Our Schools Safe. Can you sort of speak to that and what that now means for you and your family as you try to grieve and just start to continue to live your lives?
So my husband and I, we turn our pain and grief into action. We started the nonprofit organization, Make Our Schools Safe. And we're focused on passing Alyssa's Law, now passed in 7 states, where panic buttons are used so that if there is a life-threatening emergency, that button is pressed, it goes directly to law enforcement so they can get on the scene as quickly as possible. Also, we have our MOS clubs in our high schools where our students help to create a culture of safety. And we've given back money, over $400,000, to different school safety projects in schools.
And I know this is just the beginning for you and your family. Again, this has only happened since 2018. It's amazing to see how you have changed that grief and that pain into a force of action. You talked about Alyssa's law. It's now been passed in 7 states. What does that mean to you to know that there are other states that are going to be getting help, even though unfortunately it wasn't able to happen for your daughter and your community?
So every time that panic button is pushed, and this was the panic button that was used yesterday at Appalachia High School, which they just got a week ago. So when that panic button was pushed, this alert goes directly to law enforcement, and they got there faster and lives were saved. And I say that every time that panic button is pushed, Alyssa is saving lives. And I hope to pass Alyssa's law nationwide as a standard level school safety protection in all schools across the country. Just like in our banks, we have panic buttons. We need to make sure that panic buttons are in our schools. So whether it's a medical emergency or an active shooter situation, we can get help there as quickly as possible and save lives. Time equals life.
Time equals life. You said that. That's a huge part. And just knowing that you just held up that panic button, you know that Alyssa's law did help to save lives. What went through your mind, though, in the moment when you heard yet another mass shooting in this country? In fact, this is the 45th mass shooting this year at a school. I just want you to sort of speak to that and what that means to you.
It means that we need to do more, that we need to, as elected officials, take action and do more, implement more layers of safety protection, put more funding back into our public schools, implement Alyssa's law nationwide, and so that we take action so that when we send our kids to school, that they come home safe. And we need to make school safety a top priority in this country.
And as you move forward, do you have any messages that you might want to send out to those family members? Again, just now dealing with this grief for the first time, if you have anything you'd like to say to them.
Just surround yourself with your friends, your family, your loved ones. Know that you're not alone and that everyone loves you and they have your back. And I know it's so difficult and so hard, but there's no words. There's really no words to say. And I'm sorry.
Lori, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I know this is going to continue to be very tough for you and those families out there, but the work that you're doing is certainly important. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, we do want to turn our attention now to just some other top stories that we're also following this afternoon. Again, knowing that we have an update from police there in Barrow County, I want to pull up a tweet here now so you can just see a little bit more about those victims killed. This is just a list of their names and their ages. We do know that Mason was killed. He was just a student there at 14 years old. Christian as well, just 14 years old. Richard Aspinwall was a math teacher, as well as Christina. She was also a math teacher there at the school. Heartbreaking, and we also have some video footage of those victims that I was able to show you just a little bit of as well. But again, we know that the mugshot of the shooter, Colt Gray, who was also 14, was released this afternoon. He's now been charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was taken into custody there, again, in Gainesville, Georgia, even though the shooting happened in Winder, which is in Barrow County. That first court appearance is tomorrow at 8 in the morning. We'll, of course, will continue to follow this as those updates roll in as well. But again, keeping a close eye on everything that's happening all around the country, and we appreciate Lori's time for speaking with us. Again, we are also following other live feeds that are just coming in this afternoon. We also know it's a big day politically around the country as well, with several rallies kicking off. In fact, I want to show you a live look right now inside of the rally that Tim Walz is getting ready to speak at. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Again, sorry about some of this audio here, but Tim Walz is getting ready to speak there in Erie, Pennsylvania. You can see some of those other speakers already stepping up to the podium as well. Let's listen into what they have to say here on Live Now.
Our duty to our community, to our children, to our nation's future, to make every day count. We have to take the energy that we feel tonight to every door and then to every phone call. It is on us. It is on us. And I believe we can do it because I know when Erie fights, Erie wins. And I know that when we wake up on November 6th, we are going to get to say that we played a critical part in sending Governor Walz and Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House. That means we must raise our voices online and offline. That we have to, all of you right now, get your phones out because you should have all got an email with a packet. Well, we got lots of emails. We got lots. But we got an email with a kit, all right, on guidance on how to share what we're feeling here online and how to get everybody who's on our friends list, who's in our phone, activated. So take lots of pictures. I'm wearing a great shirt. Take them. Share them. It is so critical that we make everyone understand what is on the line this election. In Erie, the eyes of the nation are on us. So let's get it done.
Again, those were some of those speakers who are speaking there at the rally in Erie, Pennsylvania, ahead of Governor Tim Walz, who's going to be taking to the stage to speak at that rally. This, again, you can see a new way forward is proudly there. That's the motto of the Harris-Walz campaign. And this isn't the only rally that's happening right now. I want to show you to another one that we are closely watching there as well in Arizona. This is where we know that J.D. Vance will soon be taking the stage here. His event is set to start at 4 o'clock. We've also seen some other speakers come up and say a few remarks ahead of Walz starting to come up and say what he needs to say there at that rally as well. Again, tracking all of these live pictures from around the country, knowing again that these are going to continue to happen. Of course, we also have another live picture as we're waiting for Secretary Blinken to show up as well. He's supposed to be speaking there in Haiti. Now, when he's there in Haiti, he's on a trip there to just show support from the U.S. that they are supporting the country as they are fighting against gang violence there in the country. Waiting to hear from Secretary Blinken as well, and that's a live look in Haiti. But of course, continuing to show you some of these other live looks, we have another one now. Speaker has now come up there at the Walz rally. Let's listen back in.
That people in Erie can relate to. We know how to stretch a dollar when raising a young family, and he did the same as a teacher and coach and congressman. As a congressman, he went to bat for working people, families and union workers, and he knows what working people are facing these days, and he has a strong track record of going to bat for those people and their interests. As governor, he passed paid family leave and helped make sure that no child ever went hungry at school. Now Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are running to defeat Donald Trump. Yes. And that includes his extreme Project 2025, yes, agenda that would jack up costs for working families by up to $3,900, ban abortion nationwide, give tax breaks for the billionaires and major corporations. We must defeat Donald Trump. And I know in my heart that Erie County is going to be a crucial piece to that success. I'm proud to work and campaign for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and I hope you will join me and do all you can to make sure that they are both elected November 5th. Thank you.
And again, we're continuing to see several speakers step up ahead of Governor Tim Walz as he's getting ready to kick off yet another rally there in Pennsylvania. We know that Pennsylvania, of course, is one of those states that's going to be super important to both parties as they're continuing to travel across the country. We also know, again, that J.D. Vance will be speaking today in Phoenix, Arizona, another battleground state. Let's listen in as some of these early speakers, though, are talking there in Erie, Pennsylvania.
I am so happy to be here today, not just because this is my hometown, but that's right, but because my hometown is getting ready to welcome the next Vice President of the United States. Angela Ferrito, and I am the president of the Pennsylvania AFL-CIO. Here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we know full well the impacts that strong economic policy can have on working families and everyday Americans. We know just how important it is to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz this November and reject Trump and his failed economic agenda. As a union woman, I know that we must stand up to Trump and his extreme anti-worker, anti-union Project 2025 agenda. That's right, boo. Trump and his Project 2025 allies have plans to let employers stop paying many workers overtime, gut the unions and their ability to organize, and dismantle the National Labor Relations Board. That's right. In contrast, Vice President Harris has helped lead the most pro-labor administration in U.S. history. She's running alongside Governor Tim Walz to continue that progress, to build an economy where families can not just get by, but get ahead. We know that good economic policy lifts up labor, and when labor does well, America does well. I am certain that Vice President Harris and Governor Walz know this personally too. Vice President Harris has stood with workers throughout her career. As Attorney General, she took on wage theft to ensure workers were getting their fair share. As a U.S. Senator, she fought for two of the most vulnerable groups of workers, domestic workers and farm workers. Yes. She led the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, and she introduced legislation to increase wages and worksite protections for farm workers. When she was elected vice president, she chaired the White House Task Force on Worker Organizing and Empowerment and went to work removing Trump's union-busting buddies from the National Labor Relations Board and dismantling the barriers Trump put in place that tried to keep workers from organizing. And she did all of this because, like I said, she knows that when unions are strong, America is strong. So I believe that Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, that when they say they are listening to us. I believe that when they say there is still work to be done to continue to lower cost every day for working families, because I know that she is fighting for us, all while Trump only ever has looked out for himself. And I know that when they are elected, they will continue to center working and middle-class families to deliver solutions that work for all of us. It's great to be home, Erie. Onward to victory.
Yet another early speaker there in Pennsylvania as Governor Tim Walz is getting ready to step up there as he's holding a rally in Erie. We also know again that also J.D. Vance will be also holding his rally in Arizona. Taking a live look inside of that theater right now, we see some shuffling there in the background. We were also able to hear a little bit earlier on today from some of those early speakers at his rally. I want to bring you some of those right here on Live Now.
Lord, for the opportunity to come to serve our community today. God, I ask you, Lord, to provide wisdom and counsel to our leaders, those that are here to serve our people, to serve our country. God, we ask you today that your power would be upon them, it would rest upon them, that they would make wise and just decisions today. Oh, Lord, we thank you for your presence, your power. We thank you for your anointing that is in this place today. God, we have come to acknowledge you and to thank you, oh Lord, for the opportunity today. God, we worship you, oh Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please welcome to the stage Nathan Jackson. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please welcome to the stage for the national anthem, Carrie Hughes.
That was just a little bit of the action earlier today inside of that J.D. Walz rally there. I also want to bring you in a live feed that we're now getting as well out of Haiti. We know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken is stepping up. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Stood up a transitional presidential council. There's a government with an interim prime minister, a cabinet, and we see these institutions moving forward to do the work of delivering for the Haitian people. The United States appreciates Haiti's leaders putting aside their differences, working together to put the country on the path to free and fair elections. And we look forward to the TPC swiftly naming a provisional electoral council to organize those elections. That is the critical next step. We also welcome Haitian efforts to address corruption allegations and promote transparency and accountability. These are essential for this transition government to maintain the trust of the Haitian people. As the United States demonstrated with our recent sanctions on former President Martelly, we will use every tool that we have to hold accountable those who facilitate violence, drug trafficking, instability. As this political process has moved forward, in parallel, so too is the necessary efforts to provide a strong security foundation. And in particular, the multinational security support mission authorized by the United Nations last year has moved forward. Over the past several months, more than 380 Kenyan personnel have arrived in support of the Haitian National Police as part of this mission, with more to come. In recent weeks, the MSS with the Haitian National Police, has increased joint operations, taking the fight to the gangs and delivering a powerful message. The Haitian people, not Haitian gangs, will write the country's future. As a result, the airports reopened, commercial flights have resumed, allowing goods to enter the country. In parts of Port-au-Prince, there's more economic activity, more markets reopened, more people venturing out. In my meetings today with leaders of the security mission, with the Haitian police, we discussed how to ensure that security personnel are well-trained, well-equipped, and accountable so that they can work together to effectively combat violence and instability and maintain Haiti's momentum. The United States, for our part, has already delivered over $300 million to support this multinational mission, sending armored vehicles, radios, night vision goggles, standing up an entire base of operations, and we'll be getting more assistance here more quickly. We've also provided $200 million to the Haitian police since 2021, helping to train and equip new recruits, as well as specialized anti-gang units. We deeply appreciate the indispensable leadership of Kenya, President Ruto, as well as the contributions of CARICOM and the international community. Canada has been one of Haiti's strongest and most enduring partners, devoting millions in training and equipment to bolster the Haitian National Police and the multinational security support mission. Jamaica, who's deputy commander of this mission, has committed to sending its own personnel to Haiti. El Salvador is sending a medevac team. But at this critical moment, we do need more funding, we do need more personnel to sustain and carry out the objectives of this mission. The United States has been actively working to secure this additional support. In a couple of weeks, we'll be at the United Nations for the General Assembly. I intend to convene a ministerial meeting to encourage greater contributions to help meet Haiti's security needs, its economic needs, its humanitarian needs, as well as to renew the mission's mandate, which expires in early October. The United States is also committed to using this foundation of security to support and unlock the potential of the Haitian people. We're the largest contributor of humanitarian assistance to Haiti. That includes an additional $45 million in humanitarian aid that I'm announcing today, bringing the total U.S. aid to over $210 million this year. That means more food, more water, more sanitation, more health and support services for 1.5 million more Haitians. In the long term, the United States is working to return Haiti to the path of growth and opportunity, including through a whole-of-government strategy that the United States and Haitian stakeholders have developed to prevent conflict and promote stability here in Haiti. We're particularly focused in shoring up the apparel sector, which constitutes a quarter of Haiti's GDP, 90% of its exports, and employs tens of thousands of Haitians. The United States Hope Help Trade Preference Program is an essential part of this effort, incentivizing companies to locate factories here by allowing Haitian-produced clothing to be exported to the United States duty-free. This critical legislation expires next year, so we're working with our Congress to quickly reauthorize it. We'll also continue partnering with the Haitian government to make it easier for companies to do business here in Haiti. Now, we're very clear-eyed about what is required to address Haiti's challenges. It's an enormous amount of work to be done. The challenges are significant. But I think from just a few hours here today, meeting with leaders, talking to people, as well as being immersed in the work that we've done these past few months, what I am seeing is tremendous resilience and the reemergence of hope. We see it in young police recruits who are ready to reclaim their communities.
And we were just hearing some of those remarks from Secretary of State Antony Blinken as he's speaking live there in Port-au-Prince there in Haiti. But I do want to switch gears here. We do have Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz. We know he was having a rally, stepping up there to the mic. Let's listen in to his comments here
Trump said
on
these
LiveNOW.
crowds are all AI. You know what's not AI? Your votes. That's what's not AI. Good to be back in Pennsylvania, everybody. Thank you A thank you to Jody, 24 years of serving our children, this community, as a proud school teacher and proud union member. Give it up for Jody. It's noble work, so to each of you out here, I'm grateful for that. And I have to tell you, I am so incredibly grateful for the ability that this state has done to continuously send incredible people into office. I want to first of all thank Mayor Schemmer here in Erie for that. Look at this. This backdrop is unbelievable, that's coming from somebody who knows a little something about lakes in Minnesota. This is a good one. This is a good one. And look, I think all of you know this. We've got work to do this fall, but the first thing is, and I have to tell you this as someone who had the opportunity to work with this man, travel overseas with this man, watch what he's done for this country. Bob Casey's a national treasure. Send him back. Send him back. Senator Fetterman doing the great work. That's the only guy who dresses down better than me, I'll guarantee you that. That guy's got it. And I just want to say this, someone who I call a dear friend, someone I've watched, and someone who blasted onto the national scene, doing the work that needed to be done. When a bridge needed to be repaired, that guy was there. Governor Shapiro. And thank you for him. Incredible. To all those local elected officials who put themselves and their families out here and stand up, thank you for supporting them. Thanks for standing them back. Point of personal privilege, too, a little while ago, I met a young lady back here, 94 years young, Noelle, and 45 years teaching, and she's here. She told me because she believes in the new way forward and what we can do together. So thank you. And on behalf of the Vice President, myself, to each of you, thank you. Look, there are a million places you could be with your time, your talent, and your treasure. You came out here. You came out here to stand next to neighbors, some friends, some new folks you met. You came out here. My God, it's 2 hours from kickoff, people, and you came out here for the NFL season. But you came out here, as the Vice President always says, for a simple and beautiful reason. You love this country. That's why you came. That's why you came. And I am incredibly grateful for it. But look, I always, some of you know, and I got to tell you, I'm just going to go ahead and say, the coach signs warm my heart. Thank you. They warm my heart. A lot of years. I tell people, never close the yearbook. That state championship is as fresh today as it was 25 years ago. But the great thing about it is teaching, coaching, everything, it's that first week, the new start, the opportunities to a new season. Everything's fresh. Clean state. Anything's possible. All the things are there. We're all undefeated at this point in time with the opportunity to build something better for ourselves. That's what it is, to build something better. So I think all of you are here and you feel it. And for the young people who are here, look, between the last election, COVID, and the last 9 years of this nonsense after that guy came down a gold escalator, they've tried to tell you that this can't be joyful. This can't be fun. This can't be hopeful. This can't be positive about the future. Well, we reject that, and it took Kamala Harris to come onto the scene to tell us this is a joyful thing we're doing. This is hopeful. People are starting to figure this out. From her first day as a prosecutor, then to a district attorney, then to the Attorney General of the largest state in the nation, then to a United States Senator, and then to Vice President of the United States. Yeah, she's qualified. Let me know that. She's qualified. But and she does this work waking up every day, doing it for the people of this country. She's the one. She's the one who took on the predators. She's the one who took on the fraudsters. She's the one who took on the transnational gangs. She stood up to the corporate interest. She never hesitated to reach across the aisle and work together if it was right for the American people. So when she put her name out there, she's running on this idea of an opportunity economy where everybody belongs and everybody has a place. Everybody. And she's not talking about just getting by with 3 jobs and trying to make the rent. She's talking about where we can make this country thrive and people can get ahead. That's the type of economy. And this whole idea, these folks who want to tell us the red state, blue state, big city versus small towns, trying to tell us that we're different or there's 2 different Americas or whatever. I witnessed this down in Savannah, Georgia. We're down there on a bus. We're getting off the bus. It's just her and her husband, Doug, my wife, Gwen, and I. We're getting off the bus. And there's a bunch of our supporters standing there on the side of the street waving flags. And there was folks that were not our supporters. You can always tell them because they all have the same hats on, so you can see who they were. A group of independent thinkers ready to go. But here's what she said. She never missed a beat. She turned around and looked at me and she said, don't ever forget, we work as hard for them and their family and for the things that are right for them as we do for this side. So here's the thing. She's talking about those folks because we're trying to get them because our policies will make their lives better, where everyone gets that shot. She's talking about cutting taxes for the middle class. Look, when you keep hearing this, they want to get this, talking about price gouging at the grocery store. Look, I know something about this. I come from farm country. Our farmers aren't getting rich right now. They're getting $3.90 for corn. Somebody in the middle is, and those folks need to stop price gouging us. That's simple. This idea of owning a home and lowering the cost of owning a home, we know that that is where generational wealth is created. For someone like me, the ability to get in a home, it was the GI Bill. What she's proposing is the opportunity to help folks get that down payment in, and then they can start owning that home and paying that mortgage, making a difference. And we saw something that should have happened a damn long time ago. We finally are negotiating with Medicare to reduce the cost of prescription drugs. Look, I'm fine with people being successful, but drug companies with CEOs making millions and millions and millions while our seniors can't afford insulin, that is obscene and it needs to end, and it will with Kamala Harris. And then just yesterday, she proposed, and we'll put it into law, the ability to start and grow your own business. There's folks here that are entrepreneurs, want to get started. Right now, you can expense $5,000, and that is a tax credit for your startup. Yesterday, Vice President Harris proposed $50,000 to get off the land and get things going. And I know there's too many of you here, like my family went through this, relieving folks of medical debt so they quit reporting you to the credit bureau and garnishing your wages just because you tried to get somebody to stay alive by taking them to the hospital. We can fix it. We can fix it. So look, I'm proud to be part of this fight, and I think for so many of you, and to be clear, we're here in Erie because every vote matters and every single community in this country matters. Yeah. Across this country, I grew up in a small town in Nebraska, a town of a population of 400, working on the family farm. And I tell people this, I had 24 kids in my class, 12 were cousins. So, but you know what? Not a single one of them went on to be a venture capitalist, I'll tell you that. Not a single one of them went off to rip people off in New York City by discriminating against rental housing and things like that. Most of them went on to start businesses, become nurses, teachers, farmers, and do an honest day's work. Those are the folks who need to get a tax cut. Those are the folks who need to get a break. But just like here in Erie, and I know this is true across the country, when you grow up in a town like this or a town like Butte, Nebraska, you learn to take care of your neighbors. You learn to understand that everybody belongs, and when we work for a common good, we have a saying in Minnesota, when we each do better, we each do better. The idea is when every single one of us. So this idea of those values of a shared community, if you work hard, you should be able to earn an honest day's wage, those animated my public service and Vice President Harris's service. She talks about this often. Where else but in America, from a girl from Oakland and a boy from rural Nebraska can go on and become the next president and vice president of the United States? Those middle-class values are what we're going to bring to the White House come November with your help. Now look, I'm not naive. Not everybody sees the world the same way. It's very clear that our opponents in this race see the world differently. Now, I'm going to quote, which I think is a brilliant quote, by your great governor, Josh Shapiro. He often says, and I hear him say this, whenever Donald Trump's talking about America, he's shit-talking America. He does not believe in the promise of America, and he continues to put this country down. Whether it's our veterans or working people, he continues to do it. And you know why he does it? You know why he does that? Because he can only think of himself. He can only think of the service for himself. We saw it. When this guy was in power, first thing he did, he told us this. Remember 9 years ago? Oh, healthcare would be simple. I got a plan on the first day. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. The first day plan was to repeal the Affordable Care Act, taking away our protections. And I'll give him this. The second thing he did say he was going to do this. He was very clear about it. He promised he would do it, and he kept his word. He said, with a bunch of his rich friends, he goes, you're super rich, these folks down in Mar-a-Lago, and I'm going to cut your taxes. He did that. He did that. And the third thing he did, he wasn't quite so honest about because he told us he wasn't going to do it. He installed 3 Supreme Court justices who took away our right to control our own bodies. He did all that before he tried to violently overthrow our democratic government, too, by the way. In an election that he got his butt whipped fair and square and lost. It's that simple. It's that simple. Look, I'm not telling Pennsylvanians anything you don't already know. Under Donald Trump, you lost 275,000 jobs during the Trump years. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, with Josh Shapiro, you gained back 550,000 in the last 4 years. With the leadership of your elected officials here, you've got some of the lowest unemployment in history here in Erie. So you know, we can't afford 4 more years of this guy. What I will say is good about this one is, he's been very clear about this. He's promised to pick up right where he left off the last time. But I will say this, he's learned a little something, and it's going to be much, much worse if he gets the opportunity. What's really good is we don't have to guess what he's going to do because they wrote it out in a 900-page manual called Project 2025. This is where, film this one or whatever so you tell your relatives because, look, we all got them. We know we got to keep talking to them. He said what he would do. And I believe him. He kept his promise on this. It's the one thing he said, and he kept his promise. He's going to cut taxes for the rich. His tariffs will have a $4,000 a year tax hike on all of you. There's not a single economist in the country or any banker or anybody else who knows anything about economics does not believe the tariffs he's proposing will not fall right on you in the products that you buy. It's exactly the way it works. That's just facts. He said he'd clean out all the experts in government, all the dedicated public servants who don't serve the elected officials, they serve you. He's going to clean them out and put his loyalists in to make sure they do it. And just to be clear, I know he's a little confused on this issue about women's rights to make their own choices, but I want to be very clear. He does not trust women, but women do not trust him. He will ban abortion. And here's the thing. Cutting taxes for the wealthy, taking away your personal bodily autonomy, making it more difficult for the middle class, raising the cost of insulin. The question I keep asking, and I want Republicans and I want Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to answer, who the hell is asking for this agenda? Who's asking for that agenda? I don't think those folks standing out here in the red hats want that agenda because it's damn sure going to hurt them. No one's asking. No one's asking. So here's the deal. He openly says these things that we need to talk to our relatives about. And all of you know, I need to talk to my relatives too. Trust me on this. Nothing makes you more Midwestern than having your family be on this stuff. But look, they're talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare, repealing the Affordable Care Act and protections like this. And I keep saying this, repealing and destroying Social Security and Medicare. If you're a billionaire, you don't give a damn about Social Security or Medicare. If you're my mom who has to pay her heat bill and her food with it, it matters a lot. The vast majority of people care about this. They care about it. And I'm gonna give a big shout out. You saw AFL-CIO up here. You saw teachers union. You saw building trades up here. Look, we know who built America. It was union labor built America. And when unions were at their strength and their strongest and more people were in them, the middle class was better off. It has been a 40-year attempt by those of the wealthiest to undermine labor unions. But guess what? The popularity of labor unions is higher than at any time in our lifetime, right now, right now. So it doesn't surprise me that Donald Trump did not do a damn thing on Labor Day. He took the day off, which he should thank organized labor for that day off. If I were him, I would be hiding down in Mar-a-Lago too. I wouldn't want to face working people. I wouldn't want to look them in the eye and tell them why their work doesn't matter, why it should be harder to unionize, why he and his folks have undermined middle America. Look, people are angry for a reason. And this Project 2025 thing, I got to tell you, they're trying to run from it. They continue to try and deny it. But here's what I've said very simply on this. I coach football for enough years to know if you take the time to make a playbook, you're going to use it. You're going to use it. So they took the time to do it. And I will say this, J.D. Vance talks about being from, look, he should know. He talks about where he came from. He talks about where he was at. But I'll have to tell you, he did say this. He said, there's a lot of angst and people are angry in middle America. Hell yes, we are, because people like him gutted middle America. The bankers and the robber barons gutted middle America. They shipped our jobs out. So look, you go off to Yale, you get a philosophy major, you write a best-selling book, trash the very people you grew up with. Just don't come back to Erie and tell us how to run our lives. Don't do that. Don't do that. And look, the folks here with a little less hair and a little grayer, I want to be very clear about this. This country needs 2 functioning political parties at least. We don't need one and a cult on the other side. We do not need that. So I'm going to give due to the Republican Party of our grandfathers and fathers. A Republican Party, when they talked about freedom, they stood with our allies and wouldn't abandon them. But look, that's not these guys. When they talk about freedom, they mean that freedom for corporations to be able to abuse their workers and pay whatever they want. Banks should be free to foreclose or to take advantage of customers. And the one that they want to talk about, and again, send this to your relatives, folks who believe that government should stay out of their lives or whatever. These are the guys that want government to be big enough to fit in your bedroom, to fit in your exam room, to fit in your library. They want them to be at each of those places. You heard it, and I know you've heard me say it before on this. Look, we come from places, I respect differences of opinion. We don't have to agree on everything. We might not make the same choice you make for your family, but you know what? That's your choice to make. And the thing that makes communities work really, really well is that golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. The irony of these guys talking about they want to get rid of government or whatever, they want to make government so big they know what books you read. They want government to be so big they want to create, and this is in Project 2025, a national tracking of pregnancies. Yeah. Well, here's the good thing. I think it's important for us to know where we're at, but I don't think it inspires people to run against something. But I do think we need to be reminded who these folks are. because they're going to try and slip out of it every step of the way. They're already somehow, Donald Trump said, women are with me. They support me. I support their... Well, look, we need to be clear what we stand for. When Kamala Harris talks about freedom, she believes that you should be free to make your own health care decisions. Simple as that. We believe education should be a ticket to the middle class, not a ticket to crippling debt. We believe we should have the freedom to drink clean water and breathe clean air. And yeah, we believe in the freedom to send our kids to school without being shot dead in the hall. The news cycle moves on within a day. What we saw yesterday down in Georgia. Kids going to school the first week of school, excited. Now we have 4 dead. So our hearts go out to the 2 students and the 2 teachers who were killed. Their families will be in mourning. There's many injured in Winder, and that community will never be the same. I said this, and all of you here, both as a teacher and as a student and as a dad, I loved back to school season. Time of hope, excitement. Now for those kids, it'll always be a time of sheer terror, and that'll be a memory that they'll hold forever. And it's a reminder to the rest of the country, we've got work to do, and I, for one, am sick and tired of hearing about thoughts and prayers rather than actually doing something about it. And I say this to all of you, I know guns. I'm a veteran, I'm a hunter, but we can't let them make this just about the Second Amendment. I defend the Second Amendment. But our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. Yesterday, Vice President Harris said it doesn't have to be this way. And I can tell all of you, as someone who's owned guns my whole life and hunted, I can tell you I can remember it with such clarity. I sat in my office in D.C. when I was a member of Congress, and it was shortly after the Sandy Hook massacre. And I sat in there with all those parents. And at that point in time, I was an NRA guy. That's many of us grew up with that they were gun safety. And I was the only one who took the meeting with them. They tried to get meetings with people who wanted to do this. And to sit in there and listen to these parents, I think about it today. My son, this week, started his senior year of high school. Thank you. Thank you. And it's bittersweet for me because those killed at Sandy Hook would have been entering their senior year too, at the same time. And those parents now are without those. So look, we've got something to vote for, not just against. We've got a better future, a better way forward, a way that makes sure that we're not just after the fact, spending a day or so talking about this and not doing anything about it. There's things we can do. Other countries don't have to live like this. Other countries have figured this out. So look, I keep talking about this. I hear folks say, tell us what you're going to do. All right, we'll continue to tell you what we're going to do. To all of those young folks, to everybody out there, get your phone out, record this one. This is the one you're going to send to those undecided friends. I don't know. I'm not just sure. I don't know. I really am thinking about that we need to give a tax break to billionaires. And I keep thinking about this. They send people out. They send people out to bars in the swing states. Yeah, somebody's sitting at the bar in Pittsburgh tonight, and they're sitting around there saying, you know what we really need to do in this country? We need to ban George Orwell books. That's what we need to do. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying we need to pay people a fair wage. We need to make sure that health care is accessible. We need to make sure we're tackling things like climate change. So here's what Kamala Harris is going to do. She is going to give a tax cut, but not to the billionaires, to the middle class, to the middle class. If you're looking to buy that home, she's going to make it more affordable to get in that home. And if you're getting squeezed by prescription drugs, you don't have to guess because she's already done it. We're going to tackle big pharma and reduce the cost of those drugs. And if you're going to start that small business, you're going to get help on the front end and cut the red tape to give you a chance to achieve the dream you want to achieve. And here's what I'm going to say. If you're in a union or if you're not in a union, we're going to make it easier to get in one of those and collectively bargain for better wages. Amen. And if you're dependent on Social Security or Medicare covered by the Affordable Care Act, we're going to make sure it's safe and sound. We're not interested in cutting taxes for the wealthy and then raising the Social Security retirement age. We're not interested in cutting taxes for the wealthy and undermining Medicare. We're not interested in listening to them tell us, I got a good plan on day one. It'd be easy to fix Medicare. Oh, for God's sakes. It's not going to be, and you know it. All right. No matter who you are or where you live, Kamala Harris is there to make sure you make the decisions in your life that's right for your life, for the choices that you and your family make. This is, and I listen to this, that big part of the presidency is, and being in this is who you're going to fight for. I did see this, that Donald Trump was in Pennsylvania, was he not, last night? Harrisburg. There's a saying in politics, if you're explaining, you're losing, but I want to say this. I did watch part of it last night. 11 times, Donald Trump explained to us that he wasn't weird. Okay. I didn't say it. I think we might be getting under the skin there a little bit. But look, when I said that, this isn't about name calling or anything. I was pointing out it's weird to be obsessed with people's personal lives. It's weird to be obsessed with people's healthcare choices. It's weird to continue to talk about sharks and batteries and boats and things like that. What's not weird is tell us what you're going to do about healthcare. Tell us who's going to get a tax cut. Tell us that you're going to protect reproductive rights. Tell us how you're going to tackle climate change. So look, Kamala Harris wakes up every morning thinking about those things, thinking about ways to make your life easier for hardworking people that are just trying to get by. Nobody's asking for a handout here. Nobody's asking to get by easy. Nobody's asking for the easy way out. But for so many of us, my family included, sometimes life throws things at you. So I'll guarantee you one thing. For my family, Social Security survivor benefits was a damn good thing to be there. I'm glad it was. For others, it might be nutrition programs. Those are the things that give people a hand up. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, I guarantee you they're not thinking about that every day. I guarantee you they're thinking about themselves. First thing they do, find the camera and then whine about how they're being treated. Look, that's not how any of us live. That's not how any of us live. So I'll tell you. Well, you know it. It's TV star we've got. This 9-year run of this TV show on the other side is so damn old. Let's turn the channel. Let's cancel the damn thing. Let's move on to something else. Look, Erie, you know what's out there, but here's the great part about it. And this is why we should, because it was paid for in blood. There are billions of people around the world could not imagine gathering as free people in a beautiful park to decide how we're going to go. They're going to decide the direction. You're going to decide which direction we're going to go. This divisiveness and this anger, we get to decide. We're tired of it. I'm sick of it every day. Remember when you used to actually go weeks or months without even talking about the damn president? That would happen because people were doing their job. People were getting things done. We were moving forward and tackling problems. That's a future we want to be. That's a new way forward. That's the way we get this done. So look. This is an incredible privilege. Look, you had to come out here. It's hard work. You've got places to go. You're worrying about the kids. You're looking and saying, damn it, finish up. I got to go watch football. In honor of that, I get it. But this is our job to protect the democracy. And I guarantee you, when history writes about this time, every one of you's here, everyone who's been on the phone, everyone who's doing the work necessary, when we wake up and we've won this thing, you're going to be part of that to say, I made a difference. I made a difference. So in honor of that, I'm going to give you the Coach Walls pep talk because we're about at kickoff time here. Look, Pennsylvania and Minnesota have a lot in common. We got a lot of beautiful lakes. We get a lot of snow. Okay, Super Bowl rings we do not have in common, but we will get one someday. But we share a history. It was our people who built this country. It was the miners of the Iron Range of Minnesota who pulled that taconite from under the ground that fueled the blast furnaces of the steel mills, that built the steel, that built the tanks, that liberated Europe from Nazi tyranny. That was our people. That was our people. Those same steel mills forged the steel that built the roads, the bridges, and the skyscrapers of this great country from coast to coast. And it'll be those same miners that put green steel in the ground that continue to create good union jobs, that continue to build this country. It's who we are. We're optimistic people. For Christ's sakes, you get 10 feet of snow here and you just plow it and smile. That's what you do. We walk on water half the year in Minnesota because we are optimistic. We understand that it's about coming together. It's about pushing back the pessimism and looking towards the optimism. And here's our deal. We are in the big game. All of us. Fourth quarter, we're down a field goal. Clock is ticking. Yeah, I know some of you are watching. And we're the underdogs at this point. But that's okay. Our people have always been the underdogs. Our people have always known how to do the work. Our people have always faced long odds. For goodness sakes, we carved a life out of a cold, harsh climate, and we made the best standard of living of any place in the world. And we did it. We did it by this beautiful tapestry of folks from all over making it work. So look, here's our job. The ball's in our hands. This is our time. Our job's to do the blocking and tackling of politics. Inch at a time, yard at a time, phone call at a time, door knock at a time, $5 donation at a time, one rally at a time, whatever it takes. So look, we're in the game. The momentum's behind us. It doesn't matter if it's a beautiful night in Erie. Doesn't matter if it's in Las Vegas with 109 degrees. It doesn't matter if it was in a field in western Wisconsin. People all across this country are coming out and saying, and for each of you, here's the incredible opportunity. Look, it would be easier if we didn't have to do this. It would be easier if these guys wouldn't undermine our system, if they wouldn't lie about elections, if they wouldn't put women's health at risk, but they are. So it's a privilege for us to do the fight. And here's what the real privilege, standing in this park with this many people, it is very possible and most likely probable the road to the White House will go through this park in Erie, Pennsylvania. And politics is not an end, it's a means to an end. I talk about this often. We don't win elections to bank political capital to win another election. We win elections to burn political capital to improve lives, to make people's lives easier. You've got the opportunity now to turn this momentum into activism, into a get out the vote effort, into winning an election. And when we wake up on that 62nd day, we got 61 days left. And to your neighbors out there, and to the folks who say, I'm sick of this, that's what they want to do. They want to make people sick of this. They want to believe the system doesn't work. They want to believe you should just stay home. That's what the other guys want. So people tell me, I'm just not that into politics. You know how you answer them? Too damn bad. Politics is into you. It's into you. It's in your bedroom. It's in your every aspect of your life. So look, and don't think these guys don't have plans. And I'm going to say it after what the hell happened in Georgia yesterday. They spend their time banning books instead of banning assault weapons. That is crap. That's crap. That's not where we go. So look, 61 days. We're a hardy people. We know how to do work. We've up against some odds and we've been there before. I continue to tell people this. Now is the time to do the work. Sleep when you're dead. There will be time for that then. Do it now. We love this country. We love our democracy. We believe everybody should have a fair shot. We believe in the freedoms to make your own decisions, and we believe in a hopeful future. So this place, we get to make this happen. And as the next president of the United States often says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, let's go, Erie.
All right, we were just listening in there to Governor Tim Walz campaigning there in Battleground, Pennsylvania. He was there in Erie. As you can see him now, he's shaking hands with the crowd as they're holding up those coach signs. And of course, knowing that Tim Walz famously was a coach for many years before ever entering politics. So we have been keeping up with that for the last few minutes as we listen to those live remarks. Thank you for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears just a little bit here because we're getting in some live video feed from Georgia. As you just heard Tim Walz speaking, he addressed that mass shooting that happened yesterday in Winder, Georgia. Pulling up now for you, there's a live look at a memorial that is now growing outside of the school there in Winder. And in the corner, you can see that newly released mugshot of the suspect, the 14-year-old suspect, Colton Gray, has been taken into custody. And again, you're starting to see the memorial grow for those victims. We do know that his victims were 4 people, 2 students, 2 teachers. Christian Angelou was just 14, and his sister, according to AP, is saying that she is heartbroken over the loss of her baby brother. Mason Schermerhorn is also 14. He was another victim there at the high school. Many people are talking about he was just an inquisitive young boy who also was just excited to start his first year of high school. 2 teachers also passed in this shooting. One is Christina Irami. She is a local there in the area, and she often volunteered at different churches there, Helen Church in Lilburn, as well as St. Constantine's. She said that she highly celebrated her Romanian culture, and she was excited to start this new year. This is what friends and family are now saying. And lastly, Richard Aspinwall, 39-year-old. He was a high school football coach there as well at the school. He passed away, leaving behind a wife and 2 young daughters. Of course, we've been keeping up with everything that's happening there at that Georgia shooting. We're going to continue to follow those updates here on Live Now, but we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We're continuing to follow more breaking news from around the country, and this story is coming out of Atlanta, Georgia. I want to pull up a tweet for you right now. We do know it has now been confirmed that Rich Homie Quan, the rapper, has passed away at the age of 34. Now, this is according to several family members and has now been confirmed by Fulton County as well. We do want to keep up with this story because we know that Rich Homie Quan, as this tweet said, provided so many folks with hits during the 2010s. You knew you were in for something special as soon as you heard his voice and his hook. Our hearts go out to his friends and family. Rest in power, Quan. Now, that was a statement that was released earlier today from BET. Also, earlier today, I was able to speak to a journalist there in the Atlanta area who knew Rich Homie Quan and extensively covered him. Let's listen into those comments here on Live Now. A.R. Shaw, journalist and author of Trap History, the Atlanta Culture, and the Impact of Trap Music. A.R., thank you so much for being with us here this afternoon. Quite a shocking surprise, of course, but for those who don't know Rich Homie Quan and the impact that he's had on the music scene globally, can you sort of speak to that a bit and just get people caught up on what his life and legacy?
Yeah, definitely. So Rich Homie Quan, he came into prominence in Atlanta around 2012, 2013. And he came in prominence at a time when Atlanta was kind of going through a transition from the Outkast, T.I., Jeezy, Gucci Mane era. And it was a new group of artists that was coming up, where there was Rich Homie Quan, Young Thug, Future. He was a part of this group that was really taking Atlanta's music scene to that next level. And we just saw his rise as an independent artist 2012, 2013. And he became, a global sensation. And so someone like Rich Homie Quan, his loss is definitely impactful to the Atlanta industry.
We've seen Rich Homie Quan. His music, of course, was huge, like you said, in the Atlanta music scene, but also globally. He was marking and making his way up the Billboard charts in the early 2000s and the mid 2000s as well. He also was able to be nominated for an iHeartMedia Award, BET Awards as well. The impact, again, that he had on the music industry, he sort of changed the way, him and Young Thug, the way that music sounds. Can you sort of speak to that and what that kind of meant to other artists all across the country?
Yeah, so Rich Homie Quan, he came into prominence again at a time when Atlanta was going through a transition from a musical standpoint. And him, Young Thug, Future, they all had this melodic type of flow that they would use. And it was different from what was pretty much presented earlier in Atlanta music, where we had the crunk era, you had early forms of trap music, where Rich Homie Quan was more melodic. He was someone who, he wasn't a singer, but his songs were very rhythmic, and you can kind of, hear the melodies in his music. And so he was someone who kind of ushered in a new sound in Atlanta hip hop and pretty much hip hop nationwide from a global standpoint, because as we all know, the sounds from Atlanta pretty much influenced the world. And so Rich Homie Quan was one of the individuals who helped to influence not just the Atlanta sound, but hip hop overall.
Absolutely. And we're seeing rest in peace posts flowing from all over the country, other artists who respected him. And it's just going to be a tough hit for those in the music industry. And of course, anybody who enjoys the type of music that he made and played.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to understand is that a lot of people grew up on his music, and there's a whole generation that are adults now, millennials who grew up on Rich Homie Quan, and some Gen Zers who grew up listening to his music, and to see someone pass again, some of the reports are saying that it was an overdose, but to see another person, a young person, pass is going to definitely just have it's another sore eye, another black eye for the hip hop community.
Absolutely. And like you're just mentioning, another one, this isn't an uncommon occurrence, unfortunately, in hip hop. We've seen several artists pass in the last few years, whether it's due to gun violence or drug overdoses, which there's no current cause of death out there right now. But just thinking about that, how do you think that people are going to react to continuing to see young artists who are inspiring them pass away at such a young age?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that needs to be addressed. I mean, we're seeing young individuals pass. Just a few days ago, Fat Man Scoop, who was a major artist in the industry, he passed, and we're seeing that a lot of artists are passing at a young age due to either poor health, violence, or drug overdose. And so it's something that, as a community in hip hop, it needs to be addressed. You know, why are young artists dying so young? And so I think, you know, we have to talk about mental health. We have to talk about the access to health care. You know, what's being done to really ensure that these artists, and not just the artists, but the people who follow the artists, that there's some type of standard in terms of checking for your mental health, checking for just your health, your overall, how you're feeling on a day-to-day basis. And so hopefully this is a wake-up call to just this generation about, you know, what's important to our lives, because, you know, we don't need another artist or anyone of that age to pass before their time.
Absolutely. AR, thank you so much for joining us and just giving a little bit of insight into the life and legacy of Rich Homie Quan. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have the good rest of your day.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to my colleague there, Christina Evans, as she was recounting the life and the legacy and the body of work of rapper Rich Homie Quan, who died today at the age of 34. And we'll be continuing to get more details on this story, hopefully on the nature of his death and what fans and what his contemporaries are saying. Such a loss for the world of rap and for the world of hip hop. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Thank you, like I said, to my colleague, Christina Evans. We're at the top of the hour. It's 4 o'clock here on the West Coast, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. We have a lot of top headlines in store on this very busy Thursday night. Want to thank you for watching. If you're choosing Live Now from Fox, if you're new to us, we're covering all things politics. We are just about 60 days away from the November 5th presidential election. And you've been hearing from so many of these candidates all across the country, mostly in battleground states. You just heard there from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, live in Erie, Pennsylvania, barnstorming the Keystone State. Vice President Harris will be in the state tomorrow, I believe, as well. So this is really the moment. We are nearing the end, almost, but it is, some say, the final stretch of the campaigns. We also were previewing for you Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate. He just wrapped up speaking there in Phoenix, Arizona today, so we weren't able to get to that live. What we are going to do at the bottom of the hour, though, is play in its entirety his complete remarks, his rally speech to the crowd, and something that he has been doing at campaign rallies, taking questions from reporters traveling with him. So you'll see that Q&A portion as well here. We have a live picture there at the White House, too. As we know, President Biden traveled to Wisconsin today, talking about investments being made to rural infrastructure. We'll get to that in just a moment here. But at the very same time, as President Biden was speaking in Wisconsin today, his son, Hunter Biden, was appearing in a courthouse in Los Angeles, really stunning so many of us who have followed the legal saga of Hunter Biden throughout the course of the last year and several years prior, that he pleaded guilty today to all 9 charges on these tax crimes that he was being alleged to have made, evasion of paying almost $2 million in taxes. So he entered a guilty plea today on all 9 of those charges. We'll be talking about the implications of that going forward here. We do want to take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, we are in a new hour. We have a lot more top headlines left to get to, and there are many. This was the scene today. This is a live picture there outside of the courthouse in Los Angeles. President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, pleading guilty to all 9 tax charges. Well, what does this mean for the trial that was expected to go forward here? Does that mean there will be no trial after this guilty plea? That's a question I have. Putting this tweet up from Fox News, guilty. You see there, Hunter Biden has officially entered a guilty plea on all 9 federal tax charges brought against him by special counsel David Weiss, his attorney said in court. Shocking federal prosecutors. Now, as of about 10 minutes ago, Hunter Biden just released this multi-part statement. I want to read it in full for you, and we have it. So Hunter Biden goes on to say this: I went to trial in Delaware not realizing the anguish it would cause my family, and I will not put them through it again. When it became clear to me that the same prosecutors were focused not on justice, but on dehumanizing me for my actions during my addiction, there was only one path left for me. I will not subject my family to more pain, more invasions of privacy, and needless embarrassment. For all I have put them through over the years, I can spare them this, and so I have decided to plead guilty. Hunter Biden goes on to say, like millions of Americans, I failed to file and pay my taxes on time. For that, I am responsible. As I have stated, addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation for some of my failures at issue in this case. When I was addicted, I wasn't thinking about my taxes. I was thinking about surviving. But the jury would never have heard that or know that had I paid every penny of my back taxes, including penalties. I've been clean and sober for more than 5 years now because I've had the love and support of my family. I can never repay them for showing up for me and helping me through my worst moments. But I can protect them from being publicly humiliated for my failures. For anyone now going through the scourge of addiction, please know there is a light at the end of that seemingly endless tunnel. I was where you are now. Don't quit right before the miracle. So that multi-part statement just issued by Hunter Biden, President Biden's son here. What we want to do right now is let you listen into brief comments Hunter Biden's attorney, Abby Lowell, made outside of the courthouse today. Let's watch.
Guys, I got to do this and get on. So if you're not ready, I'm sorry. Ready? So I have a brief statement to make, and I'm not going to answer any questions. After watching prosecutors exploit his family's pain during the Delaware trial and realizing that they were planning to do it again here in California, Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase, while keeping open the options to raise the many clear issues with this case on appeal. There's no doubt this case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to bring. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties, years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
Why did he wait till this morning? President, hard to contact.
All right, that was Abby Lowell there outside the courthouse in Los Angeles. Abby Lowell is Hunter Biden's attorney. Let's bring into the conversation, though, now our friend, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Nima Rahmani. Nima, good to see you here. You and I were talking offline, I believe, last week that we were gearing up for this. We were going to have you on to cover each and every day, every bit of this trial. So is that the headline here? No trial for Hunter Biden after this guilty plea today, Nima?
That is the headline, Andrew. I'm sitting here in Los Angeles, about a mile away from the courthouse, and we expected fireworks because obviously this case was about Hunter Biden, but it's also about prostitutes and drug addiction and all sorts of very salacious facts, because at the end of the day, not only did Hunter Biden fail to file tax returns, he wrote off expenses for escorts and illegal narcotics. So that was all going to come out in this case, even more than the Delaware case. But I do have to say the following. I completely disagree with Abby Lowell. This is why people don't like lawyers, because if Hunter Biden cared about his family, he would have taken that original plea deal, that sweetheart deal. He could have pled guilty to 2 misdemeanors and resolved this case months ago. Instead, he put his family through the embarrassment of the trial in Delaware. He pleaded today as 120 potential jurors were walking in. There is no legal reason for him to do so unless he knows what we all suspect, that the reason he's taking 12 felonies instead of 2 misdemeanors is that Hunter Biden knows that his father, Joe Biden, is going to pardon him probably shortly after the presidential election, Andrew.
Okay, Nima, I got to push back on that because the White House says no pardon or commutation is on the table. You have presented this theory today. I want to put up one of your tweets here. I just want to press you on this even further here. We have the tweet. Nima, you mentioned this. Hunter Biden is reportedly entering an offered plea, and prosecutors were caught off guard. An open plea without a plea agreement is usually not a good deal. Hunter's lawyer is experienced, and Hunter is a lawyer himself. So I'm thinking Hunter already has a pardon lined up. Now, Nima, why do you think this? Why do you, I would say, make the leap? If we're hearing from the White House, if we're hearing from Karine Jean-Pierre, if we're hearing from President Biden himself that they're not even considering that here, but you think it's in the offing. Why?
I think so, because 99% of criminal defendants plead guilty pursuant to a plea agreement. They get something in exchange for that plea agreement. It's charges being dismissed. It's a reduction in the recommended sentence. Rarely, if ever, do defendants plead open. That means pleading guilty to the indictment. That means you have to accept every single charge. All of the allegations is true. You can't pick and choose. Normally, you extract some sort of benefit from prosecutors in exchange for doing so. And it just strikes me as legal malpractice for an experienced lawyer like Abby Lowell to have a diversion deal, a sweetheart deal that House Republicans call it. And it was an amazing deal to walk away from that, to blow that up, to put your client in a position where he's embarrassed in Delaware, he's convicted of 3 felonies. Now you're in Los Angeles, is convicted of 9 additional felonies and looking at the very real possibility of prison time unless you have something lined up. And if not, then Hunter Biden should be filing a claim against his lawyers for malpractice, because this was sheer incompetence if they don't have a pardon or a commutation lined up and you walked away from a deal that would have been a slap on the wrist in exchange for this embarrassment in 2 different states.
Yeah, I mean, Nima, to your point, and I was going to ask you this, why, I mean, this is the very definition of last minute, the day jury selection was going to begin in this trial here. To that point, why not yesterday? Why not last week? Why not months ago? Why not right in the wake of the indictment handed down by Special Prosecutor David Weiss here? Why so last minute?
Why so last minute? Because they didn't care what the government offered and they wanted to stick it to them. The defense attorneys in this case wanted David Weiss and the prosecution, the entire Department of Justice, to prepare for a trial, to do all the work, to subpoena all the witnesses, to have everything lined up, and then plead at the last minute because they didn't care what the consequences were. All they wanted was to delay this case. The defense just wanted time because they know the later they plead, the later the sentencing is going to be set out. It usually takes about 3 months for U.S. probation to prepare a pre-sentence report. And guess what? Now the sentence in this case is going to be well after the election in mid-December. So for the defense, what was much more important is delaying and to push this case past the general election in November, not necessarily what they could bargain for in terms of time, because even if they got some counts dismissed, even if the government was recommending a reduced sentence, that doesn't matter when there's the very high likelihood that you're going to be pardoned.
Okay, but when you talk about what this trial was going to look like here, there was news about a month ago that, relatives of Hunter Biden, members of the Biden family, his sister-in-law, I believe, Hallie Biden, took a plea of immunity with Weiss in order to testify there and not incriminate herself for whatever she was going to say on the stand. Hunter Biden in that statement was essentially saying and foreclosing all options to air the Biden dirty laundry out there in court in Los Angeles. We're not going to hear any of that, are we?
We're not going to hear any of it, but we heard a lot of it in Delaware.
Yeah.
The laptop and all that evidence came in. Many members of the Hunter Biden family had to testify because that case was about being an addict in possession of a firearm. So the government had to prove the addiction. And Hunter Biden, shockingly, despite admitting it in his own memoir, and there being pictures of him using illegal drugs, tried to argue that he was not addicted at the time that he possessed that weapon. I mean, it was a terrible defense. The jury in Delaware rejected it. I'm sure whatever defense that Hunter Biden's team wanted to put on in this case would similarly be rejected because ultimately he didn't file returns. He wrote off these expenses. For him to argue that he did so because he was an addict would bring in all the evidence of his addiction that came in Delaware and which was similarly rejected there.
But Nima, what about the sentencing phase? I mean, what is he looking at here? If what you say is true and you think there is some type of pardon or commutation on the table, beside all of that, what is he looking at as far as the sentencing phase? And where does the judge come into all of this? What role does the judge have in accepting this guilty plea and in the sentencing here? Is it all up to the judge now?
It really is all up to the judge. Now, there's going to be an advisory guideline sentence. And because we're talking about $1.5 million, that advisory sentence is going to be jail time. Now, there is some evidence of mitigation. Hunter Biden did finally accept responsibility and plead guilty. He, of course, paid the taxes back. The addiction is a factor the judge can consider. But I know Mark Scarzi. I used to work with him. He doesn't have a criminal background. He's a recent appointee of Donald Trump. So it's not like there's years of him being on the bench. But the question is, I mean, Hunter Biden, as the son of a president, is still entitled to Secret Service protection. Is Judge Scarzi really going to sentence him to prison with the Secret Service there? We've talked about Donald Trump and it being a logistical nightmare. The same problems apply to Hunter Biden. So what's really going to happen if Joe Biden doesn't pardon Hunter and the judge wants to impose some period of incarceration? Does he do house arrest to avoid this issue entirely? Because sending him to the Bureau of Prisons with the Secret Service is obviously uncharted legal waters and something that's going to be highly problematic.
One last point, Nima. I mean, you heard there in Hunter Biden's statement and from Abby Lowell, they characterize this and liken this to the cases of millions of Americans. The fact that they said and they claim millions of Americans do this very thing, forget to file to pay their taxes. The charges at hand were Hunter Biden did not file to pay upwards of $2 million worth of taxes over a period of time here. Is that necessarily true for millions of Americans that they forget to file their taxes to the tune of almost $2 million? What did you make of that claim?
Yeah, it was laughable. I don't think it's true to the extent that people that make as much money as Hunter Biden don't pay their taxes. Now, I'm sure there are many people that do not file returns. I'm guessing they make significantly less. But the reason I'm laughing is it's not a legal defense. That's like me being pulled over, Andrew, for speeding. And I say, well, there's all these other people, officer, who are speeding. Why aren't you pulling them over? Not a legal defense. The same reason why all of Hunter Biden's pretrial motions, they were rejected by Judge Scarzi. He tried to argue that, well, I paid my taxes in subsequent years or in other years. Again, it's not relevant to the charges in the case. Did you not file in this particular year? Did you put deductions that were unlawful in this particular year? That's all that matters. That's the only issue for the jury to decide. So Again, no real legal defense in this case, and the writing was on the wall here for quite some time.
But another point of maybe cognitive dissonance here, Hunter Biden did not want to put his family through this yet again. You know, the pain and the embarrassment, he said humiliation of what he has gone through with regard to his own battles with drug addiction. But at the very same time, you flip that around, and he was using his drug addiction to excuse or justify why he forgot to file his taxes here. I just thought that was interesting.
It was very interesting. And again, if you take Hunter Biden at his word, and I believe that he didn't want to put his family through the embarrassment again, but what you would do, which any defense lawyer would do, is if there's no defense in the case, you negotiate some sort of deal. The vast majority of criminal defendants plead guilty. You extract something from the government. You have experienced lawyers. You start that negotiation process early. You don't sandbag them and spring this upon them in open court on the day of trial. There has to be some political or tactical reason why they're doing so.
All right, Nima Rahmani there, live for us in Los Angeles, where this all went down today. Nima, can't thank you enough. Talk soon.
Thanks very much, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, I hope you found that conversation informative. Like I said, here at Live Now, we were gearing up to cover a multi-day, if not multi-week trial with regard to Hunter Biden and these federal tax charges that he was facing. And then, shocking all of us, pleading guilty to all 9 federal counts today in Los Angeles, foreclosing the possibility of a trial. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So, of course, in the event of fairness, this is what we have been doing now with 60 days left before the presidential election. You've been watching all of these candidates in their campaign rally speeches, their stump speeches in so many of these states nationwide from start to finish. And that is our policy here on Live Now, so you can hear what the candidates are saying. And maybe it will inform you, maybe it will influence how you vote. But this is what we're going to do right now. Remember, you watched live Minnesota Governor Tim Walz in Erie, PA just last hour. Well, at the very same time, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance was also speaking live in Phoenix, Arizona. We weren't able to get to that live. We do want to show it to you in its entirety now. Let's watch.
Short days, we're going to take back this country, and it's going to start right here in the state of Arizona. Now, I got to say, I've been in politics all of 2 years, and you meet some really good people, and you meet some real scumbags. And you in Arizona are absolutely, you have some of the best people representing the state of Arizona. And I want to... Yes, sir. I want to shout out one of the very best, and that's Representative Paul Gosar. Where's Paul at? Thank you, Paul, for being a good guy. I want to call out the chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Gina. Where is Gina? There we go, Gina. We've got Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. Where's Mark? Mark. And we've got Karen Taylor. Where's Karen? Thank you, Karen. We've also got Debbie Weiss here. Where's Debbie at? Debbie, thank you. Again, some great leaders here in Arizona, and this campaign, my friends, is about a very simple thing. It's about taking this country back and taking the great Arizona leadership style to Washington, D.C., and there's no way to do that. There's no way to do that unless we fire San Francisco liberal Kamala Harris and promote Donald Trump to President of the United States. Now, we're here, and I want to talk a little bit about the border, my friends, because you guys see it more than anybody else. The American southern border is a disaster, and we're going to talk about the ways in which Kamala Harris has broken it. We're going to talk about the ways in which Donald Trump has fixed it, and then we're going to talk to the American media afterwards. So we'll take some questions from the press, because whether they're hostile or friendly, if you want to be the people's president or vice president, you ought to talk to the press. You ought to make your case to the American people and not run from them. And I'm sure because President Trump and I are the only candidates in this race who will actually talk to the press, that they'll only ask us friendly and nice questions, right? Don't hold your breath. And by the way, it's good to be here in Arizona, even in early September. I will tell you though, we brought the whole crew to Arizona. I got my lovely wife, Usha. Usha, where'd they put you? But we brought our 3 kids. They're 7, 4, and 2, and we even brought our dog. And I'll tell you, after about 15 minutes this morning in the Arizona heat, they were all tapped out. You guys are a lot tougher in Arizona than we are in the state of Ohio. I have never seen 3 kids who were anxious to get out of a hotel room wilt in 15 minutes. They were ready for the AC after about 15 minutes, and we're so thrilled with the welcome that you guys have given them, and we're so thrilled with what this state could be with better leadership at the federal level. I mean, think about this, y'all. So, Kamala Harris is an interesting candidate. Yeah, we should boo her because she deserves it. I won't stop you from doing that. But think about this. This is a person who became the vice president of the United States on a promise of open borders, and she actually delivered. On day 1, Kamala Harris said, we're going to suspend deportations. On day 1, Kamala Harris said, we're going to stop Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. And remember, what that does is, if you come into this country and you claim asylum, you gotta wait in Mexico while your claim is being adjudicated. We're not gonna release you into the country, give you a work permit and health care benefits. You gotta remain in Mexico. She stopped that policy on day 1. And then also on day 1, she re-implemented the terrible catch and release policy that allows people to take advantage of our system. She stopped the border wall. You go to the border wall, of course, all across the state of Arizona, you see it sitting there on the ground. And she did this crazy thing where they did parole for millions upon millions of illegal aliens. That is the record of Kamala Harris. Well, I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you are in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home. Now, here's what we're going to do on top of it. We are going to re-implement deportations in this country. We're going to finish that beautiful border wall along the state of Arizona and everywhere else. We are going to stop catch and release, and we're going to stop giving Medicare benefits and health care benefits to illegal aliens. They deserve to go to American citizens, not the people who have no right to be in this country. Now, that is the Donald Trump agenda, and it's simple common sense. And it's one of the reasons why Donald Trump has gotten endorsements from across the political spectrum. You know, we've got on the Trump team, we've got people like Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp, and we've also got RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Common sense. Common sense is what unites the Republican ticket in 2024. You don't have to agree with me or Donald Trump on every single issue, but you know we are united in some basic common sense. We're going to close down that border. We're going to bring down the cost of housing and groceries for American citizens. We're going to try to persuade our fellow Americans instead of censoring them, and we're going to fire that crazy person, Kamala Harris. We're not going to give her a promotion. That's the common sense unity view of the United States of America. Now let's just talk about some of the wages, some of the costs of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe just last month we had the largest fentanyl bust in the history of this country, $12.6 million of fentanyl. And let's talk just a little bit about the human cost of this, because these are not just statistics. $12.6 million, that's a lot of money, of course, and that's a lot of fentanyl. But let me tell you just a personal story. You know, a lot of you know where I came from and how I grew up, but some of you don't. I was raised by my grandmother, a working class Appalachian woman from Eastern Kentucky. She was a Spitfire. God bless you guys. Thank you. Now, Mamaw was an interesting study in contrast. You know, Mamaw, she was a woman of very deep Christian faith, and she was. Even though she didn't graduate from high school, she thought very seriously about what her Christian faith required of her. Mamaw also loved the F word, my friend. She was and I'll tell you, my wife will attest to this. She gets mad at me from time to time because, you know, sometimes I talk like Mamaw, and that means sometimes our 4-year-old talks like Mamaw, and nobody wants a 4-year-old who talks like Mamaw. I won't even repeat some of the things that she said. I know we've got cameras here and we've got some kids too, but you know, Mamaw, because she was tough, but because she was loving, and because she was firm and disciplined, but also because she gave me a home when I needed one, I was able to live the American dream. And I think the American dream is worth fighting for and worth preserving for, isn't it? But you know, the reason Mamaw took such good care of me, the reason she had to take such good care of me is because my mom struggled with opioid abuse for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm very proud to say, by the way, that my mom is now right on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and we're grateful to God for that. And for all of you who have a loved one struggling with addiction, there is hope on the other side of addiction. There is hope in recovery, and there is grace out there, but only if we make our streets safe enough to give people second chances. Because one of the things that I really do believe is that if the poison that Kamala Harris has invited into this country in 2024, if it was coming across when my mom was still struggling with addiction, I don't think I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. I don't think that she'd be on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and I don't think our 3 kids would have gotten to build a great relationship with my mom and their grandmother. And if we believe in anything in this country, in the America First movement, we believe in second chances, and Kamala Harris has taken it away from our citizens. We're gonna fight to rebuild it. We're gonna fight to rebuild the American dream. And that is why we've got to close down that southern border. You know, I was in Valdosta, Georgia, about as far away from here as you could be, and the weather's a little bit more temperate in Valdosta, Georgia, even in August. But, you know, they showed me something. The sheriff showed me their interdiction room. And that's where all the drugs that they catch on I-10 or on I-75, it sort of sits at the intersection of two major highways. And they showed me the stuff that they got. And, you know, there's big bags of marijuana, there's cocaine, there's pills, there's a whole host of things they showed me. And you know what they showed me? I was confused by it. They showed me a big box of candy. And, you know, it's like Nerds candy, which I think to myself, well, I don't like nerds very much. I'm more of a chocolate guy, but it doesn't belong in the sheriff's interdiction room. And you know why it's there? Because the drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this stuff as candy, it's easier to get it into this country. And by the way, what's sick people? What's sick people who use children's candy as a disguise for deadly drugs? And what a sick person we have as vice president who invites these people into our country to do business instead of throwing them out. But you know, it makes me realize that you've got kids who are gonna get into a packet of candy on a playground or in their school, and it's gonna take their lives. And the reason it's gonna take their lives is not because any kid should suffer for picking up a bag of candy, but because their leadership, our children's leadership, has failed them. What kind of a person lets drug cartels do business in their country? What kind of a person allows the drug cartels to disguise fentanyl as candy? And what kind of a person invites these people to get rich off of our country while our own citizens die? I don't want to answer that question, what kind of a person, but she sure as hell shouldn't be president of the United States, which is why we need to say, you are fired. Kamala Harris is fired. Now, it's interesting, though, because, you know, the media loves to cover that Kamala Harris is running a campaign on joy. They say this all the time. Have you heard this? The Democratic National Convention was all about joy. And I thought to myself, well, you know, what does Kamala Harris have to be especially joyful about? She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Americans can't afford groceries. Americans can't afford to buy a home, especially young families. 65% of young Americans are not going to be able to buy a home because of Kamala Harris's policies. We talked about the fentanyl coming into our country. Now, what Kamala Harris is joyful about is that she got promoted to the presidential nomination without earning a single vote. But you know what I'd like? I'd like a president or a vice president who's joyful because they did a good job for the American people. And that is Donald Trump, by the way. Because as much as the media loves to lie about him, Donald Trump has got the best sense of humor, and he's having a lot of fun out there on the campaign trail, right? We all know it, we see it, we watch it every day, but here's the thing. You know why President Trump is excited and happy about the future? It's not that he got a promotion he didn't earn. He's excited about the future because he knows this is the greatest country in the world, and the only thing that's broken about it is our failed leadership. He's excited about delivering lower grocery prices for Americans. He's excited about closing down that southern border. He's excited about making our streets safe again. And he's excited because the people of Arizona are about to elect him president of the United States to make all of us better off, not just him, all of us together. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end catch and release. We're gonna close down that border. We're gonna wage war against against the Mexican drug cartels, not against the American citizens who are suffering because of those drug cartels. And we are gonna make this country great again. Now, I wanna offer one final point here. Donald Trump gave a speech today, and it's the first time I've commented on it publicly, but I think it's one of the most interesting speeches I've ever heard an American president give. Because, you know, Kamala has this slogan. She talks about, you know, we're not gonna go back. And I always ask myself, Kamala, what are you talking about? We're not going back to what? To low inflation, rising take-home pay? We're not going back to a secure southern border? I'd like to go back to all those things because the American people were doing a lot better. But I realize, my friends, that when she says we're not going back, we are going back to a very ancient and dark time in human history. We're going back. Kamala Harris wants to send us back to a place where you have to be rich to enjoy public safety, where you have to be wealthy to afford to buy a home in this country, where if you want to have a nice steak on a Friday night, you've got to make a lot of money. I happen to believe that middle-class Americans ought to be able to afford a nice steak on a Friday night. Isn't that just simple? So, you know, Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a point where the country and the world don't actually work unless you've got connections and unless you've got a lot of money. But the promise of this country, the promise of liberty and justice for all, is that whether you're rich or poor, you get to live in a safe community. Whether you're rich or poor, you get to afford a nice meal for your family. Whether you're rich or poor, you live in a country where your leaders protect the border instead of tearing it down. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a time when America didn't even exist, because in America, every citizen controls his own destiny. Every woman controls her own future. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a broken time in world history. Donald Trump wants to rebuild the American promise where everybody, we all believe in liberty and justice for all, and every single citizen gets access to it. That's what Donald Trump's trying to bring us back to. And you know, he said something at this speech that I've just never heard anything like it from a person who wants to be president of the United States. Because for 30 years, there has been a broken consensus in this country that we don't need to make our own stuff. We don't need to employ our own workers. We'd rather buy energy from tin-pot dictators in the Middle East than from our own workers and from our own territory. And Donald Trump just ripped all that up today. And he said something that I think is gonna live on in this country. It's gonna dominate this country's policy for the next generation. He said that we wanna reward American workers. We wanna cut taxes on American workers and penalize companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Think about that. Because what Kamala Harris has been doing and what our broken leaders have been doing for a generation, not just her, but for 30 years, has been exactly the opposite. They've been raising taxes on American citizens to give health care benefits to illegal aliens and people who shouldn't be here. They've been raising your taxes and sending it overseas to Chinese companies that are building electric vehicles. And Donald Trump says that is bogus. That is garbage. We're not doing it anymore. So if America first means anything, it means we're prioritizing the American worker, we're prioritizing the American citizen, and we are rebuilding a country where wherever you came from, whatever your background is, whoever your parents were, liberty and justice for all, not just for the well-connected and not just for Kamala Harris's donors. God bless you all. Thank you for having me. Let's make this country great again. Donald Trump's gonna do it. We just gotta get him across the finish line. God bless you, sir. Now, this is for the less friendly part of our festivities here. We're gonna take some questions from the media. And let me just say this. What I would like to do is start out with local reporters. We'll take a few questions from the local folks, and then if we have time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national pool as well. So if you're a local Arizona reporter, let's start with you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rachel Alexander with the Arizona Sun-Times, and I also used to work as the Maricopa County elections attorney when it was under some better leadership. And my question for you is, I know that we've got people going to the polls as observers en masse, and we've got Republican attorneys en masse to stop any possible election fraud. Is there anything else that you know of that is being done?
Well, actually, yes. And not just in Arizona, by the way, but all across the country. The Republican National Committee has filed over 100 lawsuits for the basic principle that we want every legal vote to count and we want every illegal vote to be thrown out. It's very simple. If you shouldn't be voting in our elections, you should not have your ballots counted. If you should be voting in our elections, we should make it easier for you to vote and not harder. And unfortunately, the Democrats seem to want to turn this on their head. We've got a bill right now in the US Congress, the SAVE Act, that would make it so that only legal American citizens can vote in our elections. And the Democrats are fighting it, and it occurred to me that there is a logic to what the Democrats are trying to do. It's disgusting, but there's a logic to it. They want illegal aliens to steal everybody's job, and now they want illegal aliens to steal everybody's vote. And if the Democrats have their way, American citizens aren't going to have a stake in the future of this country. We're not going to allow it. President Trump and I are going to fight for people who deserve to be here and have the right to be here. But here's what I know that we're doing in Arizona. I know that we're doing a lot to try to get poll workers to the polls and poll watchers to the polls. And all of you, if you're able to volunteer, please go out and do it. Because we know that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And if we've got people there observing what's going on, that's the best way to secure elections in Arizona. The other thing I know the Republican Party is working hard on is making sure that you don't have a bunch of broken machines on the day of the election. Wouldn't that be nice to have the machines? Wouldn't it be nice to have the machines actually work on election day? We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. But if you see something, go out and say something. Talk to your local Republican Party officials. Talk to the RNC. Send a note to me and to the campaign. We want to make sure that every legal ballot counts in this country. And if you're seeing something that's broken, let us know, because we want to fight for that. Next question.
Hi, Ballin Overstoles, KTR News. Why do you think that polls show such a close race between your campaign and the Harris-Walz campaign, even with high frustration regarding the border? Thank you.
You know, I don't put much stock in polls. The only poll that really matters to me is the one on Election Day. And, you know, and I was actually talking to President Trump just before I came out here, and, you know, he reminded me, remember, when he won the presidency back in 2016, one of the closest states was Wisconsin, and there were polls out there that said he was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, okay? And he won Wisconsin. So I think a lot of times the polls are out there. Most people aren't talking to the polls. And look, right now, we're at a stage in the campaign where there are a lot of good polls for the Trump campaign. Ignore them. Well, if you see a bad poll for the Trump campaign, ignore them. The good polls, the bad polls, who cares? Let's get out there and work our hind ends off, and let's win this race. Sir.
Dennis Welch, CBS 5 News. Recently, John McCain's son endorsed the other side on the other campaign over there. I wanted to get your take.
Well, look,
I do have a question. I recently read that in a college newspaper, you were quoted as praising John McCain. So kind of a two-part. Get your thoughts on McCain's son endorsing the other team, and what do you think about John McCain and his legacy? Because as you know, Donald Trump and McCain's legacy is complicated at best.
Well, look, one of the things I love about Donald Trump, and I never knew John McCain, but I suspect that one of the things that I would have loved about John McCain is that they didn't let their personal grievances get in the way of serving the country. Okay, so John McCain, I'm sure, disagreed with Donald Trump on a whole host of issues, and yes, Donald Trump disagreed with John McCain on a whole host of issues. I do not believe for a second that if John McCain were alive today and he sees what's going on at the American southern border, that he would support Kamala Harris and all of the destruction that she's wrought. I really don't believe that. Now, look, I think, look, who cares what somebody's family thinks about a presidential race? I care about what these people care about the presidential race. I really couldn't. Look, John McCain has been, John McCain died, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago? And the media is turning into a story what John McCain's family says about Donald Trump. I don't know if anybody noticed, but pretty much every single member of Tim Walz's family came out and endorsed Donald Trump. Is that a bigger story than what John McCain's son said? I think so. So, sir, whatever John McCain's family thinks, whatever John McCain would have ultimately thought about Kamala Harris's policies, my goal here is to persuade every single person in this room and every single person in the state of Arizona that their lives will be better if they elect Donald J. Trump. I believe that in my heart, and I'm going to keep on fighting for that basic idea. Next question.
Hi, Senator. Stephanie Murray with the Arizona Republic. My question is, what should...
It's okay, it's okay. I'm sure she's one of the good ones, right?
My question is, what should Arizonans expect to hear from Trump and Harris in the debate next week?
Well, I think that what you're going to hear from Kamala Harris is that despite all evidence to the contrary, she agrees with Donald Trump on everything now. we have to remember, she's on video saying she wanted to defund the police, and now she says, well, she didn't mean it. She's on video saying that she wanted to open the southern border. Now she says she didn't mean it. She's on video saying she wanted to end fracking in this country. Now she says she doesn't believe it. She cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that made houses and groceries unaffordable, and now she says that she wants to lower prices for American citizens. Kamala Harris, if you want to do all these things, you ought to drop out and endorse Donald J. Trump because he's already done them. It's that simple. Now, I joked with the president a few days ago, and I said, sir, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out why Kamala Harris is running from every single position that she once held. It's because she realizes that we're going to win, and she wants my job. She must really like living in the Naval Observatory, and now she wants Trump to switch me out for Kamala Harris. I don't think that he's going to do that, by the way. But look, I really hope that Kamala Harris actually just answers some questions about why she allegedly is running away from every single position that she had. And most importantly, if she wants to close down the border and she wants to lower the cost of energy and she wants to make housing more affordable, why doesn't she do it now? She's the vice president today. She doesn't need... It's so funny to hear Democrat politicians talk about Donald Trump and they say, well, we want to close the border. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want to get inflation below 2%. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want rising take-home pay for the middle class. Donald Trump already did it. These guys, I hope at the debate that Kamala Harris answers for her record, because I sure as hell know Donald Trump will proudly answer for his, because it's a record that we can all be proud of. And I gotta say one more thing on Kamala Harris. You know, they agreed to this debate. They agreed to this debate months ago. And over the last few weeks, and I've seen this from the inside of the campaign, over the last few weeks, Kamala Harris has been trying to change the rules on the debate. She wants to change everything because she knows that unless she gets the rules that she wants, unless she has a bias set up, the American people are going to reject her. But you know what she really wants to do? And look out for this on September the 10th. She really wants a moment where she can interrupt Donald Trump and say, I'm speaking. Because, you know, Kamala Harris, sometimes I think she doesn't want to be the vice president. She wants to be the vice principal. She really likes to just tell people what to do, and she really wants that moment where she says, I'm speaking, right? And that's exactly what she'll watch for it on September the 10th, and then you can come back and say you heard it here first, that Kamala Harris, what I'd like her to actually do again is just explain her record, because I think the American people deserve to have a president who explains their record and doesn't run from it. Next question.
Hi, Senator.
All right, you've been listening there to Ohio Senator J.D. Vance take questions from some of the press traveling with him today there in Phoenix, Arizona. He just wrapped up this kind of two-event swing to the Grand Canyon State. He was in Mesa just yesterday, and he was taking questions there on a whole host of topics. As you know, we are less than 1 week away from the ABC News presidential debate, of which here on Live Now from Fox, we will be simulcasting that ABC News presidential debate. So if you are so inclined, we hope you do choose Live Now. We'll be speaking with reporters and experts and analysts both before the debate and after the debate, and you can watch it here simulcast on Live Now, that ABC News presidential debate, of which the rules came out yesterday, agreed to by both sides, both the Harris and Trump campaigns. And that question that was on all of our minds, will the mics be unmuted or muted? Well, they will be muted during a majority of the debate while the other candidate is not speaking. So the rules are very similar to the CNN debate in Atlanta in late June between President Biden and then former President Trump. Of course, the entire fundamentals of the presidential contest has changed, as you know, since then there. Also, interesting note there as well that J.D. Vance was asked about Arizona's favorite native son, the late Senator John McCain, and the fact that Jimmy McCain, the late senator's son, has endorsed Kamala Harris and intends to vote for her. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We have a lot in store coming up at the top of the hour. You saw this live picture there out of Winder, Georgia. And you can see there that we are expecting yet another press conference from law enforcement in the wake of the Appalachia High School shooting that took 4 innocent lives just yesterday. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have some major developments in the Appalachia High School shooting investigation here. We are expecting a press conference at the top of the hour in just minutes here. But this is what we are learning from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Take a look at this. That in coordination, they say, with District Attorney Brad Smith, the GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting at Appalachia High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father. That is a stunning development. We have the charges. He's being charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. This is breaking in the last few minutes here. And remember, we are awaiting this most recent media press conference. Let's go back out to our shot that we have here. This has been a very fast-moving story today. That's the latest update. The father of Colt Gray, remember that 14-year-old who carried out this rampage just yesterday. We are just 1 day removed from this story, and now authorities moving very, very quickly in their investigation, taking into custody Colt Gray's father, 54-year-old Colin Gray. You just saw the charges there. Take a look at this as well. This is also new. You didn't see this yesterday. That is 14-year-old Colt Gray. That is his mugshot there. As you know, he was taken to the Gainesville Regional Youth Detention Center, and he will be appearing in court for the first time tomorrow morning. We'll have that live as well. If we have any inside cameras there inside court, we'll make sure to bring those live pictures to you tomorrow morning. Remember, he will be tried as an adult. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation as we await for the press conference, Josh Sherrard. Of course, he's with Berna Law Enforcement. He joins me. He's an expert in all of this. And Josh, of course, I think the viewers know we were speaking with you just last night here. Your reaction, the father being charged in connection with the shooting rampage his own son carried out. When we talked last night, we brought the viewers the news that law enforcement had interviewed both father and son last May in connection with unspecified threats in the form of photographs of weapons that were posted online to an unspecified time and date. That interview taking place just last May. No probable cause was determined to make any arrests at that time, but now we have this. What say you?
Yeah, this is a massive development, and really it's a very progressive way of prosecution. I don't think we've ever seen, and we'll have to fact check this, but I don't think we've ever seen the parents of an active shooter get charged this heavily and this directly after an incident. This sets a very, very good precedent, in my opinion, on accountability. You know, unfortunately, these are children out here committing these crimes, and only in certain cases can they be tried as an adult, and even then, their sentencing is so limited. But now we can actually push that accountability on where it needs to be as well with the parents. The parents is where this starts. Every active shooter we look at, child active shooter we look at, has had some sort of issue with the parenting and the parents. There's been some turmoil. There's been, something there. And now we're actually seeing some accountability from law enforcement and from the prosecutor's office saying, hey, look, if you're allowing your child to go out and do this and to be able to commit these crimes, you're going to be held accountable.
All right,
and
Josh,
that's a huge step forward.
We do have the director there of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also the Barrow County Sheriff. Let's listen.
We wanted to come back and update you on the progress of the case this evening. Appreciate you being here. In coordination with the District Attorney Brad Smith, the GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father that was arrested yesterday. He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon. This is a very difficult time, as we know, for students and parents, and so many, I know, of students and parents here in this county and around this state are afraid. You all have likely seen reports of incidents of other students making threats today at various schools around our state. In each of these incidents, police, law enforcement took charges, they made arrests, acted very swiftly, as we take incidents like this very seriously across this state. This is a time for all of us as a community and a state to come together and remain vigilant. Students must be supported and encouraged here in this community and across this state to contact a member of their school faculty with any and all concerns of suspicious activity that they may see. Local, state, and federal law enforcement will continue to work together around the clock in relation to this incident here and any other incidents that come up around this state that raise concern to the safety of our students, faculty, and citizens here in the state of Georgia. Additionally, Colt Gray, that was arrested yesterday for this incident, has now been charged with 4 counts of felony murder. And again, we will continue to work tirelessly to complete this investigation as we move forward. I will go ahead and mention to you, and as I say sometimes, I'm going to go ahead and apologize to you. As y'all all know, that this is a murder investigation. It is a very serious investigation, one that we take serious, one that we will continue to diligently work on and be very thorough with it with the GBI and our local partners here. So you'll have to forgive us if we don't answer a lot of the questions that you ask. I know you have many, and we wish we could answer many of them for you, but we still obviously want to maintain the integrity of this investigation because it has a long way to go for it to be finished. Again, I also want to remind everyone that we need to continue to pray and support the victims that were involved here, the school teachers, the faculty, the students, obviously those that lost their lives, their families, and those that were injured. So I'd like to call on the sheriff to come and give you a brief update on the status of those that were injured from yesterday's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hosey. As Director Hosey said, I'd like to say that obviously we're lifting up those families. Our hearts are hurting for them, our kids, our students, our teachers. But the 9 injured, I am very happy to say will make a full recovery. And that's a testament to the response that we had, in my opinion, the response that medical staff responded with, in my opinion, and we're very happy to say that they will make a full recovery after that response. Again, please lift up our community. Please keep these children, these teachers. We call them teachers, but I call them heroes. We met with them today. Emotions are very high, obviously, but we told them that we love them. We love our teachers and what they do, and we're very happy at the fact that they stood in the gap between evil to protect their children, and we want to include them in the lives that were saved as well yesterday. But I wanted to report to you that all 9 people that are injured will expect to make a full recovery. Thank you.
Are they still in the hospital?
Several of them are still in the hospital. Some have been released.
And Director, can you please explain, did the father actually give the gun to the suspect?
Well, I'm gonna leave it as how I mentioned it in the release, that he knowingly allowed him to possess the weapon.
Director, can you tell us about how the arrest happened today? Did he turn himself in? Did you guys make contact with them? How did that go with investigators this afternoon with that arrest?
I'm honestly not familiar with the details. All I can tell you is that he is in custody at this time.
And is it likely anyone else will be arrested in this case?
It's difficult to say at this point in time. We're obviously still investigating this, following all leads, all evidence, and we'll set to see where it takes us as we progress forward. The arrest was made when we had the probable cause to make the arrest.
Do we know when his first court appearance will be?
I'm not sure, no, ma'am.
Did the dad bring him to school?
I'm not sure about that either. I'm sorry.
Are you able to explain the charges and how he has more charges than suspected?
Not in great detail. The biggest thing, as I mentioned earlier, is that he is in custody at this point in time. His charges are directly connected with the actions of his son and allowing him to possess a weapon.
Sheriff, will he be housed in your facility? Is that where he'll be held? How does that look for him?
He'll be held in the Bexar County Detention Center.
Will his mugshot be available tonight, or will it take some time until tomorrow to get his mugshot?
It depends on how long it takes us to book him, but if it's available, we can get that to y'all tonight.
Sheriff,
if not tomorrow.
You said some good news that some have been released. Do you know the numbers of patients that have been released, victims?
I don't want to speak to that because I don't know the exact number, but I know that I want to just report that all 9 would make a full recovery and be able to leave the hospital.
Sheriff, there were 9 people that were injured. Do we know if they are a mix of students, teachers, or staff, or are they just?
I believe 2 were adult teachers, and the rest, which would be 7, would be students.
Director, can you tell us whether there's precedent for charges like this?
I'm sorry?
Can you explain whether there's precedent in the state of Georgia as far as the GBI is concerned for the father or parent to be charged with a crime?
I don't have any details on any history of it, but I would venture to say it's not something new.
Can you tell us about the evidence that led to these charges?
No, ma'am, that's part of the ongoing investigation. I apologize.
Sheriff, after all this time with him being able to talk with investigators, you were pretty strong yesterday. We were saying this was an evil act. It's very sad, obviously, but looking back at what the 14-year-old's been able to say to investigators over the last 24 hours, can you reflect on just what this community is facing after what he allegedly did at this school?
What we're facing, heartbreak. We're heartbroken. A young person brought a gun into a school, committed an evil act, and he took lives, and he injured many other people, not only physically but mentally. But I'm proud of Bexar County. I'm proud of our superintendent. I'm proud of these teachers. I'm proud of these schools. And I'm proud of where I live. And we'll get past this. If you see behind me, up here on the hill, we got a vigil going on at our flagpole. I welcome you to go see those kids and those young people that are hurting.
I think I answered that earlier. Our investigation is still ongoing, so we'll see where things go with our investigation, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. That's all we have for tonight. Continue to follow GBI on X. Please monitor our website. We did not anticipate another update, but as you can see, it's fluid. Things are developing. Again, we appreciate your patience and your support and your continued prayers for the victims. Thank you.
All right, and there you have it. Representatives from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Barrow County Sheriff's Office updating us on the course of events that have moved very, very quickly here with the arrest of 14-year-old Colt Gray's father, 54-year-old Colin Gray, in connection with the rampage that his son carried out just yesterday at Appalachia High School there, killing 4 individuals, 2 students, and 2 teachers here. We did learn a lot more, though, about those victims who were also injured in this, 9 of whom were transported to hospitals just yesterday. And you heard there from the Barrow County Sheriff essentially saying that of the injured, 2 were teachers, and the rest, 7 others, were students here. He does not know how many, but he said some remain in the hospital and some have been released, but that all of them are expected to make a full recovery here. So this is very, very fast moving. This is a major development. As we say, this is just 24 hours removed since the initial shooting rampage here. We do have on the line yet again Josh Gerard. He's going to join me to break down what we just found out from law enforcement. Josh, thanks for being with us here. This quote stuck out to me about the probable cause that led them to arrest the 14-year-old's father, 54-year-old Colin Gray here, quote, that he knowingly allowed him, the son, to possess the weapon. Now, there weren't many details into the nature of how they took the father into custody, but they had enough to take him into custody here that he, quote, knowingly allowed him to possess the weapon. What does that mean going forward? We know the charges that Colin Gray is now facing in the wake of this, but they made this determination, to your point, before the press conference started, very, very quickly here. How do you think they did that?
So in most states, the laws are very similar when it comes to how you must secure a firearm from a minor, from a child. And they're very, very direct with that. And you have to make sure that that firearm is secure from that child. And if you don't take proactive measures and steps to assure that they can't get it, you will be held liable for what happens with it if they do. And in this case, it sounds like that was the case, that he did not take proactive steps to keep it from him, and that he knowingly knew that he had access to that firearm and probably even, had to use that firearm maybe to go shooting, at range or whatnot, but that he did have access to that. And because of that, they are holding him accountable for these deaths, which I think is it's very, very aggressive, very progressive on the prosecution stance. And this, Andrew, this is a message. This is a message from law enforcement, from the prosecutor's office to that family, the families, to that community, and really to the nation, that says we are going to hold accountable those that are responsible. And in this case, because he had access to that firearm, unfettered access to that firearm, those parents, that father, has that accountability on his shoulders.
Okay, and that somewhat harkens back to the question I asked you at this time last night. How does a 14-year-old get an AR platform-style weapon? You told me, and it's pretty common sense, if you're 14, if you're under 18, you can't legally. And so presumably you would be gifted it, given it in some capacity by friends or relatives or what have you. Now we know about the nature of that particular question here. Also, we learned that Colt Gray, the 14-year-old shooting suspect here, he's being held. He'll make his first court appearance tomorrow. And we learned the charges of what he is facing: 4 counts of capital murder in the first degree. And I thought that was pretty interesting. They released the charges the father was facing before they released the charges the son was facing here. Should we look into that at all or not?
No, I think that's really. I think that there was a lot of thought and that went into the investigation about how he got that rifle, and they probably had an idea that, hey, this was probably made accessible by his father, and they really wanted to make sure that they had the correct charges on both parties before they released those. And now we know that obviously he got access there. And once we know that, now we can go on with the correct, the correct charge and prosecuting them correctly.
You know, Josh, I'd be remiss if we didn't mention, of course, the 4 victims. I think when we were discussing, we didn't have their photos. Of course, people have seen who they are and learned about these incredible individuals here. And you see them right now, 14-year-old student Mason Schermerhorn there on the left. And then, of course, the other 14-year-old student, Christian Angulo. And then the 2 teachers there, Richard Aspinwall, he was only 39. And the math teacher, Christina Irami, she was only 53 as well. Just their lives cut down so senselessly, so randomly just yesterday here. But, Josh, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up a very similar case that we followed so extensively here on LiveNOW. And that, of course, is the Oxford High School shooting back in November of 2022. In Oakland Township, Michigan. There, 4 students were shot and killed by then 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley. And we covered the trial of Ethan Crumbley extensively, but we also covered the trial of his parents extensively, James and Jennifer Crumbley. They were each brought up on 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, and in February of this year, both mother and father, James and Jennifer, were convicted of those 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. They got, I believe, around a 15-year sentence for that. And at the time, we were speaking to experts like yourself, legal analysts as well, that was going to set the precedent about parental accountability. You remember in that story that Ethan Crumbley's father, James, gifted that weapon that he used in the shooting for his birthday. They even went to a shooting range together to practice here. So I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up some of those similarities in this story here in Appalachia, in Winder, Georgia, because they are so stark and they are so resonant right now. I'm not drawing, one-to-one comparisons here. This is the most recent horrible mass school shooting that we have that has eerie echoes, does it not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I got that information during the conference as well, that was actually the first case of an active school shooter, the parents being prosecuted for those murders as well. So now we're seeing that again. And what that tells me is that, hey, we set the precedent. We're going to follow it. We're going to start holding those people accountable. So now we have a trend. And now that should be, these 2 cases, as similar as they are, we're seeing a lot of the same outcomes, hopefully, that are moving in that direction. And hopefully that's the course that we're seeing, throughout the country, and how we're going to prosecute these crimes and crimes similar to this as we move forward by holding those parents accountable.
Of course, we're just seeing some of the incredible aerial footage from just yesterday on the campus of Appalachia High School. Josh, the Washington Post reporting this today, they spoke with Colt Gray's aunt. Her name, Annie Brown, and they reported this, Josh, that he was begging for help from everybody around him. This is his aunt quoting to the Washington Post reporter who spoke with her. She went on to say that the adults around him failed him. Now, the aunt, she lives in Central Florida, declined to elaborate on the teen's mental health challenges, but said she tried from afar to get him help. She said his struggles were exacerbated by a difficult home life, that he and his family had, quote unquote, previous contacts with the local child services department. And that was said as much by the director of the GBI as well. His aunt also said that in January of this year, she helped her nephew enroll at the Heyman Morris Middle School in Barrow County so that he could finish the 8th grade following a period of absenteeism. He had just started 9th grade there at Appalachia High School this year. And if you would describe for our viewers your response in the wake of yet another mass school shooting there in Santa Fe, Texas, at Santa Fe High School, where I believe 10 individuals were shot and killed so senselessly here. Well, you and I were talking last night about the warning signs, about what school officials need to know and what actions they need to take if those warning signs are ringing alarm bells, so to speak, and help us make sense of that. You heard there from his aunt in the reporting by the Washington Post that a lot of people knew that he was going through something, mental health problems, absenteeism from school, a bad home life here, and yet you recount the story and the update we brought our viewers just yesterday about this interview with law enforcement between he and his father in May of last year. No probable cause to arrest. Now, when an interview like that happens, what do law enforcement do in the wake of it? Do they follow up periodically? Do they mark it as a one-off or outlier and never follow up? Or do they stay in touch? Or do they have no reason to have to?
You know, in most cases like that, they're there to investigate a crime. Did a crime occur? If a crime occurred, you know, can we prosecute? And how do we do that? Does it meet the elements of the offense that I can successfully arrest and then prosecute this crime? And unfortunately, it sounds like in that particular case, it just didn't meet those elements and they couldn't. Now, I'm going to tell you, you know, realistically, in most cases, it doesn't meet the elements of the crime. They have to move on. Law enforcement all over the nation is absolutely inundated. So their ability to follow up is so limited. You know, they have to move on to the next. They have to move on to the next. Now, that information may have been passed off to DCFS or some other social organization. But once again, they are so limited as well on what they can provide and what they can force onto, you know, those children, onto those parents as far as services and assistance. And it really comes down to what the parents are going to allow and how they are assisting and how they're allowing that assistance to be provided to that child. You know, this is the worst broken record. You know, we can't narrow it down to one or two symptoms, you know, of this kid is going to be turn into a school shooter. But every single time we hear the same thing, that they had a horrible home life, that they just, you know, that there was a disconnect between the parents and the student, and they just couldn't get help through the people that are there to help them the most. And that's the most heartbreaking part about all this. The Santa Fe shooter, the situation was exactly the same, and we have a similar outcome here.
Okay, Josh, the threshold for probable cause is very high, understandably. But I think a lot of viewers, a lot of Americans who have followed so many of these school shootings in the past decade are asking themselves, if the threshold is that high, well, then what? How can you thwart something like this? How can you catch it before it happens? If even a meeting with law enforcement and the father and the son goes nowhere, does that interaction, does that incident go into some database and you follow up with it? Or does there have to be yet another warning sign to trigger another interview or another meeting, so to speak?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to go into database, and you're going to have that information there. But unless something else happens, it's unlikely that law enforcement will get involved. Now, that doesn't mean that information couldn't, or shouldn't be passed on to the school district, to the other parties that are involved. That information, the school district can elect to make their own actions, to do their own investigation, to do what they feel is necessary to protect their school. That information can and should be passed on to the school to say, hey, this is a student of yours. You may want to do something about that. And then the school district can allow or can elect to say, hey, you're not going to go to our schools, or you're going to go to this, different school that has higher security or whatnot. But they can take those proactive measures. The problem that we see time and time again is these school districts are so afraid of offending parents, of offending students, of offending, you know, the community, that a lot of times they take the information and they're just so hamstrung to act on it. So that to me is where we really need to get a little bit more aggressive, is giving the power to these school administrators to say, hey, this could be an issue. And while it doesn't meet the threshold of probable cause, we have a duty to protect our students and our faculty. And this is a huge red flag that we just want to remove, you know, from our school.
Yeah, and you know, that was playing out as well in the Oxford High School shooting case, where the family members of the victims and those who were injured in that shooting are taking the school district to task in the form of civil litigation as well here. You mentioned red flags, metaphorically here. I'm going to talk about red flag laws. I don't know if Georgia has one, and you can correct me here if I'm wrong. If maybe they do, I don't know if they do. Red flag laws, if Georgia does have one, or if they don't, would it have intervened? Would it have made a difference at all? Do red flag laws work, Josh?
They can, and it just depends on how they're implemented and how consistently they're implemented. And that's been kind of the issue with red flag laws in the past is the consistency of enforcement and the consistency of investigation through them and how they are enforced. So could it have made a difference? Maybe. But we're also talking about a minor here. The way that minors are prosecuted and the way that their investigations handled is so limited, so much more limited and restricted than it is with an adult, that it then just completely complicates all that even more and adds, so much minutia to everything that has to be done to make everything more challenging. Do they work? They absolutely can. They just have to be consistently applied.
All right, and you were shaking your head when I asked if Georgia has one. I believe they do not.
I'm unaware as well.
Okay. Josh Gerard, we can't thank you enough for all of your insight and your analysis as we continue to follow these developments in the Appalachia High School shooting. We'll talk again, Josh. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andrew.
All right. In the meantime here, we're continuing with this story until the bottom of the hour. Like I said, though, we do want to focus more on the victims and who they were and who they left behind here. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has a look back. Let's watch.
New details coming from law enforcement on Wednesday's mass school shooting. The 14-year-old suspect is currently being held in a youth detention center about 30 miles away. He will be tried as an adult and face murder charges. He will make his first court appearance virtually on Friday.
She was scared, hiding under a desk. The other one was telling us to shut off our phones and be really quiet and that it would be okay. Students were just holding on to each other and crying, really scared.
And the acts of heroism they witnessed.
My friend, my neighbor, she was going to get shot, but Miss Ernie stood up and took the bullet for her. So, yeah, but, that's very, very strong of her to do.
Math teacher Christina Irami was killed, along with teacher and assistant football coach Richard Aspinwall, and 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angulo.
As a nation, we cannot continue to accept the carnage of gun violence.
The suspect has been on law enforcement's radar for a year after being accused of making an online threat to shoot up a middle school. The FBI alerted local law enforcement authorities who interviewed the suspect and his father, but there were no grounds to make an arrest. Police here were alerted to yesterday's shooting by a new security system that's been in place just 1 week. Teachers wear badges with emergency buttons to alert authorities of an active shooter. All schools across the county have been shut for the rest of the week, and a high school football game in which Coach Aspinwall was supposed to be on the sidelines tomorrow night has also been canceled. In Winder, Georgia, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thanks so much. In the meantime here, our reporters on the scene there on the campus of Appalachia High School have been catching up with students who no doubt are traumatized by what they have gone through. Here's one recounting what she went through.
He was here at the beginning of class, and then he left, but we didn't know he left. And then admin came looking for him, administration, and then we were working in groups, so we had to move tables, and I was the closest to the door. He knocked on the door like it was normal, and then I had went up to the door, but I always look out the door before I open it. That's just something my mom taught me. And I looked out the door, and all I seen him was just pulling out the gun. And then I jumped back from the door, and I said no to myself, and I just froze there, and he was still pulling it out. And then my teacher, she didn't know, and then she was like, "What are you doing? Open the door." And she was walking up to open the door. I was like, "No, he has a gun." And then Isaac, who was behind me, he was like, "He has a gun." And then he looked up, the shooter, he looked up, and then whoever was in the hallway, he turned his head quick. And then we had ran back to the class, but over the intercom, they were saying to my teacher, "Check your email." But the last time they did, that's when he was knocking. That's when I went over there. And then she said, "He has a gun." But before they heard her, they went off the intercom. And then whoever's in the hall, he just turned his head and just started shooting. We all ran to the back of the class. My teacher, she ran, turned the lights off, and then she hit the floor. And all we heard was just gunshot after gunshot. It was going on for so long. And then after a while, they stopped. And then the police came in. They were asking us, does anyone have any weapons on them? The police left. They came back. When they came back, that's when we had put our hands up, and that's when we had walked out to school.
Tell me that moment where the shooter is literally on the other side of the door.
what's going through your head? You immediately said, stop, no, you're not coming in. Walk me through that moment as you are literally across from the shooter.
In my head, I was thinking, like, is he really finna do this? But, like, I was froze, like, I couldn't move or nothing. But, like, my mind went blank, but that was the only thing I was thinking. Like, I didn't know if he was really finna hurt everybody or not, but that's what I was thinking.
But you were adamant that he wasn't gonna get in. Tell me,
yeah.
In that situation, it's fight or flight. You decided to stand there. Walk me through what's going through your mind as you're just like, no, you're not getting in.
I knew if I let him in, then he would have hurt every single one of us in there, but, like, I just didn't want to. I didn't want me or anyone else in my class to get hurt. And I know, like, if they seen it, they would do the same thing.
Now, we know that you have a sister that was also at school yesterday. You guys were in different parts of the school. Tell me, as all this is going on, how you're communicating with your family. Were you able to text your mom, your sister? Tell me something about that.
As soon as I hit the floor, I was praying. All I kept saying was, in the name of Jesus. Like, I was repeating it. I picked my phone up. I texted my mom. I texted my sisters, because we're in a family group chat. I said, I love y'all. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong. I was just like, I was saying all their names. I was like, I love y'all. And then that's when I started crying, when I thought of my sister, because I didn't know if she was in the classroom or if she was in the hall. Like, I didn't know if she was hurt. That's when I started crying. I got a FaceTime notification from the family group chat. It was my sister who got the group chat. All I seen was her crying, but the phone was too loud, so I had to hang up because we didn't want any noise in our classroom, and that's when I hung up.
Tell me about, as this is going on, obviously you were able to reunite with your sister and your mom and your family. Tell me about that moment, knowing that your sister's alive, seeing her, you're embracing each other. Walk me through that.
When I seen my sister, all my worries went away. Like, I just seen her, I ran up, I hugged her, and then when I seen my mom, I hugged my mom as tight as I can. Like, I didn't want to let her go. I was just happy that my sister was safe, and I was happy that I could get a chance to hug my mom again, because I know 2 other kids and the others that got injured, I know they couldn't do that. So I was just very grateful to God that I was able to hug my family again.
Do you look at life a little differently now?
I do. It made me appreciate life more and thank God for what I have. I know, like, 2 kids did pass away. I know their parents are missing them right now, so that made me appreciate my mom even more. It made me appreciate life.
Just really eloquent comments here by this young student who did see the gunman and then ran back into her classroom there. I can't imagine what a lot of these high school students around the country have to go through with shooting drills and what have you, and then it happens at your high school, and it can happen anywhere, according to so many of the experts that we have been speaking to. Just the threat of it nationwide is quite scary. It's quite terrifying. We're going to do our best here on Live Now to provide you all the latest with the facts as they come in real time, and that's what we've done just in this last 30 minutes, learning that the father of the shooting suspect, 54-year-old Colin Gray, has now been arrested. These are the charges he's facing: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. His son, 14-year-old Colt Gray, facing 4 counts of felony murder as well. Remember, school will be closed for the remainder of the week there at Appalachia High School. And the shooter, the suspect, will be appearing in court for the very first time tomorrow morning. In the meantime here, we're going to step away from this story. We have a lot more top headlines left to get to. We'll be revisiting this story a little bit later on in tonight's programming here. But like I said, there's a lot still to get to, and we'll get to it in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're a little past the bottom of the hour here. We have a Live Now look there at the White House in Washington. President Biden traveling to the battleground state of Wisconsin today, speaking on his administration's efforts to invest and improve in rural infrastructure. We'll get to some of President Biden's comments in just a moment here. I want to talk about one of the reasons both President Biden and Vice President Harris were in Pittsburgh on Monday for Labor Day, meeting with steel workers and their respective unions, because kind of the subtext to that visit was the fact that the Biden administration is objecting to the acquisition of U.S. steel by Japanese steel company Nippon Steel. Now, this merger was announced months ago, but it seems like the Biden administration is putting its full weight to block it. I'm reading from the Wall Street Journal that U.S. Steel's chief executive said the company would close steel mills and likely move its headquarters out of Pittsburgh if its planned sale to Nippon Steel collapses. So that is a major implication of this story. Now, the CEO, David Burritt, said the nearly $3 billion that Japan-based Nippon Steel has pledged to invest in the Pittsburgh company's older mills is critical to keeping them competitive and maintaining workers' jobs. Now, Burritt's dour outlook for the storied steelmaker came after Kamala Harris said on Monday that U.S. Steel should remain domestically owned and operated. President Biden, Donald Trump, and several members of Congress, including Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman, have similarly lined up against the $14.1 billion deal, which the United Steelworkers Union also opposes. So we want to talk about this even further with our friend there at Barron's, reporter Al Root. He joins me. And Al, I was going to remind the viewers that we brought you on when this merger, when this deal was first announced here. That was months ago. And I think it's safe to say that it's been on pause, or at least delayed, since the deal was announced, because of all of this opposition to it by a lot of important people, most notably President Biden and Vice President Harris, saying that U.S. Steel, a storied company, we can talk about the history in a moment, U.S. Steel should remain owned and operated in the United States here. So what say you? Do you think this is going to collapse? It's on the ropes, or is it going to go forward?
So I think, so to answer your question directly, is it going to collapse? Unfortunately, I think it's going to collapse. To add on to my answer, Barron's, in print, variety of reasons we can get into, I don't think that's what's best for the U.S. steel industry, for U.S. Steel workers or the unionized workers. I think this has been primarily a political issue, primarily tied to the importance of Pennsylvania in the coming election. And to continue to add on, you know, what David Burritt said, like, where are we going to get $2.7 billion, $3 billion to invest in the U.S. steel business? It's a valid question, because Nippon, fourth largest steelmaker in the world, much better capitalized, much more free cash flow than U.S. Steel generates. We're basically shunning that for political reasons. You listed all the people that oppose it, both sides of the aisle. So this is a long answer, and I'll wrap up by answering the question. It's sad to me for a variety of reasons, but I do feel like the deal will ultimately be killed.
Okay, and you and I last spoke, you had been describing to me how, yes, you know, the steel industry, U.S. Steel, is somewhat romanticized still at this point in time, but there's a long history to the underpinnings of the American steel industry and the founders of U.S. Steel. It goes a long ways back. But in 2024, it's not nearly as strong or as influential, not only in kind of the American consciousness, but in the global steel market. Do I have that right?
Right. Today, so we're talking about a company with a market capitalization today of about $7 billion, which puts it about, you know, 450th in the S&P 500. It's no longer in the S&P 500. That's just for context, right? So $6.5 billion. The U.S. steel industry in total in the U.S. employs about 80,000 workers. We're talking about a total employment base of 160 million jobs in the U.S. So it's a lot smaller, and it is sort of romanticized. It's sort of visceral. People understand, oh, it's called U.S. Steel. 1901, J.P. Morgan, Andrew Carnegie put this thing together. In 1910, largest company in the world, steel was growing. It's not so important now, but it's still an issue because of that sort of visceral reaction. And, oh, isn't it a national security issue? And shouldn't we make our own steel? We do make our own steel. The question is, does the people who own it matter? And is it better for U.S. Steel to be part of the fourth largest steelmaker in the planet? Is that a better thing? And do we have access to that capital and technology from an ally? Or is it better for it to be independent? You heard David Byrd's comments. I sort of align with that for a variety of financial reasons. But it is what it is important now is it's important for Pennsylvania. And unfortunately, Pennsylvania might be the state that determines the entire 2024 election.
That's right.
So that means both sides want to make sure that they don't give anyone a leg up.
I see.
The union, to your point, has opposed this deal, but the union was backing a bid by Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs originally was going to pay about $35 a share for U.S. Steel before U.S. Steel sort of went and chopped, and then Nippon came in at $55 a share, much higher price.
Right.
So the union had their own vested interests. It's not clear that any of this makes sense beyond politics.
Okay, because Al, that's the other thing. I mean, the steel workers and the unions that represent them, well, they weren't entirely sure if Nippon Steel executives would uphold some of the aspects and tenets of their collective bargaining agreement. That seemed to have been the main source of opposition there. Well, Nippon Steel is responding. They put out a statement yesterday saying this, that Nippon Steel is aware of the rumors regarding our proposed transaction with U.S. Steel. We have not received any update related to the CFIUS process, that stands for the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Since the outset of the regulatory review process, we've been clear with the administration. We do not believe this transaction creates any national security concerns. U.S. Steel and the entire American steel industry will be on much stronger footing because of Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel, an investment that Nippon Steel is the only willing and able party to do so. Nippon Steel strongly believes that the U.S. government must appropriately handle procedures on this matter in accordance with the law here. So, Al, mentioned some of the political implications going on here. Yes, Biden and Harris oppose the deal, but they aren't committing any action to block it. I thought that was really interesting. And then you had John Kirby, National Security Council spokesperson, at the White House briefing just a couple of days ago. He was asked about this by Fox Business, and he essentially said that the administration isn't involved, or at least is not taking a position here to stake out whether or not the deal should be blocked. John Kirby said this: there's no conversations to speak to. The president has been very consistent on this. He believes that American steel companies ought to be American-owned, and there's a process that needs to occur. He says this is the kind of potential transaction that we believe is suitable for a serious review. So are Biden and Harris trying to have it both ways here without committing to block the sale altogether, just opposing it altogether?
Yes. The answer is, in my estimation, is yes. So listen, the market is very smart. Yesterday, with this idea that through the National Security Review, that would be the basis to block the deal, U.S. Steel stock was down about $10 a share. That was effectively investors saying, okay, this thing is on its last legs. It's on life support. The deal won't happen. And U.S. Steel is about $30 a share, which is about $5 below the Cleveland Cliffs value and a few dollars higher than it was before any of these bids emerged in August of 2023. August 2023 was Cleveland Cliffs bid. December 2023 was the Nippon bid, and then U.S. Steel stock cracked in the spring of 2024 when a lot of this deal opposition materialized. It was a shock to the market because nobody really thought that it was that controversial to have a Japanese, essentially we'll call it a Japanese giant, come in and say, all right, we're interested in establishing a position in the U.S. market. Let's do this. I wish that some of those political statements would be like, we believe that U.S. Steel should be U.S. run, or we believe that U.S. Steel should have a table or board seats with whatever entity ends up owning it.
I see.
Because the more important thing to me is capital and technology and keeping U.S. steel mills efficient and low cost. And that's to some extent what this deal is about. Okay. Not about U.S. steel should be U.S. run. U.S. steel or U.S. owned. U.S. steel should be American run. I think that would be like the better message, but nobody wanted to take that on politically.
Okay.
And this is where we're at. But to answer your question, I think they're trying to have it both ways. That statement is not what came out from the WAPO story and not what the market perceived on Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, John Kirby was answering a question on whether or not this could impact U.S.-Japanese relations. He said no. I mean, Japan is an ally. You know, this is not some nefarious actor on the world stage here.
Yeah, so Nippon's not very happy. So a couple of things. Nippon offers statements and basically says, listen, we're not doing anything. We're basically trying to help out here. Just let the normal laws of the country play out. One of the laws, of course, is to look at this from a national security perspective. It is a stretch. I mean, we're going back over multiple administrations. You know, Ross Perot back in the day, third-party candidate, said it's crazy for, you know, people not to be able to make enough steel for the country. He was wrong then. We still make steel. We still make steel in North America. We're talking about capital and who should run it and whether you should extract commitments to invest and keep the headquarters in Pittsburgh and things like that. Politicians, I think, should be focused on that. I don't necessarily think that there is. So that's what Nippon's position is. Let's just go there. You know, when Biden met with Japanese Prime Minister, you know, this was an issue.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an issue that breaks down the relationship entirely. I mean, I got to believe, I'm not a political expert. I tend to be more of a steel expert. This will, you know, Japan and the U.S. will get over this.
I see.
But it really will irritate the Japanese. But irritating the Japanese in the context of the 2024 election, it's sort of like, it's like a fly on the backside of the cow.
Okay. Albert, we're going to have to leave it at that. Always fun, Al. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, just to follow up with this story, some more statements in from some of the lawmakers opposed to this deal, including Pennsylvania's own Democratic Senator John Fetterman. He put out a statement earlier in the week on Wednesday saying this is the title of the statement: I'm calling BS on the U.S. Steel executives. U.S. Steel responding to all of this in a statement by their spokesperson saying, we have not received any update or executive order in relation to the CFIUS process. We continue to stand by the fact that there are no national security issues associated with this transaction, as Japan is one of our most staunch allies. It goes on to say, we fully expect to pursue all possible options under the law to ensure this transaction, which is best for the future of Pennsylvania, American steelmaking, and all our stakeholders, closes. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, what are some of these key politicians doing today? Well, President Biden was speaking in Wisconsin about rural energy infrastructure projects and investments that have been made there under his administration. You'll listen to him in just a moment. Former President Donald Trump speaking to the Economic Club of New York today in downtown Manhattan. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has a summary of where these candidates are. Let's watch.
We have an economy in crisis, a failing nation, a nation in serious decline.
In a speech to the New York Economic Club, former President Donald Trump laid out a long list of plans for if he's elected. Trump says he wants to cut taxes for corporations, bring manufacturing back to the U.S., cut regulations, boost energy production, and impose more tariffs on foreign goods. But the most surprising might have been his offer for billionaire Elon Musk to head a commission to audit government waste and fraud.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms.
Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says current policies are working.
Inflation has also significantly declined. That said, our administration knows that prices for key household expenses, things like health care, housing, energy, they're still too high.
Vice President Kamala Harris's plans released Wednesday focused on helping people start businesses and include raising taxes for wealthy Americans.
Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000. It's essentially a tax cut for starting a small business.
Recent polls have shown more voters trust former President Trump to handle the economy. The two candidates will have their first debate on Tuesday night. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. Something that is getting a lot of talk today is what former President Trump said at the Economic Club of New York. Phil Wegman there from Real Clear Politics, quoting Trump saying that Elon Musk has agreed to lead a task force charged with, quote, conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government there. So if Trump wins the election, it'll be interesting to see what kind of role Elon Musk will have in that capacity there. It seems like Musk and Trump have at least talked about it, and so we'll just have to wait and see, depending on who wins the 2024 election, which is in 60 days. November 5th is nearing ever so closely here. We are just less than a week away from the debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump there in Philadelphia. Of course, you can simulcast it here, the ABC News presidential debate on Live Now from Fox, with all of our coverage before and after the debate as well. But President Biden spoke today in Wisconsin about some of his administration's efforts investing in rural infrastructure. Let's watch.
Hello, Wisconsin. First time I was here was about 180 years ago with William Proxmire when I was a 31-year-old senator. I'm only 40 now, but, you know, please have a seat if you have one. It's great to be back. Before I begin, with your permission, I'd like to say a few words about the school shooting yesterday in Winder County, Georgia. You know, my wife Jill and I are mourning those four gunned down two students and two teachers, and wounded and hospitalized 9 others. I'm sure you are as well. You know, students, just young teenagers, educators, just doing their jobs. A community like so many around the country, just getting back to school. And a joyous and exciting time, absolutely shattered. I directed my team to immediately ensure that we're doing everything we can to provide support. The Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the state and local law enforcement investigating this. We have a lot of information, not all of it. We're grateful to the school personnel and first responders who proved and prevented more people from being killed or injured and brought the suspect to custody. But as a nation, we cannot continue to accept the carnage of gun violence. I'm a gun owner. I believe strongly in the amendment, but we need more than thoughts and prayers. Some of my Republican friends in Congress just finally have to say enough is enough. We have to do something. Together, let's ban assault weapons. My dad is a hunter. I don't know a whole hell of a lot of deer wearing Kevlar vests. I'm serious about this. High-capacity magazines, once again, what do we need them for in terms of domestic use? There are too many people who are able to access guns that shouldn't be able to. So let's require safe storage of firearms. I know I have mine locked up, but how could you have an assault rifle, a weapon in a house, not locked up and knowing your kid knows where it is? Got to hold parents accountable if they let their child have access to these guns. Let's enact universal background checks, and then immunity for gun manufacturers. And I realize I'm in a rural area like the rural parts of my state where guns, we all have them. And it's not popular to talk about it, but the truth is there's a difference between rational and irrational. Imagine, the only outfit in the world that we can't sue and by law, passed by law, are gun manufacturers. How about if that was the case with big tobacco? What do you think would happen? If we're not able to have sued tobacco, how many more people would be dead now, but for the ability to change the law? Folks, common sense measures supported by responsible gun owners. It won't bring back those children, but thousands of children have been gunned down across. More children are killed or die from a gunshot wound than any other reason in the entire United States. Every disease, every accident, everything. More die as a consequence of a bullet in the United States of America. But they'll help save lives if we do the things we're talking about and prevent communities from being ripped apart again. We can do if we do it together, and I really think we can. So I just wanted to say that before we began. And now to our event today. Thank you, Darren, for that introduction and for sharing your story as a family farmer. And thank you to one of America's best, I say one of the 3 best governors in the entire United States of America. Where is he? There he is. Tony, you're the best, pal. When I think of Tony Evers, I mean this sincerely, one word comes to mind: integrity. Integrity. And sitting next to him is a former governor, not far from here, from Iowa, named Tom Vilsack, and his wife, Christy. Christy, you're there. Yeah, there you are. She's smarter than he is, just like Jill's smarter than I am. But Tom's doing a hell of a job as Secretary of Agriculture. And thanks to all the local elected labor and community leaders that are here. And a special thanks to Brent Ridge, CEO of Dairyland Power Cooperative, for hosting us today. I come from the state of Delaware. Everybody thinks it's an eastern industrial state. Our largest industry in Delaware, and I served as senator there for 36 years. I know I don't look that old, but I am. For 36 years, is agriculture. It's a $4 billion enterprise in the Delmarva Peninsula. And its co-ops made it happen. But millions of Americans rely on co-ops like yours for electricity every single day, and it matters. In June of 2021, 5 months after I came to office, I went to nearby La Crosse, Wisconsin. It was the 65th anniversary of President Eisenhower signing the bill that created the interstate highway system. I talked about my vision to do something just as historic, to invest in infrastructure and clean energy and so much more in rural America, to invest in all America and all Americans, to propel us into the future, creating millions, and I mean millions of good-paying jobs, and positioning America to win the economic competition of the 21st century. And I'm back again today to begin a series of trips and events showing that progress we've made together by our Investing in America agenda, an agenda that has come to fruition over the last decade. Invest in America. Invest in American workers. Here in Westby, I'm proud to announce that my investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever, and by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called we should have named it what it was, but at any rate, the Department of Agriculture is able, from that legislation, to announce $7.3 billion in grants to 16 electrical co-ops nationwide to help rural communities transition to clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's the most significant transformative investment in electricity and electrification and clean energy for rural America since FDR's New Deal nearly 90 years ago. And that's not hype, that's a fact. And it includes Dairyland Power Cooperative that will receive $580 million to develop and purchase solar power, wind power, energy storage right here in Wisconsin and all across the Midwest. And here's why it's a game changer. Before the New Deal, private companies refused to provide affordable electricity to rural communities. As a result, 1 in 10 rural households, only 1 in 10, had electricity before FDR came to power. So farmers had to organize electric co-ops to distribute electricity to their families and their communities. With help from the New Deal, there are now more than 800 rural electric co-ops to provide electricity for 40 million Americans in 48 states. But key challenges, they've overcome them, but there's still, the co-ops are still nonprofits. They don't have the same resources that private utility companies have to modernize their energy infrastructure. And for decades, they couldn't access tax credits and make clean energy more affordable. That's why Camel and I ensured that for the first time in American history, that these nonprofit co-ops can benefit from clean energy tax credits, just like for-profit utilities have for decades.
All right, President Biden there speaking today in La Crosse, Wisconsin, on the economy, on investments his administration has made when it comes to rural infrastructure. Of course, you see behind him a solar panel field as well. There in the battleground state of Wisconsin. So wanted to make sure we showed you just a little bit of that. We were in that live as well earlier today. We're in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us in this new hour. We got a lot in store. Before we take our first commercial break, though, of this hour, we are learning, I'm going to put this tweet up, that former President Donald Trump will be holding a press conference in New York tomorrow. So he happens to be in New York tomorrow. Vivian Salama there at the Wall Street Journal with the advisory saying that President Trump will hold a press conference in New York tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Now, almost simultaneously, we got the news coming from the New York courts that in a letter filed with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office says that Judge Juan Merchan is expected to issue a decision tomorrow on former President Donald Trump's request to delay sentencing until after the election here. So that could be possibly why this press conference is being called. I don't want to say it is. I'm just speculating here. But Donald Trump will have a press conference tomorrow in New York at noon Eastern. And when that news went out, like I just said, almost simultaneously, we got this news in that we are expecting a decision tomorrow by Judge Juan Merchan about whether or not he will delay Trump's sentencing until after the election. Now, remember, the sentencing is scheduled for September the 18th here. And this is from the 34 felony counts that he was convicted on, those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. Remember, the sentencing has already been delayed. It was supposed to take place July the 11th. A new date was set for September the 18th. The Trump team trying to delay that even further until after the election. We'll see what the judge decides tomorrow. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, we're in a new hour. Let's get to some more of the top headlines of today, including the bombshell news emanating from Los Angeles, a courtroom there. Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, agreeing to plead guilty to all 9 felony tax charges against him, foreclosing the opportunity to have a trial. Remember, jury selection was supposed to begin today in this trial here. Hunter Biden issued this lengthy statement in response, and for one of the reasons why he went through with this guilty plea. He says, "I went to trial in Delaware, not realizing the anguish it would cause my family, and I will not put them through it again. When it became clear to me that the same prosecutors were focused not on justice, but on dehumanizing me for my actions during my addiction, there was only one path left for me. I will not subject my family to more pain, more invasions of privacy, and needless embarrassment. For all I have put them through over the years, I can spare them this. And so I have decided to plead guilty," he says. He goes on to say, "Like millions of Americans, I failed to file and pay my taxes on time. For that, I am responsible. As I have stated, addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation for some of my failures at issue in this case. When I was addicted, I wasn't thinking about my taxes. I was thinking about surviving. But the jury would never have heard that or know that I had paid every penny of my back taxes, including penalties." He ends the statement by saying, "I've been clean and sober for more than 5 years now because I've had the love and support of my family. I can never repay them for showing up for me and helping me through my worst moments. But I can protect them from being publicly humiliated for my failures. For anyone now going through the scourge of addiction, please know there is a light at the end of that seemingly endless tunnel. I was where you are now. Don't quit right before the miracle." Well, we did also hear from Hunter Biden's attorney today outside the court after this guilty plea deal was reached. Abby Lowell, his attorney, with these brief comments. Let's listen.
So if you're not ready, sorry. Ready? So I have a brief statement to make, and I'm not going to answer any questions. After watching prosecutors exploit his family's pain during the Delaware trial and realizing that they were planning to do it again here in California, Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase, while keeping open the options to raise the many clear issues with this case on appeal. There's no doubt this case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to bring. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties, years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
Why did he wait till this morning?
All right, that was Abby Lowell there, Hunter Biden's attorney. Let's bring into the conversation our friend, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst, Andrew Cherkosky. He joins me. Andrew, good to see you here. You and I have talked so extensively about Hunter Biden's legal saga here. This chapter, though, coming to an end today, does it not?
Well, it's close to an end. We don't have the final decision on sentence, and we're not going to have that until December. Now, you played back Abby Lowell's statement outside the courthouse today, and I think that as a defense counsel, he's certainly doing his best to explain the decisions of his client, Hunter Biden. But we have to remember that the tax fraud scheme was much wider and grander than what was represented outside the courthouse steps there. Hunter Biden didn't just not pay his taxes for over 4 years. He also falsely reported business expenses that were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that went to things like sex clubs, prostitutes, and much, much more. And so those are the types of crimes here that are really being pursued by the federal prosecutors, not this idea that he thinks this is just a failure to pay late taxes.
Okay, but Andrew, Abby Lowell says he paid all his back taxes. He even overpaid. So what does it matter? Help us tease out that argument. Why are they hammering that argument?
Well, I think that that's a understandable place a lot of people have been in. Perhaps they weren't up to date on their taxes. That they were 6 months behind or 12 months behind, and they had a big windfall come in and were able to pay them off. I think that sounds like something that's much more mitigated than what we saw in this case. Now, in the end, Hunter Biden was forced to essentially pay his taxes as he's receiving millions and millions of dollars from foreign companies that have direct interest in American politics. He was finally able to actually get his act together as his father was entering the White House. But we got to go back to the time that the crime was committed. Time doesn't excuse that. And neither does the use of drugs or alcohol. The vast majority of crimes in our country are committed by people who are under the influence of alcohol or drugs, yet they're punished, and they're punished severely when they violate the law in the manner that we have in this case, whether it's kind of tax law or whether it's violent crime.
Okay, but to Lowell and Biden's point, they say this happens to millions of Americans. Millions of Americans fail to file their taxes. What's that argument?
Well, and many of them are prosecuted, especially when you take a look at the case and you realize that it's not just about a late payment. It's about much more than that. I've already kind of addressed the various areas that Hunter Biden was using his money that he could have been using to pay his taxes, but he was also writing them off as business expenses. When you're writing off things like your daughter's college tuition, when you're writing off hotel stays that are essentially just months-long drug binges with the visiting of prostitutes and writing that type of stuff off, sex club visits. That's the sort of thing that is just wildly against law. It's just the basics of fraud. And so those are things that anybody around the country would be prosecuted for. That's not unique to Hunter Biden. It's not lawfare at issue here. I think the closest we saw to lawfare was that the Biden administration had essentially supported this idea of a sweetheart deal for Hunter Biden that fell through when Hunter wouldn't agree to the terms that needed to be there according to the judge. So a lot of pieces to unpack here, but Hunter Biden was engaged in a deeply criminal tax fraud scheme that anybody would have been prosecuted for.
Okay, but let's talk about the timing. I mean, why today? Why on the not even eve of the trial, the very day jury selection is going to begin here? Andrew, you mentioned that plea deal that blew up in court last year. Couldn't they have made this guilty plea, Biden and his team of attorneys, yesterday, last week, 4 or 5 months ago here? Why did they wait till the last minute?
Well, the fact that it happened today is very surprising. And I think that it's difficult for any criminal defense lawyer to know exactly what was going on. You have to remember that the decision to change a plea, as we saw today, that's the decision of the defendant. It's not a decision of the lawyers to make. And so when he did that, when he changed his plea this morning, that was on him. He says that he did it to protect his family, realizing that the Delaware gun trial was so devastating to his family. This wasn't just going to be about a few weeks like the gun case was. This was going to be about 4+ years of his conduct and the way in which he interacted with his family. And he dragged so many people down with him. And so I think he woke up and saw what was actually going to happen here, that it would not only be devastating to him, his family, his father, and his father's legacy, but I think that there's probably a calculation that news cycle running for the next 5 to 6 weeks potentially could have been very devastating to the Harris campaign. Just the affiliation with the party alone could have been a mess. Now, also, there is a piece of this that Hunter Biden perhaps knows something the rest of us don't. Something like a pardon or a commutation coming as well.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Some of those theories are abound today, especially that you know, what is going on behind the scenes here. Our friend, former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, floated this theory today. He said that he thinks there is somewhat of a commutation or pardon in the offing. He says that's the only explanation for why Hunter Biden would have agreed to plead guilty today. But the Biden White House, Andrew, has made it quite clear they're not considering that at all, that it's not on the table, a pardon and or a commutation here. Do you agree with our friend Nima Rahmani's theory that it could be in the works? The White House says it's not.
Right. So I think we have to start with what the White House has said. You know, President Biden has said repeatedly that he would not issue a pardon for his son. Then there was kind of discussion as to whether that would also prevent the president from issuing a commutation of sentence, essentially making the sentence less or even zero. And then he confirmed that he would not commute the sentence. Now, that doesn't mean that President Biden's not going to change his mind. He certainly promised us that he was going to remain in the race. And he pulled out of that. There's lots of flip-flopping that goes on with politicians, especially after the deadline for them ever running for office again. So after November, after the November election, President Biden's a total lame duck. He has nothing on the line, and he could change his mind and issue that commutation. Now, I'll do a little calculation for you. If he had gone to trial, and that went 5 or 6 weeks, sentencing wouldn't have happened until after the election. So President Biden, or after the inauguration. So President Biden likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to issue a commutation of the sentence. But with this new sentencing date in December, it's right in the sweet spot for President Biden as a lame duck president to issue a commutation of sentence without actually pardoning his son, which would be a more dramatic move. He could commute the sentence and still have access to that. So perhaps that's some of the math that's going on.
Okay.
We don't know. It's all in Hunter Biden's mind and the data that perhaps he's sharing with his father on that.
Yeah, and of course, it is quite usual and customary, though, for outgoing presidents to issue a slew of pardons. Former President Trump did that in late 2020 as well here. Of course, none of them were his own family members. I want to make that stipulation here. But it's something that we have seen, and we'll just have to be on the lookout for whether or not that actually materializes here. Let's just briefly talk about sentencing. What's Hunter looking at as far as the penalty phase here? Remember, we have the sentencing coming up, I believe, in October for the 3 federal counts on those gun charges here. That sentencing hasn't even come down yet after that conviction.
And just on your last point, Bill Clinton commuted his brother's sentence or pardoned him. I actually can't remember which one. While Bill Clinton was a lame duck back in, I believe, 2000. So it is a precedented thing. It's happened before. Now, in terms of what the expected sentence is, when you look at the Delaware gun case, when I run the calculator, the federal sentencing guideline calculator, he's looking at 6 months to a few months over a year. So I think he gets jail time. That's not necessarily the case. There are ways that you could calculate it to be less than a sentence without actual confinement. But when you add in the tax case, and that he's facing 17 years with this guilty plea, he is certainly going to see some amount of jail time be issued. I think in the neighborhood of years, probably 2 to 3 years, maybe a little bit less with the guilty plea today. So he's going to jail unless his father stops it somehow.
Okay, Andrew Cherkosky, we're going to have to leave it at that. I can't thank you enough. We'll be speaking definitely soon here, Andrew.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break, though. We do have one kind of minor legal update as well, not regarding anything with any Bidens, but of course, former President Donald Trump and the legal saga and troubles that he has found himself in as well. Remember, I'm going to put this live shot up there of the U.S. Capitol. Remember this D.C. election subversion case, the federal case brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith, to which Special Counsel Smith issued a superseding indictment against former President Trump last week in the wake of the Supreme Court's ruling on that question of presidential immunity. Well, Jack Smith and Trump's legal team back in court today in front of the judge in this case, Judge Tanya Chutkan. Well, the Associated Press writes it as follows, that in the first court hearing in nearly a year, a lawyer for Trump clashed with the judge in the federal election interference prosecution of the former president after suggesting the government was rushing forward with a quote-unquote illegitimate indictment at the height of the White House campaign. Prosecutors and defense lawyers are at odds over the next steps in the case after the Supreme Court narrowed the scope of the prosecution by ruling that former presidents are entitled to broad immunity from criminal charges for official acts. The dueling proposals and testy courtroom exchanges reflected the extent to which the justice's July opinion had appended the path of the case that charges Trump with plotting to overturn the results of the 2020 election in the run-up to the Capitol riot on January 6th the following year. Now, the timing is important as defense lawyers look to prevent prosecutors from airing in court papers over the next several weeks alleging from the case that could be unflattering to Trump as the Republican nominee pursues the presidency. Now, other outlets are reporting what some of that material might be: damning special grand jury testimony, evidence, deposition interviews, and the like here that has not been released so far throughout the course of this trial. Now that this trial is essentially back on track here, that could come out in some of these proceedings. Trump's defense lawyers are looking to prevent prosecutors from airing that material in court. They have made several filings with some of those requests to Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is still on the case as well. All right, in the meantime here, we want to take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you found that conversation informative here. This is what we do in lieu of some of the live events that we bring you all throughout the day. We bring on some of these subject matter experts and guests and reporters who cover these stories each and every day, day in and day out, to help us make sense of these pretty complex stories and legal cases. And we're going to continue to do just that here. Now, after the break, we'll be going out to New York City. Some would say there's trouble in the Big Apple. We'll tell you why in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said before the break, trouble in New York. Live picture there over the Midtown Manhattan skyline. You see there the Chrysler Building, smack dab in the middle. Well, this is what we are learning. The FBI has raided the homes of at least 3 top New York City officials closely connected to Mayor Eric Adams. Also, I'm putting up this post on X from our friend there, Fox 5's Morgan Mackay, saying a law enforcement source telling Linda Schmidt at Fox 5 that several NYPD executives, including the NYPD police commissioner, were asked to turn over their phones immediately to investigators at the U.S. Attorney's Office with the Southern District of New York. Investigators will also be looking at emails. Well, I had the chance to catch up with Fox 5 New York reporter Morgan Mackay about what is going on here with officials there at the NYPD and connected to Mayor Eric Adams. Let's watch. Federal agents searched the homes of 2 aides in the administration of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In addition to the raid, the phone of an NYPD commissioner was also seized. We want to bring into the conversation right now our friend there at Fox 5 New York, Morgan Mackay, with the latest. She joins me. Morgan, good to see you here. What's going on with these FBI raids and seizures? More and more of these New York officials being swept up in this. What's going on?
We're talking about a massive operation here, Andrew. The FBI raiding the homes of at least 5 people close to New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We're talking about 2 deputy mayors, the school's chancellor, and reportedly even the NYPD commissioner.
A testy school's chancellor, David Banks, did not answer questions about the FBI raid on his home in Harlem that he shares with Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright. It is unclear at this time if the raid was targeting one or both of them, but electronic devices were seized from their home. FBI agents on Wednesday also raided the home of Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Phil Banks, the brother of David Banks. Phil Banks' attorney, Benjamin Brofman, confirmed this for us this afternoon. Phil Banks has been entangled with law enforcement before and was previously named by federal prosecutors as an unindicted co-conspirator in an investigation into a police bribery scheme during former Mayor Bill de Blasio's administration. Banks abruptly retired from the NYPD in 2014, but returned to city government after Mayor Eric Adams took office in 2022. Additionally, numerous outlets are reporting that the FBI also raided the home of NYPD Commissioner Edward Caban. A law enforcement source tells Fox 5 that several NYPD executives, including the police commissioner, were told to turn over their phones immediately to the U.S. Attorney's Office with the Southern District of New York. A spokesperson for the NYPD would not go into detail, but said, quote, "The department is aware of an investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York involving members of service. The department is fully cooperating in the investigation." On top of that, FBI agents also raided the home of another Adams aide, Tim Pearson, who is currently facing multiple lawsuits for allegedly sexually harassing female employees and is facing a separate investigation for his role in a fight at a migrant shelter. A spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York would not comment on the investigation, but according to multiple sources, this investigation is likely separate from the federal corruption inquiry facing the mayor involving his campaign fundraising and possible ties to the Turkish government. In that investigation, Adams himself was served a grand jury subpoena in July and was forced to turn over his cell phones to the FBI. Agents have also raided the homes of his top campaign fundraiser and another one of his aides in connection with that investigation. City Hall Chief Counsel Lisa Zornberg in response said, quote, "Investigators have not indicated to us the mayor or his staff are targets of any investigation. As a former member of law enforcement, the mayor has repeatedly made clear that all members of the team need to follow the law."
And Adams today, as he was leaving City Hall, said to just a couple reporters that they are cooperating with federal investigators right now in terms of handing over anything that they might need, and says that he will continue to be the mayor. Andrew?
I got to ask, because I think in any other city, in any other mayoral administration, the residents of that city, the voters themselves, will be talking about this. This would be in the press all the time. Do New Yorkers know this is going on?
You know, yes. And this is not the first investigation that, the mayor is a part of, because at the end of the day, so right now we're hearing from a few sources that the investigation involving these 5 members of Adams' staff and the investigation involving him and his possible ties to the Turkish government and how that involves campaign fundraising. They're saying that those are separate investigations, but at the end of the day, Adams chose to appoint all 5 of these people to his administration, and which is, of course, protecting the city of New York.
So, Morgan, where this story stands right now, all we know is the raids happened and the seizures happened. We don't know what it's related to just yet, and we don't know if there are any indictments coming, right?
Exactly. There have been no charges. Adams himself says that, for his investigation, that there's no wrongdoing there.
Right.
But for this investigation, of course, we haven't been able to get in touch with anybody close besides the school's chancellor, David Banks, which you saw there at the top.
Right.
And he didn't say much. But there have been no charges. The FBI is not commenting publicly, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York.
All right. Morgan McConnell there live for us in New York. Morgan, thanks so much. We'll check in if there are any more developments.
Thank you.
All right, back out live there to the Big Apple. Wanted to make sure we fit that story in. It's a big story to tell. If we get any more updates on it in the next couple of days, we'll bring them to you. Scant details just now. All right, in the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. We're past the bottom of the hour. We're moving on to some of these key international headlines. When we come back, major shakeup in the Ukrainian high command. We're going to Kyiv when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We do want to move into these international headlines, updates on the war in Ukraine. Like I said before the break, earlier this week, there was quite a shakeup in the upper echelons of the Ukrainian government here. I want to put up some video of a familiar face if you watch Live Now a lot. That is
the United States understands.
Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba there. Well, he tendered his resignation this week in what is being reported as a clash with Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky. Politico Europe puts it this way, that Zelensky triggered blowback in Kyiv yesterday as the parliament began the biggest reshuffle of government roles since Russia launched its full-scale invasion. As Moscow's forces advance in Ukraine's east and Kyiv lobbies Western allies to use their missiles on Russian territory, top opposition figures accuse Zelensky of increasingly staffing government posts with a coterie of close allies and loyalists in a bid to consolidate power around his office. Now, one former top Ukrainian official who, like others in this story from Politico, was granted anonymity, said that Dmytro Kuleba was likely ousted because of a clash with Zelensky's powerful head of office, Andrei Yermak. That official was quoted in the piece by saying, "Everyone knew they had conflict. I once even witnessed an episode of it." In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, good to see you here. Wanted to make sure we got this story on the books here for our viewers. With all of these shakeups, and we've talked about some of the shakeups in the past in the upper echelons of the Ukrainian government, this one seems acute and pronounced here. Do you think it'll have an impact on the war effort going forward?
You know, Andrew, it's tough to say what the impact will be overall. You know, you're talking about a half dozen very senior officials. I mean, Kuleba is just, you know, obviously the most well-known because he's their international face. I mean, nobody has traveled as much around the world, bolstering support, building up aid packages to Ukraine in this war than Dmytro Kuleba as a foreign minister. However, it's been known for some time there are divisions within his government. There are some strong feelings. As you may recall, they did a big shakeup with the chief of the armed forces a while back. And frankly, that seems to have kind of worked out quite well. He's got a general in there who, among other things, is responsible for the Kursk offensive or the Kursk incursion, which has been a very successful play. So some of these shakeups may actually help overall, and his replacement may actually, you know, there was a little bit of criticism that Kuleba was you know, he was very soft-spoken, you know, very brilliant statesman, but somewhat soft-spoken, and they wanted somebody who'd be a little more assertive in that role, and so maybe that's what they're going for, somebody who's, you know, a little more assertive, but at the same time, and this was another criticism, that doesn't overshadow Zelensky. And I guess that was kind of coming out with, at least with the rumors are within his government, that was one of the criticisms.
But is it a loss, though? I mean, other than Volodymyr Zelensky, you could make the argument that Kuleba, to your point, was the face on the international stage for the Ukrainian war effort here. So is it a loss, you think?
He hasn't disappeared. Okay. He's actually taken over a pretty big role. He's going to be in charge of the negotiations for getting Ukraine eventually into NATO and certainly working on the European Union. So as far as a face of Ukraine on the international scene, he is not disappearing in any way, shape, or form. And that's also been something I've seen, unless, of course, they get, as has happened, they've had a few people removed for corruption. But if they are not, they tend to get reshuffled. And sometimes the reshuffling ends up with some very interesting outcomes. And I think that's one of these situations here.
Okay, but, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but from what I have seen, Zelensky's facing a lot of criticism, both internally and externally, for this shakeup. How does he survive it?
He's going to survive. I don't see the forces coalescing to force Zelensky out, particularly now. I mean, he has been such a central presence. He has been someone that the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian government have rallied around. You know, there's criticism. You know, everybody has allies, everybody has friends, and one of the reasons he is doing some of these shakeups is because they haven't had elections like they normally would, and that, of course, is a reflection of the fact that they're at war. So he has to make these changes, and when he makes these changes, it becomes somewhat of a unitary decision that he has to make the decision who gets moved where.
I see.
And anytime that happens, and it's happened every time in the past as well, when he makes a big change like this, there is some criticism. But overall, it just seems to dissipate rather quickly. And unless there's something where there's corruption charges and things like that, as I mentioned earlier, they get moved around. Nobody gets sent packing forever.
Okay.
And there's certainly enough to do with all the things they have going that they need, you know, talented, smart people in key positions, orchestrating the gears of government to make Ukraine work. So I don't see any of these players disappearing. I just see a shakeup at certain key levels.
Hal, to your point, which I think is worth bringing up and reminding the viewers, it somewhat gets lost, I think, not intentionally, as the war goes on there, that Zelensky's party won a majority in 2019. So Zelensky has the right to assemble his own government. Martial law, which remains in effect while Ukraine battles Russia's invasion, grants Zelensky more powers and outlaws elections. So some opponents, according to this Politico piece, think Zelensky has overstepped with some of these decisions here. But just reminding the viewers, there has not been an election in Ukraine since 2019 because of the martial law invoked there because of the invasion. Jennifer Griffin, Fox correspondent there at the Pentagon, quote tweeted an interview on CNN with the former spokesperson of the OSCE, who has touched on how baffling this is, some of these moves from Zelensky. She says, shocking news from Ukraine about Zelensky reshuffling his government. One of the most internationally respected members of his team, Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, tendering his resignation here. So are they on steady ground or not? Do they need to steady themselves?
You know, there's going to be a lot of criticism because he is such a known face. Certainly nobody would say that he wasn't doing a great job as a foreign minister. But within his cabinet, within his government, there were some divisions. And like any chief of state, he has to balance out different interests. And I think this was probably something that, he had to reach a decision on what to do there. And that's what he did. I don't see this as being in any way a crippling thing over the long run. It'll be disruptive over the short run. Certainly, he had many allies, not just within Ukraine, but around the world. I mean, he was just tremendously respected by international leaders and Secretary of State, foreign ministers across the world. So it is a big change. On the other hand, I want to see how his replacement does.
Okay.
And that's going to be that'll be very telling.
Yeah, whoever that might be. There is a Biden White House official in Ukraine as we speak. We got the readout from the White House today. He's the principal deputy national security advisor, John Feiner. So he's, of course, one below National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. The readout from the White House, I'm not going to read it in full, but it says that Feiner met with Andrei Yermak, that Feiner met with Zelensky, that he met with the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, and others here. So he is making the rounds as this shakeup is going on here. Do you think the trip coinciding with these shakeups, or is it just purely coincidence?
I have a feeling that there's a little bit of a orchestration going on there. I don't think it's really coincidence. Andrei Sabia is supposed to be, I think it was just voted in today as his replacement. And he also is widely respected. So that's why I'm just going to see how he performs. I think Kuleba did a fantastic job. But there was some criticism. His appearance, he looked very dapper. He always had a kerchief in his pocket, and believe it or not, and when you compare that to President Zelensky, who's looks like he's basically running a war plans at any given time, there was a little bit of criticism in terms of his appearance on the international stage. That here's a wartime country, and you have a foreign minister that looks like they're not at a wartime status, even though certainly everything he said and everything he did was supporting the war effort. But that was just one of these things. And, any government, and we've seen it here in the United States, we have very effective cabinet members and then they leave.
Right. Shakeups happen.
And some of them I've known, and it was very frustrating when they did. But things happen, and that's just the way governments work.
Yeah. Hal, let's talk, though, about the war in Ukraine briefly before we go here. We're getting some casualty figures from Western intelligence officials about the number of overall casualties Russia has incurred since the war began, and it's topping 600,000. That's a staggering toll. We'll get into that in just a moment here. Let's talk about what that means for how Russia is prosecuting and executing this war. And then another question, Hal, I had for you. Are you hearing the war brought up enough on the campaign trail with Trump and Vance, with Harris and Waltz here. Would you like to hear it more often about how they plan to end it?
Well, first off, if I could take your last part first,
yeah,
I would like to hear it a lot more personally. I don't think it's being discussed enough. I think a number of other issues, many of them focused primarily domestic issues, have taken center stage. There's been a lot of discussion about a variety of issues that have nothing to do with international policy, international affairs, and certainly the wars that are taking place out there. If there is a war that does sneak into the campaign more than anything else, of course, that's what we see in Israel and Gaza. That tends to be something that gets a lot more attention. This is a big war. The geostrategic implications of this war cannot be ignored. They are huge. And I think this is being ignored. I also think what's happening in the South China Sea isn't getting enough attention as well, but it's not being looked at enough. Now, to go back, stunning. British intelligence came out and said over 610,000 Russian casualties. I looked at what the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense was putting out, a little bit higher, not much. I think it was around 630,000. They used to be more delineated by killed and wounded, but they're having a more difficult time ascertaining between those two. Although I will say, with the state of Russian medicine, if you're wounded on the battlefield, your chances of survival are not very good. And certainly nothing compared to what we see with our own forces when they're wounded on the battlefield around the world. Tends to skew towards more people dying. Now, over the last month, the Russians have been losing nearly 1,200 troops a day.
Wow.
It is a phenomenal loss rate. And then you get into, the loss in tanks, artillery,
right?
Every weapon system they have. It is stunning. When you look at the numbers that they had at the beginning of the war, keep in mind, when they invaded the war, we were saying somewhere between 150, 200,000 people have invaded, Russians have invaded Ukraine. At this point, somewhere between 3 to 4 times that many Russian troops have become casualties in this war. Just to give you a comparison,
sure.
It is truly stunning.
Yeah.
And I would also point out that today, Colonel General Sirski, the head of the armed forces there, was talking about the Kursk incursion, and he
Russia.
basically was saying, "Hey, look, they're not moving over the last 6 days. They've been doing a lot of fighting, but they have not been making any ground on that Donbass area, and that's because he's having to pull the troops up to Kursk, and which is exactly what Ukraine had hoped he'd do. So
sure.
Overall, the Russians have taken huge losses, and I think the Ukrainians have really taken the initiative in several different ways that it took a while, but it's starting to pay off for them.
All right, Hal Kemper, we're going to have to leave it at that. Always appreciate your insight, Hal. And we'll round out the week tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
All right. In the meantime here, I hope you found that conversation informative. Like we always do, want to give you these updates on these major global crises happening. We hadn't touched on the Russia-Ukraine war in some time, so we wanted to do that tonight. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. My colleague, Austin Westfall, stepping up into the anchor chair momentarily to guide you through the next couple of hours of the night's top headlines here. Of course, we're getting back to one of the biggest stories of the week, one of the most tragic, the high school shooting there in Winder, Georgia at Appalachia High School. Many developments have been made throughout the course of the day. You'll be hearing from our folks down there at Fox 5 Atlanta at the top of the hour. But let's take the opportunity to replay for you the most recent press conference where law enforcement officials announced that they had arrested the father of the 14-year-old shooting suspect. Let's listen.
Good evening. We wanted to come back and update you on the progress of the case this evening. I appreciate you being here. In coordination with the District Attorney Brad Smith, the GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father that was arrested yesterday. He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon. This is a very difficult time, as we know, for students and parents, and so many, I know, of students and parents here in this county and around this state are afraid. You all have likely seen reports of incidents of other students making threats today at various schools around our state. In each of these incidents, police, law enforcement took charges, they made arrests, acted very swiftly, as we take incidents like this very seriously across this state. This is a time for all of us as a community and a state to come together and remain vigilant. Students must be supported and encouraged here in this community and across this state to contact a member of their school faculty with any and all concerns of suspicious activity that they may see. Local, state, and federal law enforcement will continue to work together around the clock in relation to this incident here and any other incidents that come up around this state that raise concern to the safety of our students, faculty, and citizens here in the state of Georgia. Additionally, Colt Gray, that was arrested yesterday for this incident, has now been charged with 4 counts of felony murder. And again, we will continue to work tirelessly to complete this investigation as we move forward. I will go ahead and mention to you, and as I say sometimes, I'm going to go ahead and apologize to you. As y'all all know, that this is a murder investigation. It is a very serious investigation, one that we take serious, one that we will continue to diligently work on and be very thorough with it, with the GBI and our local partners here. So you'll have to forgive us if we don't answer a lot of the questions that you ask. I know you have many, and we wish we could answer many of them for you, but we still obviously want to maintain the integrity of this investigation because it has a long way to go for it to be finished. Again, I also want to remind everyone that we need to continue to pray and support the victims that were involved here, the school teachers, the faculty, the students, obviously those that lost their lives, their families, and those that were injured. So I'd like to call on the sheriff to come and give you a brief update on the status of those that were injured from yesterday's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hosey. As Director Hosey said, I'd like to say that obviously we're lifting up those families. Our hearts are hurting for them, our kids, our students, our teachers. But the 9 injured, I am very happy to say will make a full recovery. And that's a testament to the response that we had, in my opinion, the response that medical staff responded with, in my opinion, and we're very happy to say that they will make a full recovery after that response. Again, please lift up our community. please keep these children, these teachers. We call them teachers, but I call them heroes. We met with them today. Emotions are very high, obviously, but we told them that we love them. We love our teachers and what they do, and we're very happy at the fact that they stood in the gap between evil to protect their children, and we want to include them in the lives that were saved as well yesterday. But I wanted to report to you that all 9 people that are injured will expect to make a full recovery. Thank you.
Are they still in the hospital?
Several of them are still in the hospital. Some have been released.
And Director, can you please explain, did the father actually give the gun to the suspect?
Well, I'm gonna leave it as how I mentioned it in the release, that he knowingly allowed him to possess the weapon.
Director, can you tell us about how the arrest happened today? Did he turn himself in? Did you guys make contact with them? How did that go with investigators this afternoon with that arrest?
I'm honestly not familiar with the details. Okay. All I can tell you is that he is in custody at this time.
And is it likely anyone else will be arrested in this case?
It's difficult to say at this point in time. We're obviously still investigating this, following all leads, all evidence, and we'll set to see where it takes us as we progress forward.
Do you know when this firearm should have been made sooner?
The arrest was made when we had the probable cause to make the arrest.
Do we know when his first court appearance will be?
I'm not sure. No, ma'am.
Did the dad bring him to school?
I'm not sure about that either. I'm sorry.
Are you able to explain the charges and how he has more charges than the suspect is?
Not in great detail. The biggest thing, as I mentioned earlier, is that he is in custody at this point in time. His charges are directly connected with the actions of his son and allowing him to possess a weapon.
Sheriff, will he be housed in your facility? Is that where he'll be held? How does that move forward?
He'll be held in the Bexar County Detention Center.
Will his mugshot be available tonight, or will it take some time until tomorrow to get it?
It depends on how long it takes us to book him, but if it's available, we can get that to y'all tonight.
Sheriff,
if not tomorrow.
You said some good news that some have been released. Do you know the numbers of patients that have been released, victims?
I don't want to speak to that because I don't know the exact number, but I know that I want to just report that all 9 would make a full recovery and be able to leave the hospital.
Sheriff, there were 9 people that were injured. Do we know if they are mixed of students and teachers or staff, or are they just students?
I believe 2 were adult teachers, and the rest, which would be 7, would be students.
Director, can you explain whether there's precedent for charges like this?
I'm sorry?
Can you explain whether there's precedent in the state of Georgia as far as the GBI is concerned for the father or parent to be charged for the crime?
I don't have any details on any history of it, but I would venture to say it's not something new.
Can you tell us about the evidence that led to these charges?
No, ma'am. That's part of the ongoing investigation. I apologize.
Sheriff, after all this time with him being able to talk with investigators, you were pretty strong yesterday. We were saying this was an evil act. It's very sad, obviously, but looking back at what the 14-year-old's been able to say to investigators over the last 24 hours, can you reflect on just what this community is facing after what he allegedly did at this school?
What we're facing, heartbreak. We're heartbroken. A young person brought a gun into a school, committed an evil act, and he took lives, and he injured many other people, not only physically but mentally. But I'm proud of Bexar County. I'm proud of our superintendent. I'm proud of these teachers. I'm proud of these schools. And I'm proud of where I live. And we'll get past this. If you see behind me, up here on the hill, we got a vigil going on at our flagpole. I welcome you to go see those kids and those young people that are hurting.
Director, can you please explain whether you're still expecting more charges?
I think I answered that earlier. Our investigation is still ongoing, so we'll see where things go with our investigation.
Okay, so that event wrapping up earlier today in Winder, Georgia, as we continue to cover the latest updates on this developing situation out of northern Georgia. I'm Austin Westfall. I'm on the desk with you for the next few hours as we wrap up the day's coverage. We are going to be dipping into our affiliate in Atlanta, Fox 5. They're coming online with their newscast right now. Here's the latest on what they know about the mass shooting.
Spencer, the GBI announcing the arrest of Colin Gray just hours ago. We have team coverage of the Appalachia High School shooting tonight. Eric Mock has the story of what made a teacher so special. But first, Denise Dillon live outside of Appalachia High School with more on the arrest of the suspected shooter, Colt Gray's father. Denise?
Yeah, standing right here on the school grounds, the GBI director said 54-year-old Colin Gray has now been arrested in connection with the shooting here at Appalachia High School.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father that was arrested yesterday. He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon.
GBI Director Chris Hosey said Colin Gray's charges are directly connected with the actions of his son. 14-year-old Colt Gray is charged with 4 counts of felony murder. ATF and GBI agents were at the home where Colin lives Wednesday, searching for any evidence that could give them more information about what led up to the shooting at Appalachia High School. The FBI says both Colin and his son Colt were interviewed last year in Jackson County after the FBI received anonymous tips about online threats of a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. Authorities determined then that there was no probable cause for an arrest. The GBI director went on to talk about various other threats that were made at schools across the state Thursday. He said these actions are taken very seriously, and law enforcement acted quickly and made arrests. While the investigation into the mass shooting at Appalachia continues, Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith says the community continues to heal.
We're heartbroken. A young person brought a gun into a school, committed an evil act, and he took lives, and he injured many other people, not only physically but mentally. But I'm proud of Barrow County. I'm proud of our superintendent. I'm proud of these teachers. I'm proud of these schools, and I'm proud of where I live. And we'll get past this.
The sheriff also gave an update on the 9 who were injured. He says some of them have already been released from the hospital, and all of them are expected to make a full recovery. Reporting live in Barrow County, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Just another shocking twist in all of this. Denise, thanks. The arrest of Colin Gray comes after the Fox 5 I-team poured through public records today, trying to learn more about this father and his son.
Late today, the I-team obtained a recording of a sheriff's office interview of both Grays, recorded after the FBI received a tip last year about a threat to shoot up a school.
Do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are down.
Okay.
We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. Like, I don't know. I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible to him. You know, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and get him interested in the outdoors.
Now, that's just a portion of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office interview.
Fox 5 I-team reporter Johnny Edwards says it's part of an emerging picture of a troubled family and some missed warning signs.
From what we're learning, Colt Gray's home life was fraught with problems. Police reports and court records concerning his parents, Colin and Marcy Gray, reveal a broken family. Colt living with his father, his 2 younger siblings living with their mother. Marcy Gray was arrested late last year for scratching her husband's truck. Then when they arrested her, police say they found her with methamphetamines, fentanyl, and a glass pipe. She was sentenced to 46 days in jail. Also last year, Colt Gray and his father received a visit from Jackson County Sheriff's investigators. They were looking into an FBI tip. Apparently, someone on a gaming app had threatened to shoot up a middle school. They believed Colt may have been involved. According to incident reports, the then 13-year-old told investigators he didn't make those threats. Here's a sheriff's investigator talking to Colt Gray.
I promise I will never say something like that. So you haven't used Discord in a few months? Oh, no. And you're saying you didn't say anything like that? No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around there and watch videos.
Okay. Colt's father told police he did have guns in the house. He said they were accessible but not loaded. He said he and his son would go hunting and shooting together. He said he wanted his son away from video games and into the outdoors. Colt even shot his first deer that year. Colin Gray also told police his son had problems at school, including being picked on.
I've been up to school, like I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen. Yeah, hey, are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school, and is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there.
After that talk, police left. They weren't able to substantiate the tip. Here's where a breakdown may have occurred. The Jackson County Sheriff tells us she believes her department alerted Jackson County schools, telling them keep monitoring Colt Gray. In an email obtained by the I-Team, a sheriff's captain tells the FBI, we have made area schools aware and will monitor this subject. But by that point, Colt Gray had already finished 8th grade at Jefferson Middle School. By 9th grade, he and his father had moved to a different county, and that's where he started at Appalachia High School in Barrow. This is what we're still trying to figure out, if that alert from Jackson County carried over to the new school districts, and what would monitoring even mean? We don't know. Johnny Edwards, Fox 5 News.
And we are continuing our team coverage of this tragedy, hearing from those who knew math teacher Christina Iremi best. She was one of 2 teachers who died in the shooting.
Those close to her tell us she was a pillar in the Romanian community. Fox 5's Eric Mock joins us now live from Appalachia High School. And Eric, you spoke with the pastor of her church.
That's right, and he was also a very close personal friend of hers, and he described her as someone who, for teaching for her, was not just a job, it was a life's passion. Now, I also want to show you the memorial here outside of the school. We've still got several students, community members, parents that are gathered here. You know, many have gathered in prayer. They're consoling each other, comforting each other during this absolutely devastating time for this community. But yes, her pastor told us that, you know, she dedicated her life to educating and uplifting children, both here at Appalachia High School and in her Romanian immigrant community.
I can say that it was one of the worst days of my life.
Pastor at St. Mary's Romanian Orthodox Church in Decula, Nicolae Klempis, says Christina Imeria was not just a member of his church, but a close personal friend.
The first thing you see is her big smile. She was always smiling.
Klempis says she immigrated to the United States more than 2 decades ago. He says Imeria was very social and brought a smile to others around her.
And also volunteering with the ladies in the church kitchen, always joking about things, always laughing with them. So one of the first things everybody will tell you about her is that she was very joyful and happy.
But her real mark at the church and in their tight-knit Romanian community, he says, will be the impact on the children.
She was dedicated to children in everything she was doing.
Not only did she tutor kids in the community in math, the subject she taught at Appalachia High School, but she led a children's traditional Romanian dance group, passing on important cultural heritage to the next generation.
Always surrounded by the kids, even though she didn't have any kids by her own, she had a multitude of community kids that were always following her. So that's one of the legacies she will leave behind to us.
Klempis says he can't understand how she was killed in a place she held sacred, a place of learning and education.
It's hard to accept, and it's almost impossible to find the logic in it. There is no logic in this kind of tragedy.
But he says they will forever honor her sacrifice.
We consider her to be a hero, somebody that we're going to remember and to look for as a role model for our generations.
A role model for generations. And Klempis tells me because the Romanian community is so tight-knit here, they feel like this tragedy affected their own families. They told me that they feel like they lost a family member when Imeria was lost in this tragedy, even if they're not related to her by blood, because they are such a tight-knit group here in the Metro Atlanta area. And, you know, we heard from students earlier today who also told us that she brought joy to their classrooms as well. So it sounds like just with everyone she came in contact to, she brought joy into their lives. For now, reporting Live outside of Appalachia High School, Eric Mock, Fox 5 News.
What do you want the world to know?
That he loved everyone. Like, no matter what they had, what disabilities, he loved everyone for them.
That's Alana Wallace remembering her brother, Mason Skirmerhorn. She described the 14-year-old freshman as a gaming and amusement park enthusiast. He was killed in the Appalachia High School shooting yesterday. Fox 5's Brittany Edney tells us more about what made Mason so special later in the newscast. The GBI says the 2 teachers and 7 students who survived the tragedy are all expected to survive. Several official GoFundMe pages have been set up for all of those affected. As of now, more than $300,000 has been raised across the active pages. You can find links to all of them on our website, fox5atlanta.com. We are also following breaking news tonight out of DeKalb County. One person is dead after a house fire there. This is a live look at the scene in the 1000 block of Standard Drive. Well, actually, we don't have that picture for you, but we'll work on getting it to you.
Okay, so we did want to listen into the portion of Fox 5's coverage as they very ably reported on the latest out of this situation. That's only about an hour's drive from the Atlanta Metro. I want to take a commercial break. On the other side of that, we're going to be breaking down the latest on what we know about this mass shooting with Global Security Group President David Katz. Him and I speak in 2 minutes. Welcome back and Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We're, of course, going to continue on with our coverage. The father of the alleged teen gunman who killed 4 people in a mass shooting at a high school in northern Georgia has been arrested, law enforcement officials announced tonight. We just got his mugshot into the newsroom. The charges against 54-year-old Colin Gray are directly connected to letting 14-year-old Colt Gray possess a weapon. David Katz is standing by. He's a law enforcement expert and the president of Global Security Group. David, it's hardly been 24 hours since this all took place, and already the father has been arrested. What does that tell you?
Tells me the authorities are very confident that the only reason the shooter had access to a firearm is because of some misfeasance or malfeasance on the part of the father. So I think it's an unfortunate thing that people don't understand that along with firearms ownership, it requires the responsibility to make sure individuals, particularly those that may be having some mental difficulties or personality challenges, not get access to those weapons.
You know, David, I also got to ask you because the 14-year-old is charged with 4 felony counts of murder. And this is interesting. His aunt told the Washington Post that he had been begging for months for mental health help before the attack. Did the adults around him fail him?
Well, clearly, I mean, there's no possibility that the adults in this child's life, and I say child because at 14, you're still a child. And the fact that he was able to perpetrate such a horrific act and he will be tried as an adult doesn't mean that his upbringing is not a fair game to call into question. And clearly, if there's a child who by the aunt's own account, he's asking for mental help, and what you just ignore that suggestion, that plea for help by the child, it's outrageous, as is the remaining comments that the aunt made.
I want to ask you also, David, about what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're learning that authorities first were notified of the active incident when the high school staff deployed a crisis alert technology of some sort. Have you heard of this type of stuff, David? Is it basically a panic button? How does it work?
Yeah, I mean, there are many different companies that provide this service, and it's a great service. It's the same. People have them at home for their alarm systems, a panic button. And what it does is it alerts the authorities immediately to the fact that there is some situation that requires police presence at a particular location. And if you can imagine during an active shooter incident, the difference between pressing a button and getting police response on the way, as opposed to I'm going to call 911, wait for the call to connect. Hopefully it's not a busy time of day and your phone's not ringing, or you're not placed on hold. Then explaining to the dispatcher exactly what's going on, where it's going on. It's definitely a time saver. And if you think about the statistic that the majority of active shooter incidents are over in less than 5 minutes, and a good percentage of those are over in less than 2 minutes. So imagine picking up the phone and making a 911 call. How much of that actual time of danger is being eaten up by the call? It's a great thing to have panic buttons or similar technology. It's well worth the investment, especially in schools.
You know, we heard from local authorities both today and yesterday. They've said this attack has been described. They've described it as pure evil, saying that within minutes, law enforcement were on scene. They immediately encountered the teen who surrendered and was taken into custody. So far, no motive has been identified. But David, what's the strategy with getting information out of a subject like this? We're talking about a 14-year-old, and separately, we're talking about his father. How do you get information, and what is the strategy?
Well, I mean, as far as interrogation, or
that's right,
or the investigation in general. I mean, if you have a 14-year-old perpetrator, you need to have parental involvement. I mean, there are certain questions you're allowed to ask, but if you're going to put a 14-year-old and sit that person down for interrogation, at least in the federal system, you had to get your parental permission and some caregiver, because the presumption is, and I understand, I'm not excusing the action based upon age, but a 14-year-old is less able to assert or give up their right against self-incrimination. So you need to get parental involvement. That's difficult. With respect to the father, if he wants to talk, you give him. You're going to ask a few questions post Miranda, and if he wants to talk, he's going to talk. If not, if he asserts his Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment rights, then the questioning stops.
The Washington Post says that the 14-year-old accused killer would be the youngest mass school shooter in a quarter century since 1998. Do stats like that change the way that you and other security experts think about how to prepare for mass shootings? Does the age angle to this interest you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, even with junior high school and high school, you generally expect the perpetrator to be a student or someone or former student. It's less likely that it's an outside individual breaking into a school and committing that act of violence. The fact that the shooter was 14, it does make you look at younger individuals where you might say, well, they're too young to perpetrate an act like this. Not true. I have a very close friend who's a doctor, a forensic psychologist, who on a weekly, this is going to scare the heck out of a lot of you viewers, on a weekly basis, she is retained by schools to conduct assessments where she sits down with individuals, with students this age and a little older, who have shown a predilection towards violence, who they're concerned might perpetrate an active shooter incident. And during these interviews, she walks away shaken, saying this kid is going to do it. Now, sometimes the schools are responsible. They pull the student out, they get the student help, but sometimes, you know what they do? They do nothing. And I suspect, just like we found in the Parkland incident, and if it's true that the FBI, for example, had this individual on the radar, if they talked to this individual and they did nothing as far as mental health assessments and monitoring and making sure that they at least had basic access control, I mean, that's going to be a question that we need to look at very, very carefully.
Just a few hours ago, we heard from officials in Georgia giving us the latest on what they know about the situation. The sheriff said that all 9 of the injured victims will make a full recovery, and he credited the first responders for that. We'll eventually learn more about the timeline of events, but you have plenty of experience with high-risk arrests and tactical training. What seems to have went right yesterday from a response perspective?
They got to the school very, very quickly. Unfortunately, the shooter gave up. I mean, so the old way, pre-Columbine, the general law enforcement tactic in a situation like that would be to secure the perimeter and wait for the tactical teams to arrive. That's changed. Why? Because every second makes a difference. Every second that passes by without some law enforcement officer making entry and trying to engage the suspect could result in loss of life. So the first officer in goes, and they go whether they're alone, whether they're in a small group, they go. And the idea is to make contact with the shooter. In this case, and of course, they're going to do it because that's their sworn duty, but it puts the officer in extreme risk. In this case, fortunately, the shooter just surrendered. So from that standpoint, it was a win. But again, we're always talking about these events after they happen. Why are we not nipping these things in the bud? And that means when a student is acting such a way where they're basically announcing, I am a threat, I am a danger, they're still in class in school. If you look back at Parkland, for example, they knew, the school administration knew without a question that this individual was potentially capable of perpetrating an act of violence. They were worried he was going to perpetrate an active shooter incident. How do we know that? Because instead of banning him from the campus and having him get medical attention, mental health intervention, they said, well, you can come to school, but you can't do what? You can't bring a backpack. What? That's telling me that they knew this kid was a threat. They knew he was a potential shooter, and they said, well, if we eliminate the means where he could bring them a weapon into school, we're probably okay. Outrageous and absolute negligence on their part.
As I said, we don't know a motive yet. That'll be a big question moving forward. Another question I have is, how did the gun get into the school? Did the shooter force his way in with it? Did he smuggle it in some way? What questions do you have about yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, exactly the ones you brought up. First of all, it's easier to smuggle in a handgun just because you're talking about size. You could put it in a backpack. You could put it on your person. All right, and this, I mean, from what I see, the perpetrator here is a small statured individual. So you're not hiding a rifle. I mean, you could. I mean, I don't know if it was disassembled, put in a backpack, and reassembled. I don't know, but the key here is you want to have access control. You want to have one point in, one point out. And then people going in or a potential shooter going in has to go through that access point. And at least you have an opportunity. This is school. I believe there was a school resource officer. You can eyeball the student. Say, whoa, this kid's got a rifle. I mean, I'm hoping it wasn't as blatant as this, but I guess in the days to come, we'll find out exactly if he walked in with the weapon clearly in his hands, or if he did something else, if he prepositioned it. I don't know, but I'm sure we're going to find out soon.
Yeah. In general, do schools have metal detectors at this point? We're talking about somewhere in rural Georgia.
No, absolutely not. The number of schools that actually have metal detectors is very, very low. And if you think about why you wouldn't put a metal detector in every school, think about the next time you go to the airport and you think about the time it would take to transit or to put every single student through a metal detector. I think they said the school had 2,000 students. That would be 2,000 students in through the front door. Even if you had multiple detectors means you have multiple individuals watching the machines, and plus, in addition to the people watching the machines, you have to have basically a response. You'd have an officer waiting, God forbid a kid came in with a gun. That would mean instead of in the morning, it takes, I don't know, half an hour to load students in, double that, triple that. That's why we don't have metal detectors in schools like that.
All right, we'll leave it there for now, David. As always, we appreciate your insight. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
Let's take a break. We're back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been dipping in and out of Fox 5 Atlanta's coverage as they continue to follow this tragic situation out of a community just about an hour's drive away from Atlanta. Let's dip back into their newscast. They're live right now.
Of one of the victims of the Appalachia High School shooting, 14-year-old Mason Skirmerhorn was one of the 2 students killed.
Fox 5's Brittany Edney spoke exclusively with his sister and joins us now. Brittany, you've been getting more family pictures and more details about who this young man was.
Yeah, Courtney, family photos and videos that we've also put on social media as well. You know, we sat down and spoke with Mason's sister, and she says right now, understandably so, their family is going through a absolutely horrific time, but even still, she wants the world to know and remember her little brother.
Happy birthday to you.
In his short life, 14-year-old Mason Skirmerhorn loved all things fun and games.
PS5, VR headset. He likes playing Roblox and Genshin.
His sister Alana remembers the happy times they shared together. But Mason was taken from her in a senseless act of violence at Appalachia High School.
You live your life for him.
Surrounded by friends, she wants the world to know about her little brother. That infectious smile and laughter.
That he loved everyone. Like, no matter what they had, what disabilities, he loved everyone for them.
And his love of all things playful.
What?
Tragically, this sister has lost a younger sibling with big brother energy.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be different.
You are genuinely so strong.
In this small town, there are no shortage of hugs or support after the unthinkable.
It says that we're in it together. And it means a lot because it means everyone's looking out for each other.
And right now there is a GoFundMe fund that has been set up to help support this family right now. We have a link to that on our website. All you need to do is go there and you will be able to help this family in any way that you can and learn a little bit more again about this young man. Reporting live, Brittany Edney, Fox 5 News.
So many people want to reach out and help. Brittany, thanks.
All right, here we are with Chief Meteorologist David Shanley.
Fox 5 Atlanta bringing us the latest on what they know about the developing situation in Winder, Georgia. A live look at the White House on this Thursday evening, just past 10:30 in the nation's capital, 7:30 on the West Coast. Let's take a break. Back in 2. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get the latest on the Georgia high school shooting, on the Georgia mass shooting, excuse me. Let's get the latest from Fox's Steve Harrigan. He reports.
The 9 injured, I am very happy to say will make a full recovery.
New details coming from law enforcement on Wednesday's mass school shooting.
GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School. These charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon.
The 14-year-old suspect is currently being held in a youth detention center about 30 miles away. He will be tried as an adult and face murder charges. He will make his first court appearance virtually on Friday.
My friend, my neighbor, she was going to get shot, but Miss Ernie stood up and took the bullet for her. So, yeah. But, you know, that's very, very strong for her to do.
Math teacher Christina Irami was killed, along with teacher and assistant football coach Richard Aspinwall, and 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angulo.
As a nation, we cannot continue to accept the carnage of gun violence.
The suspect has been on law enforcement's radar for a year after being accused of making an online threat to shoot up a middle school. The FBI alerted local law enforcement authorities who interviewed the suspect and his father, but there were no grounds to make an arrest. Police here were alerted to yesterday's shooting by a new security system that's been in place just 1 week. Teachers wear badges with emergency buttons to alert authorities of an active shooter. All schools across the county have been shut for the rest of the week, and a high school football game in which Coach Aspinwall was supposed to be on the sidelines tomorrow night has also been canceled. In Winder, Georgia, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Thank you, Steve. We do want to take a live look at the White House. You saw President Biden speaking earlier today in La Crosse, Wisconsin. He made some remarks about this shooting. Another Biden of note, Hunter Biden. A big surprise today. Biden's son, Hunter, pleading guilty to federal tax charges. It was a surprise move that he said was meant to spare his family another painful and embarrassing criminal trial after his gun case conviction just months ago. We're going to take a commercial break. We're going to play out some of Biden's remarks when we return. We're also going to be talking about the Hunter Biden trial that, well, it's not really going to turn into a trial anymore. We break it all down when we return. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Coming up at the tail end of this hour, we are going to be discussing the latest on Hunter Biden. He, of course, pled guilty to a number of charges relating to tax evasion. Today, we're going to be breaking that down with criminal defense lawyer Robert McWhirter in just a few moments. But before that, I want to get President Biden speaking earlier today in the battleground state of Wisconsin. He was in La Crosse, to be specific. He began his remarks by speaking about the mass shooting in Georgia. Here's Biden.
Permission, I'd like to say a few words about the school shooting yesterday in Winder County, Georgia. You know, my wife Jill and I are mourning those four gunned down two students and two teachers, and wounded and hospitalized 9 others. I'm sure you are as well. You know, students, just young teenagers, educators, just doing their jobs. A community like so many around the country, just getting back to school. And a joyous and exciting time, absolutely shattered. I directed my team to immediately ensure that we're doing everything we can to provide support. The Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the state and local law enforcement investigating this. We have a lot of information, not all of it. We're grateful, the school personnel and first responders who proved and prevented more people from being killed or injured and brought the suspect to custody. But as a nation, we cannot continue to accept the carnage of gun violence. I'm a gun owner. I believe strongly in the amendment, but we need more than thoughts and prayers. Some of my Republican friends in Congress just finally have to say enough is enough. We have to do something. Together, let's ban assault weapons. My dad is a hunter. I don't know a whole hell of a lot of deer wearing Kevlar vests. I'm serious about this. High-capacity magazines, once again, what do we need them for in terms of domestic use? There are too many people who are able to access guns that shouldn't be able to. So let's require safe storage of firearms. I know I have mine locked up, but how could you have an assault rifle, a weapon in a house, not locked up and knowing your kid knows where it is? Got to hold parents accountable if they let their child have access to these guns. Let's enact universal background checks, and then immunity for gun manufacturers. And I realize I'm in a rural area like the rural parts of my state where guns, we all have them. And it's not popular to talk about it, but the truth is there's a difference between rational and irrational. Imagine, the only outfit in the world that we can't sue and by law, passed by law, are gun manufacturers. How about if that was the case with big tobacco? What do you think would happen? If we're not able to have sued tobacco, how many more people would be dead now, but for the ability to change the law? Folks, common sense measures supported by responsible gun owners. It won't bring back those children, but thousands of children have been gunned down across. More children are killed or die from a gunshot wound than any other reason in the entire United States. Every disease, every accident, everything. More die as a consequence of a bullet in the United States of America. But they'll help save lives if we do the things we're talking about and prevent communities from being ripped apart again. We can do if we do it together, and I really think we can. So I just wanted to say that before we began. And now to our event today. Thank you, Darren, for that introduction and for sharing your story as a family farmer. And thank you.
We did want you to listen in to the portion of Biden's speech earlier today where he addressed the mass shooting in Georgia. As I mentioned, though, we are also going to be covering the other top story of the day, which is Hunter Biden. Here he is as he was heading into court. We were surprised today when Hunter pled guilty to federal tax charges. It was a surprise move that he said was meant to spare his family another painful and embarrassing criminal trial after his gun case conviction just months ago. We're going to be breaking down this Hunter Biden news with Robert McWhirter when we return. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. I want to get to some Hunter Biden news. Big surprise today. President Biden's son pled guilty to federal tax charges. It was a surprise move that he said was meant to spare his family another painful and embarrassing criminal trial after his gun case conviction just months ago. Constitutional law expert and criminal defense attorney Robert McWhirter is standing by. Robert, we were ready to go into extended coverage with this trial. We were waiting for it to last a few days at least. We wanted to have you on and kind of explain it as it progressed, but that's all out the window now. We're not going to be seeing it. Why did this happen at the last minute?
Probably to just mess up your news cycle. But leaving that aside, I think you can give credits to what Hunter Biden said. He didn't want to put his family through it. And the prosecutor offered him what's called an Alford plea. An Alford plea is known as a no contest plea or a nolo contendere plea in Latin. And that means that Hunter Biden says, it doesn't necessarily make an admission, but he says, I agree the government has to prove that I committed this crime. So they allowed him that. I would guess they also entered into an agreement about the amount of loss involved here, because any potential sentence that he would get would be affected by the amount of loss. In the federal sentencing guideline calculations, he gets points added for the amount of loss. So if they have agreed to reduce those points, then he may have entered a plea that avoids prison. That may be the reason why this happened.
I do want to read Hunter's statement. It's a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to read it. It's in 3 parts here. He says, I went to trial in Delaware, not realizing the anguish that it would cause my family, and I will not put them through it again. When it became clear to me that the same prosecutors were focused not on justice, but on dehumanizing me for my actions during my addiction, there was only one path left for me. I will not subject my family to more pain, more invasions of privacy, and needless embarrassment. For all I have put them through over the years, I can spare them this, and so I have decided to plead guilty. Like millions of Americans, I failed to file and pay my taxes on time. For that, I am responsible. As I have stated, addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation for some of my failures at issue in this case. When I was addicted, I wasn't thinking about my taxes. I was thinking about surviving. But the jury would never have heard that or know that I had paid every penny of my back taxes, including penalties. I've been clean and sober for more than 5 years now because I've had the love and support of my family. I can never repay them for showing up for me and helping me through my worst moments, but I can protect them from being publicly humiliated for my failures. For anyone now going through the scourge of addiction, please know there is a light at the end of that seemingly endless tunnel. I was where you are now. Don't quit right before the miracle. So that's Hunter, in his own words, explaining why this happened at the last minute. But Hunter's team basically made the prosecutors prepare a case by waiting until now to do this, correct?
Yes. But ultimately, it was the prosecutors who gave him the plea offer. You can't go in and just demand an offer. The prosecutors have to be willing to give it. And we can presume that the prosecutors did not offer that until just recently, and probably did not offer him the concessions related to the amount of loss. They had accused him of failing to pay $1.4 million, and he has already paid back $2 million in the original amount and also the penalties. So they may have said, okay, we will agree that you have no loss here, and that means he will have a guideline calculation on the table that says he is not going to be getting prison. So that could be what's going on. Without having seen the plea or other aspects, I can't really speak anymore. That's just my speculation of what's going on behind the scenes.
So the plea was not a part of a plea deal, meaning prosecutors did not promise to recommend a reduced prison sentence, at least from what we know so far. Isn't an open plea without a plea agreement not a good deal, typically, Robert?
Well, it could be. It gives more scope for the judge to act. But again, if there's some kind of understanding about the amount of loss, it could be the equivalent of that kind of deal. In other words, in the federal system, it all goes on a calculated table. It's a federal sentencing guideline table. And he already has a prior conviction, which puts him in category 2 of history, but his points added on the offense conduct scale are what matters here. And if there's an understanding that the amount of loss is zero to the government, to the taxpayer, well, then he's actually essentially got the equivalent of what would be a plea.
You know, the question, of course, that's being posed everywhere right now is, could President Biden be gearing up to pardon Hunter Biden? What say you to that?
I don't think that's in the character of President Biden, and nor is it really in the character of Hunter Biden. I think his statement was quite meaningful that you just read. The president has said that he will not pardon his son. And I think it's a matter of taking responsibility and accepting his son. I think the president loves his son, but I also don't think he's going to protect his son from the consequences of his actions. And that's what a good parent does. So I would be surprised if President Biden pardons his son. He could do so under the president's pardon power. And I don't think Hunter Biden, at least from that statement, is asking for his father's pardon as president. So I would be surprised if that occurred, but it certainly could.
As we read in Hunter's statement, he said, like millions of Americans, I failed to file and pay my taxes on time. For that, I am responsible. As I have stated, addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation for some of my failures at issue in this case. Robert, is that like millions of Americans failing to pay at least $1.4 million in taxes? How serious of a crime is that?
Well, most Americans are not in a position to fail to pay that many taxes. We can grant them that. But I think the underlying issue, you know, I have represented thousands of drug addicts, people in the throes of addictions. And there's good people who are drug addicts and there's bad people who are drug addicts. But one thing's about drug addicts, and the metaphor that I use is, you got to think that they are people in love, and they're in love with the drug. And when they're in love and enthralled with the drug like that, unable to pay that, things like taxes get forgotten.
I want to know where this goes from here. How about the sentencing phase, Robert? Is it all up to the judge at this point?
Yeah, pretty much. What will happen now is he will have an interview with the probation officer who works for the judge. The probation officer will do what's called a pre-sentence report. They'll calculate his guidelines, and then it's in the hands of the judge because there's no plea one way or another to bind the judge, and the judge will make that determination. Technically, the judge could go up to the statutory maximum, which is called the statutory maximum, which would be many years. But I don't see that happening, and there's no reason to depart or vary, those are the technical legal terms here, from the sentencing guideline calculation as it will come out.
You know, while I have you here, of course, the other big story of the day is we're learning more and more about this mass shooting at a high school that happened yesterday in northern Georgia. The father of Colt Gray, the teen suspect in yesterday's Georgia high school shooting, has been arrested. That's according to the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They announced that just hours ago. Authorities said today that 54-year-old Colin Gray knowingly allowed his child to possess the weapon. They arrested him as soon as they had probable cause. They made this determination quickly, Robert. How do you think they did that?
Well, it's a very interesting thing because the father, among other charges, is charged with second-degree murder. Now, you know, first-degree murder is murder with premeditation. Second-degree murder, there's two different kinds. There is malice aforethought, in other words, you tended to do it hard. But the other way is if you have a reckless, kind of a super depraved heart, reckless disregard. The classic example is if you see a parade and you decide to just run your car through the parade. Well, you're not gunning for gunning. You're not aiming for any one person with your car, but you know people are going to get aimed. And I think that's what they're doing with the father here, that his actions were so insensitive to society at large that he is charged now with that form of second-degree murder. The father didn't intend to kill anybody. His actions were so utterly reckless and so depraved of common sense that giving this child a gun after a year before they were investigated because of threats of school violence is just enough to charge him with second-degree murder, as well as slaughter charges. So really, it's really kind of an interesting case from the structure of the law and the law of homicide.
The father's being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, as you said, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children, according to the GBI. They got this done in just over 24 hours. That's quick for probable cause, is it not?
Oh, it's very quick. But the other side of it is, all the evidence is out there plain for everybody to see, and the evidence is 4 dead bodies. So there's not a lot of complicated investigation, especially given the fact that these 2 were interviewed like 4 months ago on a similar probable cause to them. So I think there was enough for them to keep this.
All right. Robert McWhorter, as always, we appreciate your insight. Take care. Have a good night.
Very good. You too, Austin.
All right. Let's stick with the Hunter Biden story. That's what I want to do because we have a little bit more that we want to show you. We did hear from Hunter's attorney, Abby Lowell, earlier today outside court. Here he is. He speaks for about 2 minutes.
So I have a brief statement to make, and I'm not going to answer any questions. After watching prosecutors exploit his family's pain during the Delaware trial and realizing that they were planning to do it again here in California, Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase, while keeping open the options to raise the many clear issues with this case on appeal. There's no doubt this case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to bring. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties, years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
Why did he wait till this morning?
Hunter's attorney not taking any questions after speaking with reporters. A live look at the White House on this Thursday evening. We're talking just about 11 p.m. In the nation's capital, approaching 8 p.m. on the West Coast. Let's play out a wrap of today's Hunter Biden story. Here's Fox's Connor Hansen with that.
Hunter Biden walked out of a California courtroom, now facing up to 17 years in prison after pleading guilty to 9 tax charges. Having already gone through a high-profile trial in Delaware exposing salacious details of his personal life, his attorney says they didn't want to drag his family through it again.
Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation.
The president's son has been accused of failing to pay more than $1 million in taxes while spending wildly on things like exotic cars, clothes, and adult entertainment. Hunter Biden says he paid back those taxes in full, saying in a statement, quote, "Like millions of Americans, I failed to file and pay my taxes on time. For that, I am responsible." The new guilty plea took prosecutors by surprise. They're reportedly planning to enter evidence connected to Hunter's overseas business dealings during the trial. This all comes as Hunter Biden also faces prison time for his conviction on gun charges.
If they had simply reached a new deal after the first one collapsed, they could have had a global agreement of all of these cases. Now he's going to go in sentencing as a convicted person on the gun charges.
Sentencing for Hunter Biden's gun charges will take place a week after the election, and he'll be sentenced for the tax charges in December. The White House maintains President Biden will not issue his son a pardon. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thanks, Connor. One feature of LiveNOW that we're going to have up until November 5th is we're going to be playing out candidates remarks in full later on in the evening. We are going to be doing that. We'll be playing out Senator J.D. Vance. He was speaking earlier today. We'll play those remarks out later on in this upcoming hour. In the meantime, what I want to do, we listened into the beginning of President Biden. He was speaking earlier today in La Crosse, Wisconsin. I want to pick it up. We listened to the portion where he was speaking about the mass shooting in Georgia. I want to listen into a little bit more of what he said in Wisconsin, the battleground state. Here's Biden.
Imagine, the only outfit in the world that we can't sue and by law, passed by law, are gun manufacturers. How about if that was the case with big tobacco? What do you think would happen? If we're not able to have sued tobacco, how many more people would be dead now, but for the ability to change the law? Folks, common sense measures supported by responsible gun owners, it won't bring back those children, but thousands of children have been gunned down across. More children are killed or die from a gunshot wound than any other reason in the entire United States. Every disease, every accident, everything. More die as a consequence of a bullet in the United States of America. But they'll help save lives if we do the things we're talking about and prevent communities from being ripped apart again. We can do if we do it together, and I really think we can. So I just wanted to say that before we began. And now to our event today. Thank you, Darren, for that introduction and for sharing your story as a family farmer. And thank you to one of America's best, I say one of the 3 best governors in the entire United States of America. Where is he? There he is. Tony, you're the best, pal. When I think of Tony Evers, I mean this sincerely, one word comes to mind: integrity. Integrity. And sitting next to him is a former governor, not far from here, from Iowa, named Tom Vilsack, and his wife, Christy. Christy, you're there. Yeah, there you are. She's smarter than he is, just like Jill's smarter than I am. But Tom's doing a hell of a job as Secretary of Agriculture. And thanks to all the local elected labor and community leaders that are here. And a special thanks to Brent Ridge, CEO of Dairyland Power Cooperative, for hosting us today. I come from the state of Delaware. Everybody thinks it's an eastern industrial state. Our largest industry in Delaware, and I served as senator there for 36 years. I know I don't look that old, but I am. For 36 years, is agriculture. It's a $4 billion enterprise in the Delmarva Peninsula. And its co-ops made it happen. But millions of Americans rely on co-ops like yours for electricity every single day, and it matters. In June of 2021, 5 months after I came to office, I went to nearby La Crosse, Wisconsin. It was the 65th anniversary of President Eisenhower signing the bill that created the interstate highway system. I talked about my vision to do something just as historic, to invest in infrastructure and clean energy and so much more in rural America, to invest in all America and all Americans, to propel us into the future, creating millions, and I mean millions of good-paying jobs, and positioning America to win the economic competition of the 21st century. And I'm back again today to begin a series of trips and events showing that progress we've made together by our Investing in America agenda, an agenda that has come to fruition over the last decade. Invest in America. Invest in American workers. Here in Westby, I'm proud to announce that my investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever, and by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called we should have named it what it was, but at any rate, the Department of Agriculture is able, from that legislation, to announce $7.3 billion in grants to 16 electrical co-ops nationwide to help rural communities transition to clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's the most significant transformative investment in electrification and clean energy for rural America since FDR's New Deal nearly 90 years ago. And that's not hype, that's a fact. and it includes Dairyland Power Cooperative that will receive $580 million to develop and purchase solar power, wind power, energy storage right here in Wisconsin and all across the Midwest. And here's why it's a game changer. Before the New Deal, private companies refused to provide affordable electricity to rural communities. As a result, 1 in 10 rural households, only 1 in 10, had electricity before FDR came to power. So farmers had to organize electric co-ops to distribute electricity to their families and their communities. With help from the New Deal, there are now more than 800 rural electric co-ops to provide electricity for 40 million Americans in 48 states. But key challenges, they've overcome them, but there's still, the co-ops are still nonprofits. They don't have the same resources that private utility companies have to modernize their energy infrastructure. And for decades, they couldn't access tax credits and make clean energy more affordable. That's why Camel and I ensured that for the first time in American history, that these nonprofit co-ops can benefit from clean energy tax credits, just like for-profit utilities have for decades.
All right, we wanted to bring you a little bit of what President Biden had to say earlier today in Wisconsin. We have to take a commercial break. We're back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We were just listening into a little bit of President Biden's speech earlier today in the La Crosse, Wisconsin metro. We also heard from former President Trump today speaking about his economic plans. Connor Hansen brings us this story. Here it is.
We have an economy in crisis, a failing nation, a nation in serious decline.
In a speech to the New York Economic Club, former President Donald Trump laid out a long list of plans for if he's elected. Trump says he wants to cut taxes for corporations, bring manufacturing back to the U.S., cut regulations, boost energy production, and impose more tariffs on foreign goods. But the most surprising might have been his offer for billionaire Elon Musk to head a commission to audit government waste and fraud.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms.
Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says current policies are working.
Inflation has also significantly declined. That said, our administration knows that prices for key household expenses, things like health care, housing, energy, they're still too high.
Vice President Kamala Harris's plans released Wednesday focused on helping people start businesses and include raising taxes for wealthy Americans.
Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000. It's essentially a tax cut for starting a small business.
Recent polls have shown more voters trust former President Trump to handle the economy. The two candidates will have their first debate on Tuesday night. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thanks, Connor. Let's take a break. We're going to hit some international headlines when we return. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get the latest on the Middle East. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul.
Walking through a neighborhood of destruction, parents in southern Gaza guide their children through the rubble of war. It's a rare moment of quiet as a temporary regional pause in fighting allows kids to receive polio vaccines. Nearly 11 months into the conflict, they hope a permanent ceasefire is near.
Unfortunately, it's not close, but we'll do everything we can to get them to the point where they do make a deal.
Speaking to Fox News, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu threw cold water on any hopes that an agreement to end the war and free the hostages held by Hamas is close.
The report that there's a deal out there and that the only thing holding it up is the Philadelphia tunnel is not merely not true, it's just a direct falsehood.
Netanyahu is determined to keep troops along this stretch of land between Egypt and Gaza. Both Egypt and Hamas are opposed to the idea, but the prime minister says that isn't what's holding up an agreement.
While we agreed in May and July and in August to a deal and to an American proposal, Hamas has consistently said no to every one of them.
Tens of thousands of Israelis protesting here daily blame Netanyahu.
Still, we have many people alive, and we shout for them that we'll get to seal the deal and bring them home before they're dead too.
The White House tonight pushing back on Netanyahu's claims that a deal isn't close.
The basic framework of the deal has been agreed to. What we're talking about now is the implementing details, and specifically the exchange of prisoners.
John Kirby pushed back on claims that the White House has been overly optimistic surrounding a ceasefire deal, adding, yes, they've been hopeful, but they've also been nothing but pragmatic. But Kirby did admit the recent killing of 6 hostages in Gaza is now complicating matters. In Tel Aviv, Israel, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you. Let's take a live look at Jerusalem. We are, of course, always tracking the latest on the Israel-Hamas war, and for that, I want to bring in Dr. Alon Burstein, as always. Alon, it's good to see you. There's a lot to cover, as always. I want to start off with President Biden and Kamala Harris. Both of them met with their national security team earlier this week, and Axios says one of the main questions they raised is whether there is a ceasefire deal that Hamas would ever actually agree to. That's probably a good question, Alon. We also have to ask, though, the same of Israel, don't we? Or does one side seem to be more culpable for these stalled talks up to this point?
Good to see you, Austin. There's a lot of questions about what the U.S. administration is thinking right now when it comes to how it's understanding the deal and how it's understanding that we're so close to a deal. So I'll start from addressing your question, which is there such a deal that Hamas will accept a permanent ceasefire? Hamas has said yes. Hamas has said that as far as it is concerned, it will accept a general framework that will be a staggered release of Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners that will involve the idea of complete withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. It then adds this will lead to a permanent ceasefire, which will include, as far as the movement is concerned, the removal of the siege that Israel imposed on Gaza and massive rehabilitation and funds that will pour into Gaza in order to rebuild. Hamas obviously doesn't say this explicitly, but it obviously expects, and we will continue to govern the Gaza Strip. Like that is not part of what the deal includes, but no one else is there as a governing power once the IDF withdraws. So Hamas, in theory, would accept that. Hamas has said that already since October 7th. They are willing to go to that because we have to understand the language here. It's not a peace treaty. Hamas is not going to sign a peace treaty with Israel. It's a ceasefire. It's a ceasefire now, rebuild, regroup, and then continue the fight, possibly with the same means, possibly in different means. So Hamas would be willing to do that, obviously under its own terms. But then that last part, that it's a ceasefire, not a peace treaty, is what complicates the matter when it comes to, and will Israel accept this? Israel has accepted ceasefires with Hamas since 2007. Since Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, Israel has had massive flare-ups with Hamas. It invaded the Gaza Strip twice already, once in 2009, once in 2014. Thousands of rockets have been launched from the Gaza Strip. IDF soldiers kidnapped into the Gaza Strip. Each time, this ended with a ceasefire. Every time there was a ceasefire, the next round was more violent. The next round led to more rocket fire. So Israel is saying, no, it's not willing to go to another ceasefire that seemingly only ends with Hamas again rebuilding itself for another round. However, Israel, like Hamas, is also not saying, okay, but then what? Then is Israel going to be the governing party in the Gaza Strip? Is it going to be an active occupation? The United States would like to bring the Palestinian Authority back. So both sides are saying we can go to some sort of ceasefire on our own terms, but what happens next is really what both sides have vast disagreements on in terms of what are the terms they'll accept this will lead to after this ceasefire, if and when it does come to the fold. Israel saying absolutely no Hamas government and is going to continue the war until Hamas is destroyed. Hamas is saying, from their point of view, of course, we'll go to ceasefire and we continue to lead the Gaza Strip.
I know another one of the sticking points is the swap of hostages in Gaza for Palestinian prisoners. This is something we saw happen last year when that temporary pause was agreed to. Something that I don't think I see reported on enough is, in general, what types of reasons are the Palestinian prisoners in prison for, largely?
There's a large array of reasons. There's a large amount of Palestinian prisoners. Numbers range between 8,000 and 10,000 Palestinian prisoners. When we talk about Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, largely what that refers to is Palestinians from the West Bank. Now there's a whole other contingent arrested in the Gaza Strip. But largely that is Palestinians from the West Bank who have been arrested by the IDF, tried in Israeli courts, and are in jail. That can be for a range of things. A lot of them are in jail for carrying out massive acts of violence. Sometimes it's acts of shooting, acts of terrorism, throwing Molotov cocktails. However, there are also large amounts of prisoners who are in prison for a lot lesser crimes, throwing stone. In the West Bank, there's a military occupation of Israel. If a Palestinian is caught throwing stones, they can be charged and sent to jail for 3 to 5 years. So, for example, you brought up the truce that happened at the end of November. Almost all of the prisoners that had been released, Palestinian prisoners who were released in that truce, were what's considered, quote unquote, very light prisoners. They were prisoners who were in jail just for a couple of months on charges of anything from throwing stones at Israeli cars. 2, it could be obstructing justice. So they were Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, but they weren't the quote-unquote heavy prisoners. The real sticking point is going to be the heavy prisoners. This relates to prisoners who are in jail for carrying out acts of terrorism and murder of Israelis. This relates to the leaders of different terror groups. The quote-unquote heaviest Palestinian prisoner probably is known as Marwan Barghouti. He is the leader of one of the major violent organizations, the Tanzim, that carried out mass amounts of suicide attacks in Israel. He was arrested in 2002. A lot of people in the Palestinian territories consider him to be possibly the next leader of the Palestinian people. Hamas is going to demand his release. Israel is saying absolutely not. So there's a wide range of prisoners, and that is one of the main sticking points. Hamas initially demanded that for every one of the IDF soldiers, male soldiers, that it holds hostage, there will be released at least 150 prisoners, of which between 50 and 100 will be considered the heavy prisoners, whereas Israel was saying absolutely not, and Israel wanted to reserve the right to veto which prisoners would be released. So it's a wide array of different types of prisoners, and again, their quote-unquote weight. How much do they weigh into the sense of what is their crime, how long are they in jail for, is largely what's being negotiated versus how many prisoners will be released for each hostage.
No shortage of complexities in this war alone. We are now 5 days removed from those 6 hostages being killed in Hamas captivity, including American-Israeli citizen Hirsch Goldberg Poland. An anonymous senior U.S. official told reporters this week that the killings of the hostages had not only injected a sense of urgency into the talks, but also called into question Hamas's readiness to do a deal of any kind. Did the killing of these hostages take away some of Hamas's leverage in the negotiations alone?
Honestly, I don't see it as taking away a lot of Hamas's leverage, with the exception of the fact that if we're going to talk completely directly and callously, they have less live hostages to negotiate for. In that sense, it did take away some of their leverage. If they had before, according to different intelligence estimates, maybe 50 live hostages left, now they have 44. Those are less to bargain for, less to negotiate for. They, if they want to release or to secure the release of the same amount of Palestinian prisoners, are going to have to change their demands now. They're going to have to say, well, if instead of 100 prisoners for each hostage, now it has to be 120, 130. So in that sense, it did lower their bargaining position. Otherwise, I don't actually see it as damaging Hamas's position, other than they appear to be a ruthless terror group. Those who consider them a ruthless terror group as a result of this execution considered them like that before. I don't think this is going to change a lot of opinions on the world stage. What this did do is put a very big sense of urgency and sort of a damning light on Israel's agenda, in the sense that the military pressure is going to secure the release of hostages. What we saw over the last week was one live hostage that the IDF stumbled upon in a tunnel, managed to release, as opposed to 6 hostages that the IDF did not know exactly where they were. And as a result, it was not a rescue operation. The IDF was just operating in the area, and the Hamas guards followed orders that they had from the beginning of the war to execute hostages if a rescue operation is underway, which they thought is what was happening. That's really damning to the image that Israel is trying to portray, in the sense that military pressure is going to be what secures the release of live hostages. It's not a coincidence that after a long time without interviews, all of a sudden in the last week, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is giving interviews to the press in North America. He is holding press conferences in Israel. He's showing maps, trying to explain and justifying why he is saying that the Philadelphia line is so important. He's right now in a bind. Right now, people in Israel are saying, look, clearly this isn't working. The defense minister, the person in charge of defense, has said that the cabinet's decision to prioritize staying in the Philadelphia line is a death sentence for the hostages. When the defense minister says that and the prime minister says, no, this is going to help release the hostages, later in that week, 6 hostages are executed in Rafah, actually very close to the Philadelphia line. It's very damning to the image that the prime minister is trying to portray.
I want to ask you a little more about those 6 hostages who were executed. We, of course, were following this so closely when it broke. But in the 5 days since, have we learned anything more about what exactly happened there? Is there even any more to learn about the situation alone?
I'm sure that the IDF is investigating. There's not been a lot of more information published. Piecing together the information, at least from what I'm seeing, it does appear that the initial publication is very likely true. The order to execute them likely did not come on that day from Hamas headquarters. It was not that the guards contacted the Hamas headquarters and said IDF is here, and they said execute them. The guards likely operated on their own calculations. One of the reasons that I'm saying this is that Hamas Al-Qassam brigades did put out a message saying that they have refined the orders to the guards of the captors when it comes to a possible IDF operation. What does that mean? We don't know. But the one thing that we can learn from that is that the Al-Qassam brigades are not happy with the result of what happened. They would have liked to have seen something else if, as a result of this, they have issued new orders, refined the orders, whatever they said, to the captors who are holding the hostages. That means that they themselves did not like this outcome. They also, like Netanyahu, who has been, like I said, giving a lot of press interviews, they're also investing a hell of a lot in trying to show that this was Israel's fault. They have put out hostage videos of these hostages filmed many months ago. They're putting out all kinds of things saying, look, Israel's military pressure is killing the hostages. So Hamas is not that happy with what happened. That's one thing we've learned. So in addition to that, I'm sure the IDF intelligence is trying to learn a lot. I haven't seen anything published in terms of more concrete information. As far as I know, the IDF troops on the ground also did not conduct any gun battles, nor did they find the actual executioners. So it looks like the captors shot them and fled. The IDF found them. Obviously, the IDF is going to look for more intelligence, and they're going to try to investigate. Could they have known where they are, how they are? Nothing has been published, at least not in the Israeli media or Palestinian media, to show that anything new has been learned with regards to the circumstances in which that happened.
I want to follow up with you about the vaccination efforts in Gaza. This is something we talked about earlier this week. The World Health Organization now says they say over 187,000 children under the age of 10 have been vaccinated for type 2 polio in central Gaza during the first phase of a new vaccination campaign. The fighting was stopped in certain areas in order to get this done alone. And there's more to come, correct? What do we know?
There's more to come. The exact details of where this is taking place have not been very widely published. I would argue almost as a tacit agreement between Israel and possibly the World Health Organization. Israel, Netanyahu, is very fearful of being seen as though he is agreeing to ceasefires. Even when this was initially announced, Netanyahu put out a special press release saying, no, Israel has not agreed to ceasefire. It'll be a couple hours of a truce here and there, and this is Israel's interest. Made clear, this is not for the good of the Palestinians, this is Israel's interest. So I would say that largely in order to make sure that Israel agrees, the two sides are being a little bit shady on how exactly what is the mechanism. Is this going to be extended? The initial deal was supposed to be for 3 to 5 days. Like you said, we're now on day 3, day 4. So is this going to be extended? How is it going to be extended? Also, we have to consider the volatility of the situation. Today, the IDF announced that it carried out an airstrike in a humanitarian zone in Deir al-Balah. This is the most central city in the Gaza Strip, in order to, I'm quoting from the IDF, neutralize an immediate threat from Hamas, i.e., very likely a rocket that was about to be launched from the humanitarian zone. I don't know if that is one of the humanitarian zones that polio vaccines are taking place. However, the situation is extremely volatile. In addition to that, I also saw a report from the Palestinian Health Ministry accusing the Israeli government that a vaccination center that was supposed to take place, or at least vaccines supposed to be transported through eastern Han Yunis, is not taking place as a result of miscalculations of the IDF. That also tells us something. There's no defined humanitarian zone on the eastern part of Han Yunis in the Abasan region. So if indeed there's supposed to be a vaccination area there, I'm not even saying if the report is true or not, it doesn't matter. I'm saying if there is supposed to be a vaccination area there, or even a vaccine is supposed to be transported through there, I'm learning from that this campaign is actually a lot bigger than has been published. It's been published as a couple of days and in a couple of centers, but possibly clinics throughout the Gaza Strip, possibly other zones that have not been fully publicized because, like I said, the last time we spoke, it's actually a rare moment of a joint interest of Hamas and Israel to stop a polio outbreak within this region that could then bleed over into Israel as well. So likely we will see this continuing somehow, unless, of course, we have an incident like what happened near Balach could, of course, blow it up at any moment.
Alone, as always, we look forward to your daily YouTube uploads. Take care. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Slide away for a break. Back in 2 minutes. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Anytime there's anything political going on, we got you covered, including this coming Tuesday when the ABC News presidential debate will be simulcasted on Live Now. We're going to have you covered that night. My colleague Andrew Kraft and I will be bringing you analysis after the debate takes place that evening. As a little bit of a reminder, let's go over some of the rules for that debate. The debate will last 90 minutes. 2 commercial breaks will be in the middle of it. ABC News anchors David Muir and Lindsay Davis will be moderating. Trump did win a coin toss, and that's allowing him to make the last closing statement. Harris has been selected to take the right podium position on the screen. There will be no opening statements to start off the debate. Closing statements will be capped at 2 minutes each. This is going to be the real interesting one. This is what the two sides didn't agree on. Mics will be live only for candidates speaking. Otherwise, if a candidate is not speaking, they will be muted. There's going to be 2-minute answers, 2-minute rebuttals, and then 1 extra minute for follow-ups. No audience going to be in attendance at this debate. So the rules for this coming ABC News presidential debate will be pretty much the same as what we saw with the Biden-Trump debate in Atlanta, Georgia, back in late June, if I have it correct. Late June is when that took place. So I got you covered. That debate going to be taking place on Tuesday. We are going to be, once again, simulcasting it. It is an ABC News hosted debate. We will be airing it in full simulcasting on Live Now from Fox. And then we got you for a couple hours of analysis afterward as well. Speaking of that debate, it is taking place in Pennsylvania, and as you can imagine, security in the area has been increasing as they prepare for that event. I want to play out this package from Fox 29.
Cool that we're host to a convention like this.
Decades living in Old City, Lenny Cohen is excited for all eyes to be on Philadelphia next week, but you won't catch him anywhere near Independence Mall.
Kind of staying away from here.
And he most likely won't have a choice. Law enforcement sources telling Fox 29 they expect to have a perimeter around the National Constitution Center and Independence Hall blocked off to any public access. With no live audience allowed in the debate, there won't be an area for people to gather right outside instead either. The center, already closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, will also close Sunday and Wednesday.
As we get closer to the day, it's going to be a little bit more challenging in the district, and then once things are over, we'll be back open for regular business. We're working with all of the local and federal law enforcement agencies, the National Park Service, to make sure that it's a safe event and that people have their ability to demonstrate in a safe manner.
Today, Park Service staff could be seen moving fencing and a meeting outside the center that included Philadelphia police. Several factors will contribute to the security plans, including what day and time candidates will arrive in Philadelphia, but the city plans to announce the major travel and transit impacts as soon as Friday. It's not the first time the Constitution Center is hosting presidential candidates, but they say it's impactful for many reasons.
General election, debate, eyes of the world on Philadelphia. It's just a great way to showcase our city and our institution.
All right, our friends at Fox 29 Philadelphia bringing us that report. A live look at the White House, 11:36 in the nation's capital, 8:36 on the West Coast. We're taking a break. On the other side of that, we're going to play out some of the candidates' remarks that we've been hearing today. We did hear from both Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. Just as a reminder, as a policy here on LiveNOW, through November 5th, we are going to be airing the Big Four's speeches in full, uninterrupted, no commercial breaks. That's Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Tim Walz, and J.D. Vance. We are going to take a break right now so that we can play Vance in full when we return. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's play out J.D. Vance's remarks earlier today in the Grand Canyon State. He was in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix, Arizona, speaking on immigration and border security. Here's Vance.
And in 60 short days, we're going to take back this country, and it's going to start right here in the state of Arizona. Now, I got to say, I've been in politics all of 2 years, and you meet some really good people, and you meet some real scumbags. And you in Arizona are absolutely, you have some of the best people representing the state of Arizona. And I want to... Yes, sir. I want to shout out one of the very best, and that's Representative Paul Gosar. Where's Paul at? Thank you, Paul, for being a good guy. I want to call out the chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Gina. Where is Gina? There we go, Gina. We've got Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. Where's Mark? Mark? And we've got Karen Taylor. Where's Karen? Thank you, Karen. We've also got Debbie Weiss here. Where's Debbie at? Debbie, thank you. Again, some great leaders here in Arizona, and this campaign, my friends, is about a very simple thing. It's about taking this country back and taking the great Arizona leadership style to Washington, D.C., and there's no way to do that. There's no way to do that unless we fire San Francisco liberal Kamala Harris and promote Donald Trump to President of the United States. Now, we're here, and I want to talk a little bit about the border, my friends, because you guys see it more than anybody else. The American southern border is a disaster, and we're going to talk about the ways in which Kamala Harris has broken it. We're going to talk about the ways in which Donald Trump has fixed it, and then we're going to talk to the American media afterwards. So we'll take some questions from the press, because whether they're hostile or friendly, if you want to be the people's president or vice president, you ought to talk to the press. You ought to make your case to the American people and not run from them. And I'm sure because President Trump and I are the only candidates in this race who will actually talk to the press, that they'll only ask us friendly and nice questions, right? Don't hold your breath. And by the way, it's good to be here in Arizona, even in early September. I will tell you though, we brought the whole crew to Arizona. I got my lovely wife, Usha. Usha, where'd they put you? But we brought our 3 kids. They're 7, 4, and 2, and we even brought our dog. And I'll tell you, after about 15 minutes this morning in the Arizona heat, they were all tapped out. You guys are a lot tougher in Arizona than we are in the state of Ohio. I have never seen 3 kids who were anxious to get out of a hotel room wilt in 15 minutes. They were ready for the AC after about 15 minutes, and we're so thrilled with the welcome that you guys have given them, and we're so thrilled with what this state could be with better leadership at the federal level. I mean, think about this, y'all. So, Kamala Harris is an interesting candidate. Yeah, we should boo her because she deserves it. I won't stop you from doing that. But think about this. This is a person who became the vice president of the United States on a promise of open borders, and she actually delivered. On day one, Kamala Harris said, we're going to suspend deportations. On day one, Kamala Harris said, we're going to stop Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. And remember, what that does is, if you come into this country and you claim asylum, you gotta wait in Mexico while your claim is being adjudicated. We're not gonna release you into the country, give you a work permit and health care benefits. You gotta remain in Mexico. She stopped that policy on day one. And then also on day one, she re-implemented the terrible catch and release policy that allows people to take advantage of our system. She stopped the border wall. You go to the border wall, of course, all across the state of Arizona, you see it sitting there on the ground. And she did this crazy thing where they did parole for millions upon millions of illegal aliens. That is the record of Kamala Harris. Well, I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you were in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home. Now, here's what we're going to do on top of it. We are going to re-implement deportations in this country. We're going to finish that beautiful border wall along the state of Arizona and everywhere else. We are going to stop catch and release, and we're going to stop giving Medicare benefits and health care benefits to illegal aliens. They deserve to go to American citizens, not to people who have no right to be in this country. Now that is the Donald Trump agenda, and it's simple common sense. And it's one of the reasons why Donald Trump has gotten endorsements from across the political spectrum. You know, we've got on the Trump team, we've got people like Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp. and we've also got RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Common sense. Common sense is what unites the Republican ticket in 2024. You don't have to agree with me or Donald Trump on every single issue, but you know we are united in some basic common sense. We're going to close down that border. We're going to bring down the cost of housing and groceries for American citizens. We're going to try to persuade our fellow Americans instead of censoring them, and we're going to fire that crazy person, Kamala Harris. We're not going to give her a promotion. That's the common sense, unity view of the United States of America. Now let's just talk about some of the wages, some of the costs of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe just last month we had the largest fentanyl bust in the history of this country, $12.6 million of fentanyl. And let's talk just a little bit about the human cost of this, because these are not just statistics. $12.6 million, that's a lot of money, of course, and that's a lot of fentanyl. But let me tell you just a personal story. You know, a lot of you know where I came from and how I grew up, but some of you don't. I was raised by my grandmother, a working class Appalachian woman from Eastern Kentucky. She was a Spitfire. God bless you guys. Thank you. Now, Mamaw was an interesting study in contrast. You know, Mamaw, she was a woman of very deep Christian faith, and even though she didn't graduate from high school, she thought very seriously about what her Christian faith required of her. Mamaw also loved the F word, my friend. And I'll tell you, my wife will attest to this. She gets mad at me from time to time because, you know, sometimes I talk like Mamaw, and that means sometimes our 4-year-old talks like Mamaw, and nobody wants a 4-year-old who talks like Mamaw. I won't even repeat some of the things that she said. I know we've got cameras here and we've got some kids too, but you know, Mamaw, because she was tough, but because she was loving, and because she was firm and disciplined, but also because she gave me a home when I needed one, I was able to live the American dream. And I think the American dream is worth fighting for and worth preserving for, isn't it? But you know, the reason Mamaw took such good care of me, the reason she had to take such good care of me is because my mom struggled with opioid abuse for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm very proud to say, by the way, that my mom is now right on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and we're grateful to God for that. And for all of you who have a loved one struggling with addiction, there is hope on the other side of addiction. There is hope in recovery, and there is grace out there, but only if we make our streets safe enough to give people second chances. Because one of the things that I really do believe is that if the poison that Kamala Harris has invited into this country in 2024, if it was coming across when my mom was still struggling with addiction, I don't think I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. I don't think that she'd be on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and I don't think our 3 kids would have gotten to build a great relationship with my mom and their grandmother. And if we believe in anything in this country, in the America First movement, we believe in second chances, and Kamala Harris has taken it away from our citizens. We're gonna fight to rebuild it. We're gonna fight to rebuild the American dream. And that is why we've got to close down that southern border. You know, I was in Valdosta, Georgia, about as far away from here as you could be, and the weather's a little bit more temperate in Valdosta, Georgia, even in August. But, you know, they showed me something. The sheriff showed me their interdiction room. And that's where all the drugs that they catch on I-10 or on I-75, it sort of sits at the intersection of two major highways. And they showed me the stuff that they got. And, you know, there's big bags of marijuana, there's cocaine, there's pills, there's a whole host of things they showed me. And you know what they showed me? I was confused by it. They showed me a big box of candy. And, you know, it's like Nerds candy, which I think to myself, well, I don't like Nerds very much. I'm more of a chocolate guy, but it doesn't belong in the sheriff's interdiction room. And you know why it's there? Because the drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this stuff as candy, it's easier to get it into this country. And by the way, what's sick people? What's sick people who use children's candy as a disguise for deadly drugs? And what a sick person we have as vice president who invites these people into our country to do business instead of throwing them out. But But you know, it makes me realize that you've got kids who are going to get into a packet of candy on a playground or in their school, and it's going to take their lives. And the reason it's going to take their lives is not because any kid should suffer for picking up a bag of candy, but because their leadership, our children's leadership, has failed them. What kind of a person lets drug cartels do business in their country? What kind of a person allows the drug cartels to disguise fentanyl as candy? And what kind of a person invites these people to get rich off of our country while our own citizens die? I don't want to answer that question, what kind of a person, but she sure as hell shouldn't be president of the United States, which is why we need to say, you are fired. Kamala Harris is fired. Now, it's interesting, though, because, you know, the media loves to cover that Kamala Harris is running a campaign on joy. They say this all the time. Have you heard this? The Democratic National Convention was all about joy. And I thought to myself, well, you know, what does Kamala Harris have to be especially joyful about? She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Americans can't afford groceries. Americans can't afford to buy a home, especially young families. 65% of young Americans are not going to be able to buy a home because of Kamala Harris's policies. We talked about the fentanyl coming into our country. Now, what Kamala Harris is joyful about is that she got promoted to the presidential nomination without earning a single vote. But you know what I'd like? I'd like a president or a vice president who's joyful because they did a good job for the American people. And that is Donald Trump, by the way. Because as much as the media loves to lie about him, Donald Trump has got the best sense of humor, and he's having a lot of fun out there on the campaign trail, right? We all know it, we see it, we watch it every day, but here's the thing. You know why President Trump is excited and happy about the future? It's not that he got a promotion he didn't earn. He's excited about the future because he knows this is the greatest country in the world, and the only thing that's broken about it is our failed leadership. He's excited about delivering lower grocery prices for Americans. He's excited about closing down that southern border. He's excited about making our streets safe again. And he's excited because the people of Arizona are about to elect him president of the United States to make all of us better off, not just him, all of us together. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to end catch and release. We're going to close down that border. We're going to wage war against against the Mexican drug cartels, not against the American citizens who are suffering because of those drug cartels. And we are going to make this country great again. Now, I want to offer one final point here. Donald Trump gave a speech today, and it's the first time I've commented on it publicly, but I think it's one of the most interesting speeches I've ever heard an American president give. Because, you know, Kamala has this slogan. She talks about, you know, we're not going to go back. And I always ask myself, Kamala, what are you talking about? We're not going back to what? To low inflation, rising take-home pay? We're not going back to a secure southern border? I'd like to go back to all those things because the American people were doing a lot better. But I realize, my friends, that when she says we're not going back, we are going back to a very ancient and dark time in human history. We're going back. Kamala Harris wants to send us back to a place where you have to be rich to enjoy public safety, where you have to be wealthy to afford to buy a home in this country, where if you want to have a nice steak on a Friday night, you've got to make a lot of money. I happen to believe that middle-class Americans ought to be able to afford a nice steak on a Friday night. Isn't that just simple? So, you know, Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a point where the country and the world don't actually work unless you've got connections and unless you've got a lot of money. But the promise of this country, the promise of liberty and justice for all, is that whether you're rich or poor, you get to live in a safe community. Whether you're rich or poor, you get to afford a nice meal for your family. Whether you're rich or poor, you live in a country where your leaders protect the border instead of tearing it down. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a time when America didn't even exist, because in America, every citizen controls his own destiny. Every woman controls her own future. Kamala Harris wants to take us back back to a broken time in world history. Donald Trump wants to rebuild the American promise where everybody, we all believe in liberty and justice for all, and every single citizen gets access to it. That's what Donald Trump's trying to bring us back to. And you know, he said something at this speech that I've just never heard anything like it from a person who wants to be president of the United States. Because for 30 years, there has been a broken consensus in this country that we don't need to make our own stuff. We don't need to employ our own workers. We'd rather buy energy from tin-pot dictators in the Middle East than from our own workers and from our own territory. And Donald Trump just ripped all that up today. And he said something that I think is going to live on in this country. It's going to dominate this country's policy for the next generation. He said that we want to reward American workers. We want to cut taxes on American workers and penalize companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Think about that. Because what Kamala Harris has been doing and what our broken leaders have been doing for a generation, not just her, but for 30 years, has been exactly the opposite. They've been raising taxes on American citizens to give health care benefits to illegal aliens and people who shouldn't be here. They've been raising your taxes and sending it overseas to Chinese companies that are building electric vehicles. And Donald Trump says that is bogus. That is garbage. We're not doing it anymore. So if America first means anything, it means we're prioritizing the American worker, we're prioritizing the American citizen, and we are rebuilding a country where wherever you came from, whatever your background is, whoever your parents were, liberty and justice for all, not just for the well-connected and not just for Kamala Harris's donors. God bless you all. Thank you for having me. Let's make this country great again. Donald Trump's going to do it. We just got to get him across the finish line.
J.D. Vance wrapping up his official remarks earlier today in Phoenix, Arizona. Let's listen to the Democrat side. Tim Walz speaking earlier today in Erie, Pennsylvania. Here he is.
There are a million places you could be with your time, your talent, and your treasure. You came out here. You came out here to stand next to neighbors, some friends, some new folks you met. You came out here. My God, it's 2 hours from kickoff, people, and you came out here for the NFL season. But you came out here, as the vice president always says, for a simple and beautiful reason. You love this country. That's why you came. That's why you came. And I am incredibly grateful for it. But look, I always, some of you know, and I got to tell you, I'm just going to go ahead and say, the coach signs warm my heart. Thank you. They warm my heart. A lot of years. I tell people, never close the yearbook. That state championship is as fresh today as it was 25 years ago. But the great thing about it is teaching, coaching, everything. It's that first week, the new start, the opportunities to a new season. Everything's fresh, clean slate. Anything's possible. All the things are there. We're all undefeated at this point in time with the opportunity to build something better for ourselves. That's what it is, to build something better. So I think all of you are here and you feel it. And for the young people who are here, look, between the last election, COVID, and the last 9 years of this nonsense after that guy came down a gold escalator, they've tried to tell you that this can't be joyful, this can't be fun, this can't be hopeful, this can't be positive about the future. Well, we reject that, and it took Kamala Harris to come onto the scene to tell us this is a joyful thing we're doing. This is hopeful. People are starting to figure this out. From her first day as a prosecutor, then to a district attorney, then to the attorney general of the largest state in the nation, then to a United States senator, and then to vice president of the United States. Yeah, she's qualified. Let me know that. She's qualified. But what? And she does this work waking up every day, doing it for the people of this country. She's the one. She's the one who took on the predators. She's the one who took on the fraudsters. She's the one who took on the transnational gangs. She stood up to the corporate interest. She never hesitated to reach across the aisle and work together if it was right for the American people. So when she put her name out there, she's running on this idea of an opportunity economy where everybody belongs and everybody has a place. Everybody. And she's not talking about just getting by with 3 jobs and trying to make the rent. She's talking about where we can make this country thrive and people can get ahead. That's the type of economy. And this whole idea, these folks who want to tell us the red state, blue state, big city versus small towns, trying to tell us that we're different or there's 2 different Americas, whatever. I witnessed this down in Savannah, Georgia. We're down there on a bus. We're getting off the bus. It's just her and her husband, Doug, my wife, Gwen, and I. We're getting off the bus. And there's a bunch of our supporters standing there on the side of the street waving flags. And there was folks that were not our supporters. You can always tell them because they all have the same hats on, so you can see who they were. A group of independent thinkers ready to go. But here's what she said. She never missed a beat. She turned around and looked at me and she said, don't ever forget, we work as hard for them and their family and for the things that are right for them as we do for this side. So here's the thing. She's talking about those folks because we're trying to get them because our policies will make their lives better, where everyone gets that shot. She's talking about cutting taxes for the middle class. Look, when you keep hearing this, they want to get this, talking about price gouging at the grocery store. Look, I know something about this. I come from farm country. Our farmers aren't getting rich right now. They're getting $3.90 for corn. Somebody in the middle is, and those folks need to stop price gouging us. That's simple. This idea of owning a home and lowering the cost of owning a home, we know that that is where generational wealth is created. For someone like me, the ability to get in a home, it was the GI Bill. What she's proposing is the opportunity to help folks get that down payment in, and then they can start owning that home and paying that mortgage, making a difference. And we saw something that should have happened a damn long time ago. We finally are negotiating with Medicare to reduce the cost of prescription drugs. Look, I'm fine with people being successful, but drug companies with CEOs making millions and millions of millions while our seniors can't afford insulin, that is obscene and it needs to end, and it will with Kamala Harris. And then just yesterday, she proposed, and we'll put it into law, the ability to start and grow your own business. There's folks here that are entrepreneurs, want to get started. Right now, you can expense $5,000, and that is a tax credit for your startup. Yesterday, Vice President Harris proposed $50,000 to get off the land and get things going. And I know there's too many of you here, like my family went through this, relieving folks of medical debt so they quit reporting you to the credit bureau and garnishing your wages just because you tried to get somebody to stay alive by taking them to the hospital. We can fix it. We can fix it. So look, I'm proud to be part of this fight, and I think for so many of you, and to be clear, we're here in Erie because every vote matters and every single community in this country matters. Yeah. Across this country, I grew up in a small town in Nebraska, a town of a population of 400, working on the family farm. And I tell people this, I had 24 kids in my class, 12 were cousins. So, but you know what? Not a single one of them went on to be a venture capitalist, I'll tell you that. Not a single one of them went off to rip people off in New York City by discriminating against rental housing and things like that. Most of them went on to start businesses, become nurses, teachers, farmers, and do an honest day's work. Those are the folks who need to get a tax cut. Those are the folks who need to get a break. But just like here in Erie, and I know this is true across the country, when you grow up in a town like this or a town like Butte, Nebraska, you learn to take care of your neighbors. You learn to understand that everybody belongs, and when we work for a common good, we have a saying in Minnesota, when we each do better, we each do better. Well, the idea is when every single one of us. So this idea of those values of a shared community, if you work hard, you should be able to earn an honest day's wage, those animated my public service and Vice President Harris's service. She talks about this often. Where else but in America, from a girl from Oakland and a boy from rural Nebraska can go on and become the next president and vice president of the United States? Those middle class values are what we're going to bring to the White House come November with your help. Now look, I'm not naive. Not everybody sees the world the same way. It's very clear that our opponents in this race see the world differently. Now, I'm going to quote, which I think is a brilliant quote, by your great governor, Josh Shapiro. He often says, and I hear him say this, whenever Donald Trump's talking about America, he's shit-talking America. He does not believe in the promise of America, and he continues to put this country down. Whether it's our veterans or working people, he continues to do it. And you know why he does it? You know why he does that? Because he can only think of himself. He can only think of the service for himself. We saw it. When this guy was in power, first thing he did, he told us this. Remember 9 years ago? Oh, healthcare be simple. I got a plan on the first day. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. The first day plan was to repeal the Affordable Care Act, taking away our protections. And I'll give him this. The second thing he did say he was going to do this. He was very clear about it.